plot. Stauffenberg's plan relied far too much on the traditional chain of command, a risky dependence after the Nazis' politicization of the Wehrmacht. It was particularly dangerous in the case of the commanding officer of the Großdeutschland Guard Battalion in Berlin, Major Otto Ernst Rehmer. Stauffenberg was warned that Rehmer was a loyal Nazi, but Generalleutnant Paul von Haase, another conspirator who was Rehmer's superior, felt confident that he would follow orders. To back their coup, the conspirators counted on the Panzer training unit at Krampnitz and other detachments outside Berlin. But they did not go far enough in securing the key radio stations and transmitters in and around Berlin. Bad luck had frustrated several attempts, and an excessive perfectionism thwarted an attempt at the Wolfschanze on the 15th of July. Himmler and Goering had not been present, so the conspirators in Berlin told Stauffenberg to wait for another chance. But as time was running out in Normandy, this would be their very last opportunity. Everything was set for the 20th of July. Having flown from Berlin to the Wolfschanze, Stauffenberg joined Hitler's Situation Conference, which was held in a pine-wood building. At a convenient moment, Stauffenberg slipped away to the lavatory with his briefcase to prime the two bombs. This took a long time because of his injuries, and before he had finished, he was called back to the conference. After replying to the questions put to him about the replacement army, he pushed the briefcase, with just the one bomb prepared, under the heavy table where Hitler was standing. As everyone round the table bent over the maps, Stauffenberg left discreetly. He was driving away when the bomb exploded. Stauffenberg, convinced that Hitler was dead, flew back to Berlin. Uncertainty, confusion, and unexpected complications in Berlin contributed to the coup's failure. The conspirators had certainly made a number of mistakes in their planning and in its execution, but without the death of Hitler himself, who survived the blast, they had not the slightest hope of success. Mussolini arrived at the Wolfschanze on that afternoon of the 20th of July for a visit which had been arranged long before. He was met by Hitler, who, in a manically exultant mood, insisted on showing the Duce the scene of his miraculous escape. The Führer talked incessantly of his conviction that divine intervention had saved him to continue the war. Mussolini, on the other hand, was not altogether displeased by the bomb attack on Hitler, as it was proof that treachery was not confined to Italy. In his address to the nation that night, Hitler compared the attempt to the stab in the back of 1918. He now felt that the only reason why Germany had not defeated the Soviet Union had been because of deliberate sabotage all along by army officers. Parallel conspiracy theories developed over setbacks in Normandy, and these are perpetuated to this day in some German books and on neo-Nazi websites. They claim that Speidel, who was in charge of Army Group B on the 6th of June, when Rommel was absent in Germany, deliberately interfered with the deployment of panzer divisions. Speidel is described as the center of the cancer of treason in the German armed forces in the West. Everything which had gone wrong on the 6th of June is attributed to Speidel. He is accused of sending the 21st Panzer Division on a wild goose chase down the west side of the River Orne that morning, when in fact it was the local commander who ordered it to attack the British airborne landings on that flank. He is also accused of thwarting the movement of the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend, the 2nd Panzer Division, and the 116th Panzer Division towards the invasion area. This is said to have been part of his plot to keep the 2nd and 116th Panzer Divisions back to help the 20th of July plotters to seize Paris a month and a half later. Speidel was indeed a key member of the conspiracy, but to pretend that he had sabotaged the whole of the defence of Normandy on the 6th of June is completely ridiculous. After the 20th of July, he escaped the Gestapo killing machine by a miracle, which perhaps partly explains the subsequent Nazi vituperation against him. In the 1950s, he became a senior officer of the West German Bundeswehr and later a NATO commander in Europe. The Nazis and neo-Nazis see this as his payoff for having treacherously helped the Allies in Normandy. In this all-embracing stab-in-the-back legend of the Second World War, the traitors this time were not Jews and communists, as in 1918, but aristocrats and officers of the General Staff. The Gestapo and SS, in a frenzy of righteous vengeance against the army and above all its General Staff, began to round up all those involved and their relatives. With the German army in retreat on all fronts, and Hitler blaming General Staff traitors for his own mistakes on the Eastern Front, even the influence of field marshals diminished dramatically. For the Nazis, this represented a victory in itself on the home front. Their chief priority was not to optimize the war effort, but to change the power structure within the Reich to the detriment of the traditional elites. Altogether, more than 5,000 suspected opponents of the regime and their relations were arrested. As the conspirators had feared, most Germans were shocked by the attempt on Hitler's life at such a critical moment of the war. Soldiers in Normandy seemed to have been either loyal or more cautious in their letters home, but some of those on the Eastern Front, especially in Army Group Center, were much more outspoken about the need for change. The generals who carried out the assassination attempt on the Führer, wrote a Gefreiter on the 26th of July, know very well that a change of regime is necessary because the war for us Germans offers no hope. So it would be a release for the whole of Europe if the three gentlemen, Hitler, Goering, and Goebbels, were to go. With that, the conflict would be ended because mankind needs peace. Anything else is a lie. Our lives are not worth living as long as this firm stays in place. Others also made remarks so critical of the regime that they would have been arrested if their letters had been checked by the censors. On the 23rd of July, the Nazis forced the army to adopt the German greeting, or Hitler salute, instead of the traditional military salute. This provoked scorn among most of those who were not committed Nazi supporters. "With the German greeting we will win the war," a military doctor wrote sarcastically. Opinions inevitably polarized between the true believers and those who had understood the writing on the wall. On the 28th of July, the OKW Bulletin finally announced the evacuation of 4 major towns in the east, including Lublin and Brest-Litovsk. "Certainly it looks bad," an Unteroffizier attached to the 12th Panzer Division wrote to his wife, "but that is no reason to lose courage. The day before yesterday, Dr. Goebbels, in a major speech, indicated new developments, new weapons, Himmler's measures with the replacement army, total war commitment, which even for the strained situation in the East will have positive effects. Of that we are all convinced." News of Himmler's appointment to head the replacement army and of fresh call-ups did not impress all soldiers at the front. "And soon they'll be calling up babies," a gunner wrote home on the 26th of July. "Here at the front you see almost nothing but snotty kids and old men." Some, on the other hand, did not dare face the reality of defeat. They believed only that the desperate situation should encourage them to make even greater efforts to protect their families at home. "Dearest," an Obergefreiter wrote home, parroting Nazi propaganda, "do not be afraid. We will not let the Russians enter our fatherland. Better that we should fight to the last man, because we do not tolerate this horde coming to Germany. What would they start doing to our women and children? No, that must not be. That would be a great disgrace for us, from which comes the watchword, intensified struggle until a victorious outcome." While the Reich was gripped by Nazi frenzy over the failed plot, the collapse on the Eastern Front was soon matched in the West. On the 25th of July, General Bradley launched Operation Cobra from north of the Saint-Lô-Perrier Road. The first attempt the day before had been cancelled after American bombers dropped their loads on their own forward troops. This setback turned bizarrely in the Allies' favour. Generalfeldmarschall von Kluge believed that it must be a feint to distract him from another offensive by Montgomery down the Falaise Road. Then, on the second try, a strong southerly wind blew the dust back over the American troops waiting to attack, and bombers aimed for the dust cloud, causing yet more own casualties. Bradley still pushed on. The offensive seemed to get off to a slow start, so Major General Collins sent in his armoured troops early. German defences collapsed. Combat commands from armoured divisions forged ahead with Shermans and infantry and half-tracks, as well as engineers with bulldozers. At last it was the Germans suffering from the vicious circle of defeat. Communications collapsed in the rapid withdrawal, commanders had no idea what was happening, vehicles ran out of fuel, and soldiers received no supplies or ammunition. Their retreat was harried by strafing fighters, while P-47 Thunderbolt fighter bombers flew shotgun over the armoured columns, ready to attack any attempt at ambush. When Kluger finally realized that this was the main breakthrough, he transferred the 2nd and the 116th Panzer Divisions to the west, but their arrival and counterattacks were too late. In London, the War Cabinet became uneasy over the effects of the V1 attacks. On the 24th of July, it heard that casualties were 30,000 odd, of whom 4,000 odd killed. Over the next few days, ministers also discussed the threat from the V2 rocket, which they knew would soon be ready. On the 30th of July, Montgomery launched the rapidly prepared Operation Bluecoat to protect Bradley's left flank. By the next day, American armoured columns had reached Avranches and crossed the river Sélune beyond. They were out of Normandy and unopposed. The following day, the 1st of August, General George Patton's Third Army came into being. His orders were to seize the ports on the Brittany coast, but Patton was well aware that in the other direction the way lay open to the Seine. While the German command on the Western Front begged for reinforcements, the transfer of 2 SS Panzer Corps to Normandy had convinced commanders on the Eastern Front that they were being unfairly treated. The effect of the major conflicts in the West and East was reciprocal, Jodl acknowledged under interrogation at the end of the war. The two-front war came into sight in all its rigour. For many soldiers in the East, the strain was becoming too great to bear. Nervous breakdown became a much more open subject in letters home. Psychologically, wrote a gunner in a heavy artillery battery, I am finding it increasingly hard to manage when you've just been having a good chat with a comrade, and half an hour later you see him as little more than scraps of flesh, as if he had never existed, or comrades who are lying badly wounded in front of you in a large pool of their own blood, and beg you with pleading eyes to help them, because in most cases they cannot speak any more, or pain takes away their power of speech. That is terrible. This war is a crushing war of nerves. In the last days of July, the 1st Guards Tank Army and the 13th Army managed to get forces across the Vistula south of Sandomierz and seize bridgeheads, which would be joined together in spite of desperate German counterattacks. The OKH was all too aware of the significance of Red Army footholds west of the Vistula. Another lunge would take the enemy all the way to the River Oder, some 80 kilometres from Berlin. We've just received our annual summer beating, a lieutenant commanding a light anti-aircraft detachment observed cynically. With a surprise punch, the Russians came from Lublin towards Deblin. Apart from flak batteries and a few disintegrated units, there was nothing in their way. After the bridge was blown, we took up a new dug-in position on the other, western bank of the Vistula. He too was incredulous that the German army could have been surprised and defeated in such a way. We are outraged by those swine who are responsible for this crisis on the Eastern Front. Some flak batteries, on the other hand, were proud of what they had achieved in the fighting. Round us, no fewer than 46 tanks were knocked out, boasted an Obergefreiter from the 11th Infantry Division. On our own, we shot down 10 armoured ground attack aircraft, Sturmovix, in 5 days. The Red Army had indeed suffered grievous losses during Operation Bagration. a total of 770,888 casualties, of which 180,000 were irrecoverable. Army Group Centre losses may not have been so high, at 399,102 killed, missing and wounded, but they were irreplaceable, and so were the guns and tanks abandoned in the retreat of over 500 kilometres. Overall, those 3 months alone accounted for a total of 589,425 Wehrmacht dead on the Eastern Front. Further north, on the 28th of July, the 2nd Tank Army attacked the Hermann Göring Panzer Division and the 73rd Infantry Division just 40 kilometres from Warsaw. Bitter fighting followed for the approaches to the Polish capital. Red Army soldiers, kept ignorant of recent events and Stalin's treatment of Poland, were unsure what to make of the country. "The Poles are strange," one wrote home. "How do they receive us? It's very hard to answer this. In the first place, they fear us very much, no less than they fear the Germans. Their ways are completely different from Russian ways. It is obvious that they didn't want the Germans, but they aren't receiving us with pies either. Of course, they are often taken aback by Russian rudeness and lack of honesty." Although greatly reduced, Warsaw's civilian population still stood at nearly 1 million people. On the 27th of July, the German governor ordered 100,000 males to turn up next day for fortification work. The call was defied. 2 days later, Jan Nowak Jezioransky, a representative of the government in exile in London, arrived. He spoke to the Deputy Prime Minister in Warsaw, Jan Stanislav Jankowski, and heard that an uprising was imminent. He warned him that the Western powers would not be able to help, and asked whether the revolt could be delayed. Jankowski replied that they had little choice. The young, who had been trained and armed, were too eager to fight. They wanted to be free, and to owe that freedom to nobody. At the same time, Jankowski felt that if they did not issue a call for battle, the Communist People's Army would. The Communists in Warsaw were just 400 strong, but if they seized the town hall and raised the red flag as the Red Army entered the city, then they would claim to be the leaders of Poland. And if the Home Army did nothing, the Soviets could accuse them of collaboration with the Germans and of holding on to their weapons to resist the Red Army. The Home Army was damned if it did, and damned if it didn't. That day, Radio Moscow announced that the hour of action has already arrived, and called on the citizens of Warsaw to rise up and join the struggle against the Germans. Yet neither the Soviets nor the Home Army made any attempt to contact one another. As at Monte Cassino, the Poles were determined to demonstrate to the world their right to live as a free nation, even if they were doomed by their geographical position between Germany and the Soviet Union. They knew by then that they could not count on their British and American allies against the Soviets. The brutal realpolitik of the Second World War had made American and British collaboration with Stalin essential, since the Red Army had broken the back of the Wehrmacht at an appalling cost. This had been clearly shown by their silence over the Soviet attempt to blame the Katyn massacre on the Germans. Stalin dismissed the 400,000 members of the Polish Home Army, the Armia Krajowa, as bandits, and tried to link them to the Ukrainian guerrilla force, the UPA, which had ambushed and killed General Vatutin. He soon tried to pretend to the Allies that they had killed 200 men of the Red Army. The truth was that any independent Polish organization was, by definition, anti-Soviet in his eyes, and the government friendly to the USSR, which he demanded, could only be one that was totally subservient to the Kremlin. General Tadeusz Bor-Komorowski, the commander of the Home Army, gave the order for the rising to begin with W hour at 1700 hours on the 1st of August. He seemed to believe that the Red Army would be in the city almost immediately, but it would be facile to blame him in the atmosphere of intense expectancy. Almost all 25,000 members of the Home Army in Warsaw, a number which doubled with volunteers and others from outside the city, were impatient to start. They had already heard of the NKVD persecution of their comrades in areas occupied by the Red Army, and knew how little they could trust the Soviet leader. They knew that if Stalin would use his own massacre of the Polish officers in 1940 as a reason to end relations with the Polish government, how could he be expected to negotiate in good faith about anything? The first priority for the Home Army was to attack German barracks to seize weapons. This was not easy, especially in daylight, as the Germans were expecting some form of revolt. The old town and the city centre rapidly fell to the Polish insurgents, but the eastern parts on the Vistula, where most German troops were concentrated to defend Warsaw against the Red Army, remained beyond their grasp. Members of the Home Army later managed to seize the massive Past building with its colossal neo-Norman tower after pumping in petrol and setting it on fire. The garrison surrendered, so they took 115 German prisoners with their arms. Members of the Home Army wore white and red armbands to identify themselves as combatants. Many soon wore captured German helmets, but with a white and red band painted round it. Polish communists and Jews who had been in hiding since the ghetto uprising also joined the fight. On the 5th of August, the Home Army attacked the concentration camp on the site of the flattened ghetto, killed the SS guards, and released the remaining 348 Jewish prisoners. Voluntary mass mobilization was based on a planned infrastructure, with doctors and nurses running dressing stations and field hospitals. Local priests served as military chaplains. Metal workers became armourers. They manufactured flamethrowers and their own Błyskawice submachine guns based on the Sten. Other cellar workshops made grenades improvised with cans and homemade explosive, or, more often, the contents from unexploded German shells and bombs. Supply services were organised, with former restaurants acting as field kitchens. Propaganda departments printed leaflets, and the news sheets Bulletin Informacyjny and Rzeczpospolita Polska. They also produced posters displayed around the city urging "One bullet, one German." And the Rising had its own radio station, which continued broadcasting despite all German efforts to destroy it until the very end on the 2nd of October. Young women served as stretcher-bearers. Boys too young to fight volunteered as runners. A 9-year-old was seen to climb onto a German panzer and throw grenades inside. Both Germans and Poles froze in disbelief at the sight. When he jumped down, an eyewitness recorded, he raced off to the gate of a tenement building and there burst out crying. The courage and self-sacrifice of the young was breathtaking. On the 4th of August, Stalin reluctantly agreed to meet a delegation of the Polish government in exile. The Prime Minister, Stanisław Mikołajczyk, did not handle the meeting well, but this almost certainly made little difference to the outcome. Stalin simply insisted that they should talk to the Soviet puppet, Polish Committee of National Liberation. He had already given instructions that his tame government-in-waiting should be moved onto Polish territory in the baggage train of the Red Army. Its members were installed in Lublin and became known in the West as the Lublin Poles, as opposed to the London Poles. The Lublin Committee naturally accepted Stalin's border along the Molotov-Ribbentrop line, which had roughly followed the Curzon line, named after the British Foreign Secretary who had suggested it in 1919. The Lublin Poles were closely controlled by Nikolai Bulganin and Commissar of State Security Ivan Serov, the NKVD chief in 1939, who had overseen the mass deportation and killing of Poles. Bulganin and Serov were also both keeping an eye on that half-Pole, Marshal Rokossowski, commanding the First Belarusian Front on Polish territory. Stalin's attitude toward the Poles appears to have been that my enemy's enemy is still my enemy. Having almost washed his hands of the London Poles, Churchill was deeply stirred by the bravery of the Home Army and did his utmost to help them. On the 4th of August he signalled Moscow to tell Stalin that the RAF would drop weapons and supplies to the insurgents. The mainly Polish and South African bomber crews based in Italy began their dangerous missions that very day. On the 9th of August, Stalin, presumably to keep up appearances, promised Mikołajczyk that the Soviet Union would help the insurgents, even though their rising had been premature. He claimed that a German counterattack had pushed his forces back from the city. This was partly true, but more to the point, after the great advances of Operation Bagration, the Red Army lead formations were exhausted and short of fuel, and their vehicles were in desperate need of repair. In any case, Stalin soon showed that he had little intention of providing real help, nor of aiding the airlift. No Allied aircraft were to be allowed to land on Soviet-occupied territory, although one flight of American bombers was given permission to refuel. Soviet aircraft did drop some weapons to the insurgents, but without parachutes, which rendered them useless. Stalin simply wanted a couple of examples of assistance to ward off any criticism later. The Germans brought in their most savage anti-partisan formations, in which sadism and cruelty were glorified. They included the notorious Kaminsky Brigade, part of the 15th SS Cossack Cavalry Corps, and the SS Sturmbrigade Dirlewanger, commanded by SS Brigadeführer Oskar Dirlewanger, who walked around with a pet monkey on his shoulder as he directed the slaughter. This Korpsgruppe was commanded by SS Obergruppenführer Erich von dem Bach-Zelewski, one of Himmler's main supervisors for the massacre of Jews in Belorussia, and the man who had told the Reichsführer SS of the strain his killers were suffering. In Warsaw, his men appeared to enjoy their work. The wounded in Polish field hospitals were burned alive with flamethrowers. Children were massacred for fun. Home Army nurses were whipped, raped, and then murdered. Himmler encouraged the idea of annihilating Warsaw and its population, both physically and ideologically. He now seemed to consider the Poles to be as dangerous as the Jews. Some 30,000 non-combatants were slaughtered in the Old Town alone. In France, during the first week of August, the Canadians and British and the 1st Polish Armoured Division fought with difficulty down the road to Falaise. Patton's Third Army had taken Rennes and charged into Brittany. On the 6th of August, Hitler forced Generalfeldmarschall von Kluge to send his panzer divisions in a doomed counterattack at Mortain in the hope of advancing to Avranches on the coast to cut off Patton. Thanks to American determination and guts in the defense of Mortain, the plan proved militarily insane and greatly accelerated the disintegration of the German army in Normandy. Hitler urged Kluge on to even greater disaster, ordering him to relaunch the attack, but by then Patton's armoured spearheads had turned east towards the Seine and were well into the German rear, threatening Kluge's supply base. The 7th Army and the 5th Panzer Army now risked complete encirclement in the Falaise Gap. On the 15th of August, while the Falaise pocket began to shrink, Operation Anvil, now renamed Dragoon, landed 151,000 Allied troops on the Côte d'Azur between Marseille and Nice. Most of the forces had been transferred from the Italian front. Field Marshal Alexander, unhappy to have lost 7 divisions for this invasion, described Dragoon as strategically useless. Like Churchill, he had his eyes on the Balkans and Vienna. But the British were wrong to have opposed Dragoon. The landings in the south of France prompted a rapid German withdrawal and thus reduced the damage and suffering done to France. The escape route from the Falaise Gap was not sealed effectively for a number of reasons, but mainly because Bradley, now commanding 12th Army Group, and Montgomery, commanding 21st Army Group, failed to liaise properly or establish priorities. Montgomery, having agreed to a short encirclement at Falaise, and thinking that the 1st Canadian Army would get through quickly, had not concentrated sufficient forces for the purpose. He had his eye on the Seine, and diverted most of his available forces towards it. He felt that he could always achieve a long envelopment, trapping the Germans in front of the river. The result was that the neck of the Falaise Gap remained half open. The 1st Polish Armoured Division was left scandalously unsupported to face the remnants of the SS Panzer Divisions and other formations fighting their way out of the pocket. The other division trying to seal the exit was the 2e Division Blindée, the French 2nd Armoured Division, commanded by General Philippe Leclerc. Leclerc had protested bitterly to his American commanders when his division was transferred from Patton's Third Army. Both Leclerc and General de Gaulle wanted their American-equipped division to enter Paris first, as Eisenhower had promised. General Giraud, the corps commander, was distinctly unsympathetic to French political concerns. He did not know, however, that the French troops had secretly been stealing gasoline at every opportunity to create a reserve to allow them to strike towards Paris without authority. The liberation of Paris was low on Eisenhower's list of priorities. It would constitute a huge diversion of effort and supplies at the very moment when he wanted to keep the Germans on the run all the way back to the borders of the Reich. Patton's divisions had sliced through the German rear in the sort of armoured cavalry campaign for which he had been born. When he visited the 7th Armoured Division outside Chartres, he asked its commander when he was going to take the city. He replied that there were still Germans fighting in it, so it might take some time. Patton cut him short. "There are no Germans. It is now 3 o'clock. I want Chartres at 5, or there will be a new commander." On the 19th of August, the eve of the fighting breakout from the Falaise pocket, General de Gaulle arrived from Algiers at Eisenhower's headquarters. "We must march on Paris," he told the Supreme Commander. "There must be an organized force there for internal order." Not surprisingly, de Gaulle was afraid that the communists of the Francs-Tireurs et Partisans would provoke a rising and try to establish a revolutionary government. He, meanwhile, had been infiltrating his own officials into occupied Paris to create a skeleton administration and take over ministries. The following day in Rennes, de Gaulle heard that an insurrection had started in the capital. He immediately sent General Juin with a letter to Eisenhower insisting that Leclerc's division should be sent straight there. The Paris police had gone on strike 5 days earlier in protest at a German order to disarm them. General Koenig in London sent Jacques Chabon-Delmas to persuade the resistance not to rise in revolt yet. But the communists, led by Colonel Henri Roll-Tanguy, the regional leader of the Force Française de l'Intérieur, FFI, wanted to liberate Paris themselves. On the 19th of August, the Parisian police, armed with their pistols but dressed in civilian clothes, took over the Préfecture de la Police and hoisted the tricolore. General-Lieutenant Dietrich von Choltitz, the German commander of Paris, felt obliged to send in troops, and a very inconclusive engagement took place. Choltitz had been told by Hitler to defend the city to the last and destroy it, but other officers had persuaded him that this would serve no military purpose. On the 20th of August, a Gaullist group seized the Hôtel de Ville as the start of their strategy to take over key government buildings. The communists, believing their own propaganda, which decreed that power lay in the streets, failed to see that they would be outmaneuvered. Patriotic enthusiasm, with improvised tricolores at windows and spontaneous renditions of the Marseillaise, contributed to a fever of excitement. Streets were barricaded to deny freedom of movement to the Germans. Wehrmacht trucks were ambushed and isolated soldiers disarmed or killed. The Swedish Consul General negotiated a truce. Choltitz agreed to recognize the FFI as regular troops and allow them to hold on to their present buildings. In return, the resistance would have to desist from attacking German barracks and headquarters. The communists, claiming that they had not been properly represented, denounced the deal. Chabon-Delmas managed only to persuade them to wait a day before they attacked again. As the remnants of the German forces from Normandy began to escape across the Seine, the 1st Canadian and the 2nd British armies were joined by the 1st Belgian Infantry Brigade, a Czech Armoured Brigade, and the Royal Netherlands Brigade, Princess Irene's. Montgomery's 21st Army Group, with the forces of at least 7 countries, was beginning to resemble Roosevelt's dream of the United Nations. On the 22nd of August, while the FFI responded to Rol-Tanguy's order of "tous aux barricades," Eisenhower and Bradley became persuaded that they would have to go into Paris after all. Eisenhower knew that he would have to sell the decision to General Marshall and Roosevelt as a purely military one. The president would be angry if he thought that U.S. forces were putting de Gaulle in power. De Gaulle, on the other hand, tried to ignore the fact that the United States had anything to do with the liberation of Paris. Bradley flew back in a Piper Cub to give Leclerc the good news that he could advance on Paris. The reaction among his soldiers was one of fierce joy. Orders from General Giraud that they were to leave the next morning were ignored, and the 2e Division Blindée set off that night. After some hard fighting in the outer suburbs on the 24th of August, Leclerc sent a small column ahead into the city through the back streets. Soon after they reached the Place de l'Hôtel de Ville that night, cyclists spread the word across the city, and the great bell of Notre Dame began to peal. General von Choltitz and his officers knew immediately what it signified. Next morning, the 2e Division Blindée and the U.S. 4th Infantry Division entered the city to a riotous welcome, interspersed with some fighting. In reality, this was little more than a few sharp skirmishes around German-held buildings, enough for Choltitz to have pretended to resist before he signed the surrender. When he saw the document, de Gaulle was deeply irritated to find that Rol-Tanguy had somehow signed above Leclerc. But the Gaullist strategy had won. With their picked men installed in the ministries, the Gouvernement Provisoire de la République Française was more or less in control. Both the Communists and Roosevelt had been presented with a fait accompli. While Paris was saved, Warsaw was destroyed. The cheering, the tricolor flags, the proffered bottles and generous kisses for the liberators were a whole world away. Barbarous and gratuitous murder by the SS auxiliaries continued as the Home Army struggled on against increasingly desperate odds. "In fighting Warsaw," wrote a Polish poet, "no one cries." Poles carried on the struggle from cellars and sewers as German artillery and Stukas smashed the city around their heads. Their forces, attacking section by section, retook the old town. One familiar landmark after another was destroyed, especially the churches. There was no water with which to fight the fires, and the field hospitals had little to treat those with severe burns. Patients simply died in agony. Discipline remained remarkably good among the insurgents, with little drunkenness. The Home Army had given orders that alcohol was to be destroyed. Some insurgents used what was left to wash their feet, as there was little water. Life and defense depended on the parachute containers, all too many of which fell behind German lines as the area held by the Home Army shrank. Allied bombers did not come every day with their precious loads, only when the BBC's Polish service had announced their arrival by playing the old favourite, "Let's Dance a Mazurka Again." The insurgents lacked armour-piercing weapons, apart from a few air-dropped Fiat launchers, yet they still destroyed tanks and armoured vehicles with petrol bombs and homemade grenades. Barricades and their human defenders were crushed under tank trucks. Dust from pulverized buildings mixed indistinguishably with smoke from burning rafters. Yet others, not far away, suffered even more. When the Home Army uprising began in Warsaw, the ghetto at Łódź still held 67,000 Jews. After the astonishing Soviet advance in Operation Bagration, they thought that their moment of release had finally arrived. But with the Red Army still halted on the other side of the Vistula, Himmler decided that no time should be wasted. The vast majority were sent to their death in Auschwitz. The first request for RAF Bomber Command to attack Auschwitz had come in January 1941 from Count Stefan Zamoyski of the Polish General Staff. Potel refused, on the grounds that British bombing techniques were simply not accurate enough to destroy the railway lines. At the end of June 1944, after confirmation emerged of the gas chambers at Auschwitz, more pleas reached London and Washington to bomb the railways leading to the camps. Auschwitz-Birkenau was by now the last major death camp operating. At that time, the production line massacre of Hungarian Jews was coming to a crescendo, with 430,000 of them killed in a few months. In August, the last Jews from the Łódź ghetto were killed there, to be followed by Jews from Slovakia, and then those supposedly privileged Jews from Theresienstadt. It was Himmler's last attempt at a final solution before the camps were evacuated and destroyed. Harris still held to his obsession that the best course for everyone, including prisoners, was to shorten the war with his bombing strategy against Germany. He was also able to argue that in any case this was a day target and therefore a mission for the USAAF. The Americans also refused, but bizarrely, from the 20th of August, Allied aircraft from the Foggia air bases began to bomb the Monowitz plant of Auschwitz III because it produced methanol and thus came under Spatz's oil plan. The raids ended any further hope of IG Farben manufacturing Buna and synthetic fuel at Auschwitz. And after Operation Bagration, the Red Army was now too close for comfort. Company employees were evacuated towards the west. Opposite Warsaw, the Red Army hardly moved. Stalin clearly wanted the rising to fail. The more potential Polish leaders the Germans killed, the better it was for him. Finally, on the 2nd of October, after 63 days, General Komorowski surrendered. Bach-Zelewski, without Himmler's knowledge, offered the survivors the privilege of being treated as legal combatants. He hoped to recruit them in the fight against the Red Army, but none joined. Although Bach promised that there would be no more destruction in Warsaw, Himmler soon ordered the total demolition of the city with fire and explosive. Only the concentration camp on the site of the ghetto was preserved to hold the Home Army prisoners. The Poles had no illusions in either direction, trapped as they were between the two pitiless totalitarian systems which fed off each other. Another Home Army poet wrote, "We await you, Red Plague, to deliver us from the Black Death." Chapter 41. The Ichigo Offensive and Leyte. July to October 1944. On the 26th of July 1944, as the Americans broke out of Normandy, as the Red Army reached the Vistula, and as U.S. Marines completed the conquest of the Mariana Islands, the cruiser USS Baltimore entered Pearl Harbor flying the presidential flag. A bevy of admirals in crisp white uniforms waited on the quayside. Admiral Nimitz went on board to tell President Roosevelt that General Douglas MacArthur's plane from Brisbane had just landed. Half an hour later, MacArthur, who had delayed his arrival to make a grand entrance, drove up in a large open staff car with outriders. Waving to the crowd, he too came aboard, like the star of a show at a premiere. MacArthur may have been an egomaniac, obsessed with his own inflated legend. He had not concealed his disdain for the president, whom he regarded as virtually a communist. He saw no reason why he should acknowledge the authority of General George C. Marshall, and he strongly resented the fact that Admiral Nimitz did not come under his command. Yet MacArthur now knew exactly what was necessary to defend his own power and prestige, even if it meant swallowing his pride and being agreeable to Franklin Delano Roosevelt. MacArthur regarded this conference as politically motivated, with Roosevelt playing the part of commander-in-chief before the November elections. Fortunately, MacArthur's conquest of Papua New Guinea had gone far better than he could have hoped, and his forces were now ensconced at Hollandia on the western end. The moment had come to force through his personal mission, the reconquest of the Philippines, to which he had promised to return. "They are waiting for me there," was his grandiose declaration for the press. The fact that he, alone among the supreme commanders and chiefs of staff, advocated a complete liberation of the Philippines, did not discourage him in the least. Others suspected that he had an uneasy conscience after abandoning Corregidor and Bataan, albeit on a presidential order. But the Philippines represented an important part of his life, to say nothing of his wealth, after a $500,000 gift from his friend Manuel Quezon, the Filipino president. Several of his colleagues accepted the idea of liberating Luzon, the main Philippine island, as a stepping stone to Formosa. That was linked to the idea of using China as the main bombing base against Japan. Others, most especially Admiral King, argued that Luzon should be bypassed and they should go straight for Formosa. MacArthur, using both charm and bulldozing tactics, managed to persuade Roosevelt that they had to liberate the Philippines, if only as a matter of honor. Roosevelt, knowing that to refuse could play badly with the press and the American public in the lead-up to the presidential election in November, allowed himself to be persuaded. Some suggest that there was a private deal, the Philippines in return for MacArthur not attacking Roosevelt at home. Marshall and the Air Force Chief, Hap Arnold, on the other hand, knew that MacArthur's pet project would not hasten the end of the war in the Pacific in any way. With the Marianas secured, they now had their air bases for attacking the Japanese home islands. Details recently released of the Bataan Death March had provoked a wave of calls for the bombing of Japan. In the end, after Admiral Bull Halsey had carried out a series of raids on the Philippines with his Third Fleet and Mitchell's fast carriers, the Joint Chiefs of Staff agreed at the Octagon Conference in Quebec that MacArthur could go ahead. He should start with the island of Leyte in the northwest Philippines in October. All preliminary operations were cancelled, with one exception, the capture of Peleliu in the Palau Islands some 800 kilometers to the east of Leyte. An invasion of Formosa was dropped for a number of reasons, one of which was the disastrous situation on the mainland of China with the continuing Japanese Ichigo offensive. The dramatic events in Paris and Warsaw were hard to visualize for those fighting an essentially maritime war on the other side of the world, just as the palm trees, mangrove swamps, and cobalt-blue Pacific were unimaginable to those locked in a death struggle on the continent of Europe. Island fighting against Japanese soldiers who refused to surrender made American commanders consider gas warfare for clearing their bunkers and tunnels, but Roosevelt vetoed the idea. The U.S. Navy had, on the whole, become more adept at deciding which archipelagos and atolls to bypass in its Pacific advance. Well aware of the desperate plight of Japanese troops on isolated islands, it simply left them to starve. The blockade by American submarines was devastating. Japan had only just begun to establish a convoy system and lacked transport ships. This was mainly because the Imperial Japanese Navy had preferred to concentrate resources on capital warships. Japanese troops, abandoned by Imperial General Headquarters in Tokyo, were not allowed to surrender. They were simply told to adopt self-sufficiency, which meant that they could expect no supplies and no relief. It has been estimated that 6 in every 10 of the 1.74 million Japanese soldiers who died in the war succumbed to disease and starvation. Whatever the scale of their war crimes against foreign nationals, the Japanese chiefs of staff should have been condemned by their own people for crimes against their own soldiers. But this was unthinkable in such a conformist society. Japanese soldiers took the food of the local population wherever they could, but in the country people often managed to hide theirs cleverly enough to survive. In towns and cities, however, the suffering was worse, as of course it was among their forced laborers and Allied prisoners of war. Japanese officers and soldiers resorted to cannibalism, and not just of enemy corpses. Human flesh was regarded as a necessary food source, and hunting parties went forth to obtain it. In New Guinea they killed, butchered, and ate local people and slave laborers, as well as a number of Australian and American prisoners of war, whom they referred to as white pigs, as opposed to Asian black pigs. They cooked and ate the fleshy parts, the brains and the livers of their victims. Although told by their commanders that they were not allowed to eat their own dead, this did not stop them. On occasion, they selected a comrade, especially one who refused to join in eating human meat, or they seized a soldier from another unit. Japanese soldiers later, cut off in the Philippines, acknowledged that it was not the guerrillas but our own soldiers of whom we were frightened. Japanese requisitions and intervention in farming had already led to famine in parts of Southeast Asia, the Dutch East Indies and the Philippines. Their depredations disrupted agriculture and left little seed grain for the next season. Burma, which had been a great rice bowl for the region, was reduced to subsistence farming by the end of the war. In Indochina, the Vichy French authorities, with the approval of their Japanese supervisors, fixed prices and established quotas. But then the Japanese Imperial Army would move from village to village and seize everything before the French officials arrived. In the north of Indochina, the situation had become even more disastrous because farmers had been forced to plant jute, and with almost all the shipping seized by the Japanese, they had no way of obtaining rice from the south. The consequent famine, which the Tonkin peasantry suffered in 1944 and 5, killed more than 2 million people. The Japanese had no intention of helping the region, mainly because of the growth in support there for the communist Viet Minh, led by Ho Chi Minh. They were aided and armed, ironically, with the perspective of later decades, by the American OSS. Roosevelt, with Stalin's agreement at the Tehran Conference, had decided not to allow the French to take back their colony, but this policy died with the president himself just before the end of the war in Europe. The Japanese regime, dominated by the military, had banked on Germany winning the war in Europe and on America lacking the stomach for a real fight. With an astounding lack of imagination, Japanese leaders thought that they could still arrange favorable peace terms in spite of American outrage over Pearl Harbor. These fatal miscalculations became compounded by the inflexibility of the Japanese military hierarchy. While Japanese commanders rejected innovation, the American forces, with intelligent and dynamic men mobilized from all walks of life, learned very quickly, both technologically and tactically. Above all, the galvanization of military industry in the United States produced an overwhelming arsenal with nearly 100 aircraft carriers at sea by the end of 1944. Some historians have argued that, because Japan's losses in merchant shipping were so catastrophic, its large army on the Chinese mainland could never have been redeployed to face Allied forces elsewhere, so the question of whether or not Chiang Kai-shek's armies were holding them down was irrelevant. In fact, some ground troops and much of the naval aviation were redeployed, but this school of thought still feels that all support to China was completely wasted. This argument overlooks the point that, without the earlier resistance of the Chinese armies and their persistence in staying in the war, Japanese forces elsewhere could have been much stronger. The Japanese Ichigo offensive, which had begun in April 1944, appeared to bear out the most pessimistic opinions of nationalist fighting abilities. Even Chiang's own officers despaired. "We got the order to retreat," recorded a captain. A mass of men, horses, carts was streaming back. It was a shambles. I suddenly saw Huang Qi-xiang, our general, hurrying past us on a horse, wearing pajamas and only one boot. It seemed so shockingly undignified. If generals were running away, why should ordinary soldiers stay and fight? The Japanese were sending in tanks, and we had nothing to fight tanks with. All the contradictions of U.S. policy, which had tried to make maximum use of China with minimum support, had come together in a counterproductive crescendo. Having focused almost exclusively on Burma to open the road and concentrated the rearming and training program on the nationalist divisions deployed there, Stilwell had achieved little for Chiang Kai-shek's armies facing the Japanese in China itself. As the Americans themselves knew only too well, these troops were too weak from malnutrition to be able to fight, even if they received the right weapons. So it was unfair to blame them for failing to defend the American air bases, especially since American bombing raids on the home islands and other targets had provoked the Japanese response in the first place. And Roosevelt did not want the B-29s diverted to help Chinese troops on the ground. The only exception came in November and December, when the superfortresses devastated Japanese supply depots in Hankow. There were occasions when Chinese troops fought well. At Hanyang, the surrounded 10th Army, with good support from Chennault's fighters and bombers, held back the Japanese for more than 6 weeks. An American journalist described the troops attempting to relieve the 10th Army. 1 man in 3 had a rifle. There was not a single motor, not a truck anywhere in the entire column. There was not a piece of artillery. At rarest intervals, pack animals bore part of the burden. The men walked quietly, with the curious bitterness of Chinese soldiers who expect nothing but disaster. Their guns were old, their yellow and brown uniforms threadbare. Each carried 2 grenades tucked in his belt. About the neck of each man was a long blue stocking, inflated like a roll of bologna with dry rice kernels, the only field rations. Their feet were broken and puffed above their straw sandals. These were the pathetically ill-equipped Allied troops, which Washington blamed for failing to stem the largest Japanese ground offensive of the whole war in the Far East. The loss of Hanyang on the 8th of August meant that the way was open to other American air bases at Guilin and Yuchao. Relations were not just strained to breaking point between the Americans and the Generalissimo. Chennault blamed Stilwell for having refused to listen to warnings of the Ichigo offensive, while Stilwell blamed Chennault for causing it in the first place and for having taken the bulk of the supplies sent over the hump so that virtually none had gone to Chinese ground forces. Certainly Chennault's earlier claims that his 14th Air Force could defeat a Japanese advance now looked hollow. Stilwell wanted Chennault sacked, but Marshall refused. He and General Arnold also refused Chennault's request that he should receive all the supplies sent to the B-29 Superfortress Bomber Command. Roosevelt's administration and the American press, which in 1941 had idealized Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalist regime's resistance to Japan, now turned against them with an exaggerated disgust. A failure to understand the fundamental problems, along with their undoubted flaws, produced another contradiction in U.S. policy. Stilwell, the State Department, and the OSS, in their exasperation with Chiang and the nationalists, began to idealize Mao Zedong and the Communists. In July, Roosevelt had told Chiang to appoint Stilwell Commander-in-Chief of all Chinese forces, including the Communists. The Generalissimo had no intention of doing anything of the sort, especially if the Americans were thinking of arming the Communists, but he could only play for time. A straight refusal risked losing economic and military aid. The Ichigo offensive, while devastating to nationalist armies, had greatly helped the Communists because most of the Japanese forces involved had come from northern China and Manchuria. The Communists then profited from the nationalists' defeats by moving forces south into areas that the nationalists had had to abandon. The Americans, in a doomed attempt to make both sides cooperate, demanded the right to send a fact-finding group to Mao Zedong's headquarters in Yunnan. The Dixie mission arrived in July and was favorably impressed, as Mao intended them to be. Severely limited in what they could see and whom they could speak to freely, they had no idea of Mao's determination to destroy the nationalists completely, nor of the savage purges, rooting out traitors within the Chinese Communist Party and enforcing Maoist ideology throughout the party ranks. A reign of terror was established by mass rallies where suspects were denounced with slogans and insults screamed at them. Confessions were extracted through physical and psychological torture and brainwashing. Mao's regime, with its obsessive use of thought control and self-criticism, proved even more totalitarian than Stalinism. Mao did not use a secret police. Ordinary citizens were compelled to take part in the witch hunts, torture and murder of alleged traitors. And Mao's personality cult exceeded that of Stalin. Communist cadres and military commanders were terrified of making a mistake. Now that the war was starting to develop away from purely guerrilla actions, they were afraid of being accused of contravening Maoist ideology, which had condemned conventional warfare ever since the disastrous Battle of the 100 Regiments. Mao remained reluctant to risk forces which he wanted to conserve for fighting the nationalists later, even though they were growing rapidly. By the end of 1944, the Chinese Communists increased their regular formations to a strength of 900,000, while their local forces of peasant militia were around 2.5 million strong. The situation in China became so desperate during the Ichigo offensive that Chiang wanted to bring back the divisions of Y Force on the Salween front to help stem the Japanese advance. As this was at a critical moment in the Burma campaign, Roosevelt, Marshall, and Stilwell were outraged, yet they still refused to acknowledge their responsibility for the nationalists' desperate plight. Marshall drafted a very strong note, which was tantamount to an ultimatum, instructing the Generalissimo to make Stilwell Commander-in-Chief immediately and to reinforce the Salween front. Stilwell read the memorandum with fierce pleasure when it arrived. He virtually barged into a meeting between the Generalissimo and Major General Patrick J. Hurley, Roosevelt's new envoy. Stilwell wrote triumphantly in his diary how he handed this bundle of paprika to the peanut and then sank back with a sigh. The harpoon hit the little bugger in the solar plexus and went right through him. Hurley, on the other hand, was appalled by the tone of the communication and the loss of face it would cause. Chiang Kai-shek hid his anger. He simply said, "I understand," and ended the meeting. The Generalissimo later sent a message to Roosevelt through Hurley, insisting on Stilwell's recall. He was perfectly prepared to accept an American general to command the Chinese forces, Chiang said, as long as it was not Stilwell. Roosevelt no longer saw China as essential in ending the war against Japan, now that Stalin had committed the Soviet Union to invade Manchuria as soon as the war with Germany ended. So he simply assessed how the row would affect his standing in the presidential November elections. The American press had now turned against the nationalist regime, describing it as dictatorial, incompetent, corrupt, and nepotistic. Newspapers accused it of refusing to fight the Japanese and of indifference towards the Chinese people, especially during the major famine in Hunan the year before. The New York Times claimed that support for the nationalists made America acquiesce in an unenlightened, cold-hearted, autocratic regime. Influential writers such as Theodore White vilified Chiang Kai-shek and contrasted him unfavorably with the communists. In that era of New Deal liberalism, many State Department officials agreed. Opinion polls in the United States during the presidential campaign showed that Roosevelt's narrow lead over Thomas Dewey was slipping rapidly. So Roosevelt, afraid of the negative effect which a Chinese nationalist collapse might have on his campaign, decided to recall Stilwell to Washington, giving the impression that the general had done his best to enlighten Chiang Kai-shek, but could do no more. The truth that the Chinese had been abandoned in the face of the Ichigo offensive was completely suppressed, as were Stilwell's quarrels with Chiang, Chennault, and Mountbatten. General Marshall, who had appointed Stilwell in the first place and largely ignored his part in the disastrous state of affairs, drafted a reply to Chiang Kai-shek's demand for his recall. A full and open explanation of the reasons for General Stilwell's recall will have to be made, Marshall wrote in his draft for Roosevelt to send to Chiang Kai-shek. The American people will be shocked and confused by this action, and I regret the harm that it will inevitably do to the sympathetic attitude of the American people toward China. In his message to Chiang Kai-shek, Roosevelt did not in the end use Marshall's scarcely veiled threat to publicize the details behind Stilwell's recall, but he certainly made sure that the American press was briefed. In any case, Stilwell put over his version of events to correspondents in Chungking before his departure. He also made sure that sympathizers back in the States condemned Chiang as an unpleasant military dictator and accused him of not attacking the Japanese so that he could build up stocks of American weaponry to fight the communists. The fact that Mao was deliberately husbanding his forces ready for outright civil war and making secret deals with the Japanese was not suspected. Major General Albert C. Wiedemeyer, who had been serving as Mountbatten's chief of staff, replaced Stilwell in October, just as the Japanese renewed their offensive. The plight of the refugees mirrored that of the beaten troops. Chiang's utterly demoralized and famished armies collapsed in chaos again, allowing the Japanese to take more air bases, all of which the Americans demolished just beforehand. By now they were used to the routine of blowing up every hut, hangar, and store, then planting 1,000-pound bombs in the runway to crater it beyond use. The position was so desperate that Wiedemeyer agreed to the return of the Y-Force divisions and obtained the sudden transfer of all the Air Force formations supporting the Burma campaign. Yet the Japanese drive was coming to a natural end. Operation Ichigo had achieved its objectives, and winter was approaching. 13 American airfields were out of action. The Japanese had inflicted more than 300,000 casualties on the nationalists, and their armies in China had linked up with their forces in Indochina. The loss of all his air support was a nasty shock for General Slim, with his 14th Army about to cross the Great Irrawaddy. Some British officers suspected that the Anglo-phobic General Wiedemeyer was not keen on helping them anyway, now that they had played their part in helping secure the route of the Burma Road to China. While MacArthur exulted in Roosevelt's approval for his invasion of Luzon, which represented a victory over Admiral King, preparations went ahead for the preliminary landings on Leyte. But Admiral Nimitz had refused to cancel the assault on the island of Peleliu, which had the main Japanese airfield in the Pillau Islands. Commanders assumed that the capture of Peleliu would take the 1st Marine Division just 3 to 4 days. On the 15th of September, the amphibious assault began, with the usual bombardment from the big guns of the battleships and dive bombers from carriers. The round bows of the landing ship tanks opened, and out spilled several hundred Amtraks loaded with Marines. Peleliu, less than 8 kilometers long and less than 3 wide, looked on the map like the skull of a crocodile's head with its jaws slightly open. It consisted of a hilly spine of sharp coral along the northwest shore, a flat center on which lay the airfield, and mangrove swamps on the southeast shore. The island was ringed with coral reef, which made the use of landing craft impossible. Only the Amtraks could get over them. For Marines who had fought in most of the island battles, Peleliu was the worst. The heat was stifling, sometimes rising to 46 degrees centigrade. The water in their canteens could have come from a standing kettle, but they drank it all the same. Thirst and dehydration became a major problem. The shortage of water on the island was such that old oil barrels, which had not been cleaned out, were filled on board the ships in the fleet and brought ashore. Their contents tasted of rust and oil and made men feel sick, but it was all there was. Heat prostration caused many men to collapse in the first 24 hours. Marines had reached the edge of the airfield, and soon afterwards they heard tanks. At first they assumed that they were American. When they realized that a dozen Japanese tanks had emerged from hiding, all hell broke loose. They had few armor-piercing weapons with them, but some Shermans and fighter bombers soon reduced the obsolete armored vehicles to smoking hulks. The Marines had arrived hoping that the Japanese would soon pull a banzai, which meant making a mass suicide charge, as they had on other islands, since that would end things quickly. But the enemy had changed his tactic. Digging in with the solid coral was impossible. Worst of all, sharp fragments blasted in all directions by shell bursts greatly increased their lethal effect. The only shelter was provided by bomb craters. With casualties spread all over the place and Japanese machine guns covering the area, evacuating the wounded led to even greater losses. Eventually, a young officer grabbed the reluctant driver of an Amtrak and, with a pistol to his head, forced him to drive around to collect the fallen. The coral ridge on the far side of the airfield, running northeast up the island, was honeycombed with tunnels between natural caves in the coral. The Japanese had positioned their field guns inside with sliding steel doors. They had even installed electric fans to disperse the cordite fumes when firing. To get to grips with the defenders, the Marines first had to cross the airfield and deal with blockhouses and barracks, which had been turned into a concrete fortress. In the opinion of many, Guadalcanal now seemed like a holiday outing. On the morning of the 16th of September, 4 battalions attacked in a charge across the no-man's land of the airfield. Running forward, bent low, men collapsed in a sprawl when hit. But the buildings were taken and their defenders dispatched. The 1st Marine Division had suffered more than 1,000 casualties since landing. Worse was to come when they began to tackle Bloody Nose Ridge, the name they gave to the coral spine, 60 to 90 meters high. They seldom managed to get much sleep at night. During the hours of darkness, Japanese soldiers would infiltrate their lines, singly or in pairs, either to stab machine gunners or mortar teams in their gun pits, or else to tie themselves high in trees to act as snipers when dawn came. Clearing Bloody Nose Ridge was an arduous affair, in which grenades and flamethrowers were vital tools. Its caves provided the Japanese with interlocking fields of fire, and the fighting was such that the bulk of the island was not cleared until the end of September. It was not finally secured until the end of October. By then, the 1st Marine Division's casualty rate had risen to 6,526, of which 1,252 were killed. And the 81st Division, which had to be brought in as reinforcements, lost another 3,278. Yet Pelileo could have been bypassed altogether. It was one of Nimitz's rare mistakes. Another mistake was about to be made by Admiral Halsey in the largest naval engagement of the whole war, but fortunately for the U.S. Pacific Fleet, a Japanese admiral failed to seize the opportunity offered. The Japanese had expected an assault on the Philippines, and they intended, when it came, to turn it into a decisive battle. The remaining battleships of their combined fleet were based close to their main source of oil in the Dutch East Indies. U.S. submarines had sunk too many fuel tankers to allow many alternatives. Their last few carriers were kept closer to the home islands. Admiral Fukudome Shigeru, on Okinawa, who had experienced a severe raid by the U.S. Third Fleet in October, was horrified by the casualty rate of his under-trained pilots when more than 500 Japanese aircraft were shot down. He described them as so many eggs thrown at the stone wall of the indomitable enemy formation. Yet the Japanese compulsion to avoid loss of face made them try to portray the disaster as a victory. They claimed 2 battleships and 11 carriers sunk, although the Allies had suffered only damage to 2 cruisers during the engagement. Emperor Hirohito called for national celebrations. The Imperial Japanese Navy also failed to tell their colleagues in the army the truth about the engagement. As a result, Field Marshal Terauchi Hisaichi decided that they could, after all, defend the island of Leyte as well as Luzon, and he managed to persuade Imperial General Headquarters to change their plans accordingly. General MacArthur, certain that his moment of destiny was at hand, boarded the cruiser USS Nashville to join the U.S. Sixth Army's invasion transports. They were protected by Vice Admiral Thomas C. Kincaid's 7th Fleet, with 18 escort carriers and 6 old battleships. Predictably, the 7th Fleet was known as MacArthur's Navy. They would approach Leyte from the south. Halsey's 3rd Fleet, with 16 fast carriers, 6 fast battleships, and 81 cruisers and destroyers, would guard the northeastern approaches. Altogether, the U.S. Navy was putting to sea for the Leyte operation with 225 warships. Neither Halsey nor Kincaid expected the Japanese to come out to fight on this occasion. Logic seemed to dictate that the Japanese would hold back to concentrate their forces against an invasion of Luzon itself. This had indeed been the Japanese plan, but any landing in the Philippines threatened to cut Japan off from the oil fields of Java and Sumatra. Imperial General Headquarters simply could not ignore such a threat. Halsey was so relaxed that he sent one of his carrier groups back for refitting to the vast new U.S. Navy base in the lagoon of Ulithi Atoll in the Caroline Islands. In the early hours of the 20th of October, the invasion fleet and escorts entered the straits leading to the Gulf of Leyte. The landing with 4 divisions began that morning and went according to plan. General MacArthur went ashore with the new president of the Philippines early in the afternoon. Having ensured that pressmen, newsreel cameras, and photographers were present, MacArthur waded ashore and made his announcement. "People of the Philippines, I have returned. By the grace of Almighty God, our forces stand again on Philippine soil." MacArthur's almost presidential campaign over the last year had included the smuggling in of leaflets, books of matches, packs of cigarettes, and propaganda buttons, all decorated with a portrait of General MacArthur, the U.S. and Philippine flags, and his slogan, "I shall return." They had been distributed by the large resistance network on the islands, and most Filipinos knew these 3 words of English by the time the landings came. The fighting on Leyte soon intensified. Once again, point platoons stumbled on well-concealed machine gun posts and foxholes, with bloody consequences. The 302nd Engineer Battalion, in the form of Captain J. Caruth, came to the aid of the 77th Division by advancing in an armored bulldozer, either burying or uncovering Japanese foxholes and machine gun nests, sometimes leaning out of the side of the cab to fire his Thompson submachine gun at an exposed Japanese soldier. On the 23rd of October, while MacArthur was being honored at another ceremony in the provincial town of Tacloban, the invasion fleet offshore was rushing to general quarters. 2 U.S. submarines had sighted the Japanese combined fleet steaming in their direction. Admiral Toyoda Soemu, the commander-in-chief of the combined fleet, was strong in battleships and heavy cruisers. His force had even been joined by Japan's 2 Yamato-class battleships, the largest in the world at 68,000 tons and armed with 18-inch guns. Since Toyoda had been left almost without aircraft and pilots after the disastrous encounters near Formosa, he decided to use his 2 carriers as a decoy to attract the American fleet away from Leyte. He would then attack the invasion transports and their escorts. Toyoda's plan was, perhaps, rather too complicated for its own good. He split his forces in 4. There was the decoy carrier group to the north. There were the 2 squadrons supposedly joining in the Surigao Straits, which eventually failed to unite because their commanders loathed each other. And finally, there was the largest group, the 1st Striking Force, commanded by Vice Admiral Kurita Takeo, with the Yamato and Musashi super battleships. Toyoda hoped to cut through the Philippine archipelago to approach the San Bernardino Strait north of Leyte. This was the force coming from Brunei on the north coast of Borneo, spotted by the 2 American submarines. Having sent off their contact report, the submarines had promptly attacked with torpedoes, sinking Kurita's flagship, the heavy cruiser Atago, badly damaging another cruiser, the Takao, and sinking a 3rd, the Maya. A rather discouraged Admiral Kurita, still in his midnight blue uniform and white gloves, abandoned the Atago as it was settling in the water and transferred his flag to the Yamato. On the 24th of October, an excited Admiral Halsey prepared for action. He ordered Mitchell's fleet carriers to attack Kurita's force, but then radar picked up a formation of some 200 Japanese ground-based aircraft headed in their direction. Hellcat fighters took off rapidly and destroyed 70 of them. A single American pilot managed to down 9 enemy aircraft in this engagement. One Japanese bomber, however, slipped through. Its bomb penetrated the flight deck of the carrier USS Princeton and set her ablaze, exploding fuel and torpedoes below decks. At 10:30 hours, gull-winged Corsair dive bombers and Avenger torpedo bombers attacked Admiral Kurita's large battle squadron with the heavily armored Yamato and the Musashi. Avenger slowed down the Musashi with torpedo strikes against her slightly more vulnerable bows. Further waves of American pilots, scoring 17 direct hits with bombs and a total of 19 hits with torpedoes, crippled the Musashi. A naval trumpeter played the Japanese national anthem as she began to list, and the ship's battle ensign was tied to a strong swimmer who dived overboard. Soon the great battleship, larger than the Bismarck, capsized and sank, taking more than 1,000 of the crew down with her. The Yamato and 2 other battleships had also been damaged, slowing them down, and 9 cruisers and destroyers had been sunk or severely hit. Admiral Kurita, reluctant to tackle the San Bernardino Strait in daylight and unsure what to do next, turned his ships around. When Halsey heard of this from his pilots, who had optimistically reported greater losses than they had inflicted, he assumed that the enemy was running away. During that afternoon, Halsey had sent a signal announcing that he would separate 4 battleships, 5 cruisers, and 14 destroyers from his Third Fleet. They would constitute Task Force 34. When Admiral Kinkaid off Leyte, Admiral Nimitz in Pearl Harbor, and Admiral King in Washington were informed of this move, they all approved, assuming that Task Force 34 would be left to guard the San Bernardino Strait. But at 17:30 hours, a signal informed Halsey that the Japanese carrier force had at last been sighted 300 miles to the north of the strait. In his report, the pilot had unintentionally exaggerated the number of battleships in the group commanded by Vice Admiral Ozawa Chisaburo to 4. Unaware that Ozawa had been sailing in a rectangle in order to be spotted, the impetuous Halsey leapt at the bait. Kinkaid and MacArthur expected the Third Fleet to help protect the invasion. Halsey, on the other hand, wanted to act in the spirit of Nimitz's order, instructing him that if an opportunity arose for the destruction of a major portion of the enemy fleet, then that should become his primary task. Halsey also remembered the criticism directed at Admiral Raymond Spruance for not having followed up the Japanese carriers off the Marianas. So he steamed in pursuit, with the whole of the Third Fleet, without leaving Task Force 34 behind to guard the San Bernardino Strait. Halsey had fallen for the decoy force, despite warnings from his own task group commanders. As darkness fell, Admiral Kinkaid deployed the battleships of the Seventh Fleet at the top of the Surigao Strait. He knew from air reconnaissance and signals intercepts that Toyoda's other 2 battle squadrons would soon be upon him. He still assumed that the San Bernardino approach to Leyte was firmly guarded by Task Force 34. 5 out of Kinkaid's 6 old battleships were resuscitated victims of the attack on Pearl Harbor. The rest of his ambush force consisted of destroyers. Out ahead, fast PT boats were called in to attack, but their torpedo runs shortly before midnight failed to strike. The Japanese battle squadron, which consisted of 4 destroyers, 2 battleships, and a cruiser, sailed right into the nighttime trap. American and Australian destroyers sped past in the dark, firing torpedoes. Then, in an obsolete but highly effective maneuver, the 6 old battleships formed line ahead across the strait. The radar directing their main armament ensured the accuracy of the massive broadsides. Only 1 Japanese destroyer escaped. All the other ships, including the battleships Fuso and Yamashiro, sank then or later. Kinkaid's group suffered just 1 destroyer badly damaged. The commander of the 2nd Japanese battle squadron, who had failed to link up with his detested rival, decided that he would not risk the same fate. Admiral Kinkaid was understandably satisfied with the night's events. But before turning in, it was now around 0400 hours on the 25th of October, he asked his chief of staff if there was anything else they should think of. He replied that perhaps they should double-check with Halsey that Task Force 34 was still guarding the San Bernardino Strait to the north of Leyte. Kinkaid agreed, and a signal was sent off. Due to a backlog in decoding, Halsey did not receive the message until 3 hours later. He answered, "Negative. TF-34 is with me, pursuing enemy carrier force." This reply was alarming enough. But then, at 0720 hours, Kincaid received a signal from one of the small escort carriers off Leyte. They were under heavy attack. Admiral Kurita's battleships, including the Yamato, had come back and passed through the San Bernardino Strait unchallenged. The whole of MacArthur's invasion fleet was at risk. Calls for help to Halsey and the Third Fleet did not produce the response expected. Far from acknowledging his error, Halsey was still determined to continue the pursuit. Micho's carriers had launched their aircraft in strikes against Ozawa's force, so far sinking 2 carriers and a destroyer. All Halsey was prepared to concede in the crisis was to recall the carrier task group on its way to replenish in the Ulithi Atoll. Even Nimitz, who avoided interfering with the subordinate commander once battle had commenced, sent a signal at 0945 hours asking the whereabouts of Task Force 34. Bull Halsey was furious, his obstinacy hardening by the hour. Kincaid, meanwhile, had sent some of his battleships north to help the screen of escort carriers and destroyers facing Kurita's mighty battle squadron. They were not fast enough to be of use, yet, astonishingly, they were not needed. With great skill and bravery, the anti-submarine pilots from the escort carriers, who had no torpedoes or bombs, made dummy attack after dummy attack to distract Kurita's battleships. At one moment, the Yamato turned in the wrong direction to avoid what it thought was a torpedo run, and by the time it had turned back to rejoin the other ships, found itself way behind. All the time, U.S. destroyers nipped in and out of a smoke screen to fire off torpedoes. A convenient rain squall also helped. One escort carrier, the USS Gambier Bay, was on fire, and 3 destroyers were lost, yet the damage to the task group was extraordinarily light in the circumstances. Suddenly, to the amazement and delighted relief of the remaining escort carriers and destroyers, they saw Kurita's ships turn away towards the north. Kurita, who still had not heard from Ozawa that Halsey was continuing to pursue him as planned, feared that he might now be caught from behind by the Third Fleet. His signallers had picked up a message in clear from Kincaid demanding he return. By mid-morning, Kurita decided to withdraw back through the San Bernardino Strait. Halsey, who by now had sunk all 4 of Ozawa's carriers, finally came to his senses. He sent his fast battleships back south, but they were too late to cut off Kurita's escape. Halsey justified his actions on the grounds of Nimitz's order to pursue the destruction of the enemy fleet, but he was still loath to admit that he had been pursuing the wrong one. The press referred to his chase as the Battle of Bull's Run. Nimitz took no action against such a bold leader. The Battle of Leyte Gulf, as the Japanese themselves acknowledged, had been a massive defeat in any case. They had lost all 4 carriers, the giant Musashi, and 2 other battleships, 9 cruisers, and 12 destroyers. On that morning of the 25th of October, right at the end of the battle, the Japanese unleashed a new weapon, in the form of suicide air attacks by pilots from the 1st Air Fleet based on Luzon. They were called kamikaze, or divine wind, in memory of the typhoon in the 13th century which smashed the Emperor Kublai Khan's invasion fleet. There was an obvious advantage for the Imperial Japanese Navy. Most of its remaining pilots were incapable of aerial combat, so all these young men needed to do was aim their aircraft as a flying bomb at a ship, especially at the flight deck of an aircraft carrier. The Americans lost an escort carrier and 3 others were severely damaged, but the shock effect of the kamikaze attack would prove dangerously counterproductive for Japan. The mentality it revealed undoubtedly contributed to the decision to use atomic weapons against the country less than a year later, rather than mount a conventional invasion of the home islands. Chapter 42. Unrealized Hopes. September to December 1944. In the last days of August 1944, the collapse of the German armies in Normandy and the liberation of Paris produced a sense of euphoria in the West that the war would be over by Christmas. This impression grew with the headlong advance of Allied armies towards the Rhine. On the 3rd of September, the Guards' Armoured Division entered Brussels to a welcome as ecstatic as that in liberated Paris a week earlier. Patton's Third Army was approaching Metz. A day after Brussels, Antwerp fell to the 11th Armoured Division, which had advanced 550 kilometres in 6 days. On their right, the US 7 Corps near Mons trapped a large force of Germans retreating from Normandy and the Pas-de-Calais. They killed 2,000 and took 30,000 prisoners. Among these Germans must have been the troops who, reacting to attacks by the Belgian resistance, had set fire to houses near Mons and killed 60 civilians in reprisals. Other atrocities and looting, mainly carried out by Waffen-SS units, took place elsewhere in Belgium over the next few days during the German retreat. It then looked as if the US First Army was about to take Aachen, the first German city. Many inhabitants fled eastwards in panic. The momentum of events seemed unstoppable, and German resistance appeared on the point of collapse. The Allies did not consider that the abandoned Westwall, which they called the Siegfried Line, would prove a major obstacle. Hitler recalled Generalfeldmarschall von Rundstedt as Commander-in-Chief West, but it was Generalfeldmarschall Model who, in General Omar Bradley's words, miraculously grafted a new backbone on the German army and stopped the panic. Goering provided 6 Fallschirmjäger regiments, to which were added another 10,000 Luftwaffe personnel, including ground crews and even trainee pilots whose flying courses had been stopped because of fuel shortages. They formed the basis of Generaloberst Karl Student's 1st Paratroop Army, deployed in southern Holland. This was also the moment when Allied hubris collided with the shortage of fuel, which still had to be brought all the way from Cherbourg by the trucks of the Red Ball Express. The whole advance depended on tonnage delivered and achieving the right priorities between fuel and ammunition. The 1st Canadian Army had not yet managed to retake the Channel ports, which were resolutely defended on Hitler's orders. So Antwerp was the only solution. Yet, although the British Second Army had taken the city and the port virtually undamaged, Montgomery failed to secure the land and islands along the Scheldt estuary from the North Sea. He had ignored Admiral Ramsay's warnings that mines and German coastal batteries on the islands, particularly Walcheren, would make it unnavigable and therefore render the vital port useless. The fault also lay with Eisenhower and Schaeff, Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Forces, for not having insisted to Montgomery that he should clear the estuary before he attempted to dash on to the Rhine. The Germans had time to reinforce their garrisons on the islands. The result was that long and complex battles, including amphibious landings, were later required by the Canadians to rectify this mistake. They sustained 12,873 casualties in an operation which could have been achieved at little cost if tackled immediately after the capture of Antwerp. The Scheldt Passage would not be cleared until the 9th of November, and the first ships did not reach Antwerp until the 26th of November. This delay was a grave blow to the Allied build-up before winter approached. Montgomery was still seething over Eisenhower's decision to advance on a broad front to the Rhine and into Germany. This had always been standard American doctrine, relying on overwhelming force, so Montgomery should not have been surprised. But he also believed passionately that Eisenhower was no field commander, and that he himself should have the role. Montgomery wanted his 21st Army Group and Bradley's 12th Army Group to advance together north of the Ardennes and surround the Ruhr. But Eisenhower, at their meeting of the 23rd of August, had insisted that he wanted Patton's Third Army to link up with the US 7th Army and the French First Army coming up from southern France. Eisenhower, still irritated with Montgomery after his less than frank communications in Normandy, was not going to change the established plan. His only compromise was to allocate 21st Army Group a higher proportion of resources and hold back Patton's Third Army on the Moselle. Patton's reaction was predictable. "Monty does what he pleases, and Ike says, 'Yes, sir,'" he wrote in his diary. Patton was not the only one to be provoked by Montgomery's promotion to Field Marshal, a tribute which Churchill had approved to appease the British press when Eisenhower took over the direction of operations on the 1st of September. Patton went ahead and crossed the Moselle anyway, but the fortress city of Metz proved much harder than he had imagined. Although Eisenhower had taken over field command, there was lamentably little direction or even effective communication during these crucial days. He had damaged his knee and was trapped back at Chafe headquarters, which was still at Granville on the Atlantic coast of Normandy. Montgomery became exasperated at the failure to answer his signals promptly. So when Eisenhower flew to Brussels, Montgomery was in a less than tactful mood when he joined the disabled Supreme Commander on his aircraft beside the runway. He flourished the copies of the signals exchanged and went into a tirade about what he thought of the strategy proposed. Eisenhower waited for him to draw breath, then leaned forward, put his hand on his knee, and said quietly, "Steady, Monty. You can't speak to me like that. I'm your boss." Montgomery, thoroughly put in his place, mumbled, "I'm sorry, Ike." Montgomery was determined to be first across the Rhine, so as to open up the way for the major thrust into Germany, which he should command. This led to one of the most famous Allied disasters of the war. Bradley was amazed by Montgomery's audacious plan to leapfrog forward with a series of airborne drops to cross the lower Rhine at Arnhem. It struck him, and others, as completely out of character. Had the pious, teetotaling Montgomery wobbled into Chafe with a hangover, he later wrote, "I could not have been more astonished than I was by the daring adventure he proposed." But Montgomery did have one justification, which Bradley did not acknowledge. V-2 rockets had just started to fall on London, fired from northern Holland, and the War Cabinet wanted to know if anything could be done. On the 17th of September, Operation Market Garden began. It consisted of an airborne assault by British, American, and Polish paratroop formations to capture a series of bridges over two canals, the River Maas, the Waal, and then the Rhine. Warnings that SS panzer divisions had been identified in the area of Arnhem were ignored. Dogged by bad luck and bad weather, the airborne operation failed, mainly because the drop zones were too far from their objectives, radio communications failed disastrously, and the Germans reacted far more rapidly than expected. This was due to prompt action by the energetic Model, as well as to the fact that the 9th and 10th SS Panzer Divisions had been close to Arnhem. Montgomery's plan had depended on the rapid advance of Horrocks's 30 Corps up a single road to relieve the paratroop forces, but German resistance at key points made it impossible to maintain the momentum. Despite truly heroic bravery by all the airborne formations, above all the American 82nd Airborne crossing the River Waal under fire in daylight, 30 Corps never managed to link up with the 1st Airborne Division. On the 27th of September, the paratroopers holding the Arnhem bridgehead, short of water, rations, and above all ammunition, were forced to surrender. The battered remnants of the 1st Airborne Division had to be evacuated across the lower Rhine by night. The Germans took nearly 6,000 prisoners, half of whom were wounded. Total Allied losses came to nearly 15,000 men. On the Eastern Front, the Red Army had extended their massive gains from Operation Bagration with another offensive further south, which had begun on the 20th of August. General Guderian, the new Army Chief of Staff appointed by Hitler in the wake of the July plot, had taken 5 German panzer and 6 infantry divisions from Army Group South Ukraine in an attempt to shore up Army Group Center. General Oberst Ferdinand Schöner was left with just 1 panzer and 1 Panzer Grenadier division to stiffen his German infantry and Romanian formations. They were stretched out from the Black Sea, along the river Dniester, and east of the Carpathian Mountains. The Stavka briefed Marshals Malinovsky and Tolbukin. Their 2nd and 3rd Ukrainian fronts were to drive Romania out of the war and seize the Ploiești oil fields. Romanian formations began to disintegrate and desert from the first day. The German Sixth Army, Hitler's attempt to resurrect the one lost at Stalingrad, was also surrounded and destroyed. Army Group South Ukraine lost more than 350,000 men killed or captured. Romania abandoned Germany to make terms with the Soviet Union, and Bulgaria followed suit 2 weeks later. The collapse came far more rapidly than either the Germans or the Soviets had expected. For Germany, the most damaging blow was the loss of the Ploiești oil fields. In addition, all their occupation forces in the Balkans, especially those in Yugoslavia and Greece, were at risk of being cut off. And with Soviet armies spilling across the Carpathian Mountains and Slovakia, Hitler's last oil supplies near Lake Balaton in Hungary lay open to the Red Army. On the 2nd of September, the same day as Soviet forces secured both Bucharest and the Ploiești oil fields, Finland also agreed terms with the Soviet Union, as Stalin had expected. The Soviet leader was still trying to cut off Army Group North on the Baltic coast, now commanded by the conspicuously brutal Schörner, a devoted Nazi who exulted in hanging deserters and defeatists. A German counterattack ordered by Guderian had broken the Soviet corridor to the Gulf of Riga at tremendous cost. Schörner conducted a fighting retreat through Riga with the 16th and 18th Armies, but a Soviet strike due west towards Memel left Army Group North completely isolated on the Courland Peninsula. "We are mentally and morally at the end of our strength," wrote a soldier with a flak battery guarding the headquarters of the 16th Army. "I can only mourn the many, many comrades who have fallen without knowing what they were fighting for." Some of Army Group North's troops were evacuated by sea, but 250,000 men would remain besieged there, unable to defend the Reich because Hitler refused to give up what was by now useless territory. At this time of momentous events, Churchill, accompanied by Field Marshal Brooke, Admiral Cunningham, now Chief of the Naval Staff, and Air Chief Marshal Portal, crossed the Atlantic in the Queen Mary. Another Allied conference in Quebec began on the 13th of September. Brooke despaired of Churchill. He considered him a sick man, since he had still not fully recovered from his pneumonia. The Prime Minister could not let go of distracting ideas which would only irritate the Americans. He still wanted landings in Sumatra to seize back the oil fields from the Japanese and to capture Singapore. He had lost all interest in the Burma campaign. Churchill also wanted landings at the head of the Adriatic on the Istrian coast to seize Trieste, and to further his pet project of getting to Vienna before the Red Army. In accordance with this dream, Churchill, like Alexander and General Mark Clark, advocated that the Italian campaign should continue way beyond the Gothic line between Pisa and Rimini. When his chiefs of staff argued that the Italian theatre was now of secondary importance, the Prime Minister believed that they were secretly ganging up against him. He could not accept the idea that even if Alexander's forces broke into the Po Valley and advanced northeast through the Ljubljana Gap in the Alps towards Vienna, would be virtually impossible against a determined German defence in the mountains. In the end, the Octagon Conference in Quebec did not go nearly as badly as Brooke had feared. Surprisingly, Brooke himself swung round to support Churchill's Vienna strategy, although he was later embarrassed by this lapse of judgment. Perhaps even more surprisingly, General Marshall offered landing craft for the Istrian plan, although the Americans refused to have anything to do with the campaign in south-central Europe. Tensions arose, however, when Admiral King revealed that he did not want the Royal Navy, now underemployed in Western waters, to take on a major role in the Pacific. He suspected, with justification, that Churchill was keen for it to play a conspicuous part in the Far East so that Britain could re-establish its colonial possessions. Yet King behaved so aggressively in a meeting of the combined chiefs of staff, he even called the Royal Navy a liability, that he forfeited the support of General Marshall and Admiral Leahy. On the 15th of September, Roosevelt and Churchill, in one of the most ill-considered decisions of the war, agreed the plan of Henry Morgenthau, the Secretary of the Treasury, to split Germany up and turn it into a country primarily agricultural and pastoral in character. Churchill had, in fact, expressed his revulsion at the plan when he first heard of it, but when the question of a $6.5 billion Lend-Lease agreement came up, he pledged his support. Anthony Eden was firmly opposed to the Morgenthau plan. Brooke also was horrified. He foresaw that a democratic West would need Germany as a rampart against a Soviet threat in the future. Fortunately, Roosevelt came to his senses later, although only after a savaging from the American press. But the damage was done. Goebbels had been presented with a propaganda gift to help him persuade the German people that they could expect no mercy from the Western Allies any more than from the Soviet Union. When the Allied occupation authorities later pasted up proclamations from General Eisenhower declaring, "We come as conquerors, but not oppressors," German civilians read them open-mouthed in astonishment. Very little was said in Quebec about relations with the Soviet Union, where Churchill was soon bound for the Second Moscow Conference, and astonishingly little about Poland and the Warsaw Uprising, which still continued. Roosevelt and Churchill were far apart in their views on Stalin and his regime. Roosevelt was unconcerned about any post-war threat. He was sure that he could charm Stalin, and he said that in any case the Soviet Union was made up of so many different nationalities that it would fall apart once the common enemy of Germany had been defeated. Churchill, on the other hand, although wildly inconsistent in many ways, still saw the Red Army's occupation of Central and Southern Europe as the major threat to peace in the post-war era. Now that he realized that there was little chance of preempting it through an advance northeastwards out of Italy, he attempted one of the most scandalous and inept moves in the history of realpolitik diplomacy. On the evening of the 9th of October, in Stalin's office in the Kremlin, the Prime Minister and the Soviet leader met, with only interpreters present. Churchill opened the discussion by suggesting that they begin with the most tiresome question, Poland. The Prime Minister's attempt to cozy up to the tyrant was neither subtle nor attractive. It seems that Stalin began to enjoy himself immediately, sensing what was to come. Churchill then said that the post-war eastern frontier of Poland was settled, even though the Polish government in exile had still not been consulted over the decision made behind its back at Tehran. This was because Roosevelt had not wanted his Polish voters to be upset before the presidential elections. But when Prime Minister Mikołajczyk discovered this during another meeting insisted on by Churchill, he was shaken to the core by the deception. He rejected all Churchill's arguments and even threats to force him to accept the Curzon Line border in the east. He resigned not long afterwards. Stalin ignored the protests of the government in exile. As far as he was concerned, his puppet government of Lublin Poles was now the true government. It was backed by General Zygmunt Berling's First Polish Army, although many of its Red Army officers felt it a farce to pretend that they were Polish. The point was that, unlike the Army Corps of General Anders, they were on Polish territory. Possession was 9/10 of the law, as Stalin knew only too well. So did Churchill, but he proceeded to play a weak hand very badly indeed. As the discussion moved on to the Balkans, Churchill produced what he called his naughty document, which later became known as the Percentage Agreement. It was a list of countries with a suggested division between Soviet and Western Allied influence. Romania, Russia 90%, the others 10%. Greece, Britain in accord with USA 90%, Russia 10%. Yugoslavia 50-50. Hungary 50-50. Bulgaria, Russia 75%, the others 25%. Stalin gazed at the paper for some time, then increased the Soviet proportion for Bulgaria to 90%, and with his famous blue pencil put a tick in the top left corner. He pushed it back across the table to Churchill. Churchill rather coyly suggested that it might be thought rather cynical if it seemed that we had disposed of these issues, so fateful to millions of people, in such an offhand manner? Should they not burn the paper? No, you keep it, Stalin replied casually. Churchill folded it and put it in his pocket. The Prime Minister invited Stalin to dinner at the British Embassy, and, to the genuine surprise of Kremlin officials, he accepted. It was the first time that the Vozhd had ever visited a foreign embassy. Central Europe and the Balkans were not far from anybody's thoughts at the dinner. During one of the courses, the guests could hear the thundering artillery salute to celebrate the capture of Szeged in Hungary. In his speech after dinner, Churchill returned to the subject of Poland. "Britain went to war to preserve Poland's freedom and independence," he said. "The British people have a sense of moral responsibility with regard to the Polish people and their spiritual values. It is also important that Poland is a Catholic country. We cannot allow internal developments there to complicate our relations with the Vatican." "And how many divisions does the Pope have?" Stalin broke in. This single, now famous interjection demonstrated that what Stalin had, he held. The Red Army's occupation would lead automatically to the imposition of a government friendly to the Soviet Union. Astonishingly, Churchill, in spite of all his visceral anti-Bolshevism, still thought that the trip had been a great success, and that Stalin respected and perhaps even liked him. His self-delusion could at times match that of Roosevelt. Churchill, however, at least had obtained Stalin's agreement to intervene in Greece to save it from the flood of Bolshevism, as he later claimed. Lieutenant General Ronald Scobie's III Corps was put on standby to forestall any attempt by the communist-dominated Iyam Ilas to seize power as soon as the Germans withdrew. Churchill, who was excessively well-disposed towards the Greek royal family, intended to have a government in Athens which was friendly to Great Britain. Although Field Marshal Brooke had discussed the military situation with General Alexei Antonov of the Stavka and others, the subject of defeating the Wehrmacht had hardly come up between the leaders, either in Quebec or in Moscow. The Reich was under attack from both sides. To complement the Westphal, an Ostphal was ordered. In East Prussia, most of the adult population, male and female, were dragooned by the Gauleiter Erich Koch and his Nazi party officials into digging defences. The army was not consulted, and most of these earthworks were entirely useless. On the 5th of October, the Red Army attacked towards Memel. It took 2 days before evacuation orders were issued to the civilian population, but then they were countermanded. Koch did not like the idea of evacuating civilians, and Hitler supported him because it conveyed a defeatist message to the rest of the Reich. Panic ensued, and many women and children were cut off in Memel as a result. A number drowned in the river Niemen, trying to escape the burning and looted town. On the 16th of October, the Stavka sent General Chernyakhovsky's 3rd Belarusian Front on an attack into East Prussia between Ebenrode and Goldap. Guderian sent panzer reinforcements to the threatened front to push the Red Army back. In the wake of the Soviet retreat, an atrocity was discovered. A number of the women and girls in the village of Nemmersdorf had been raped and murdered, and the bodies of some victims were supposedly found crucified on barn doors. Goebbels rushed in photographers. Brimming with righteous indignation, he was not going to miss the opportunity of showing the German people why they had to fight to the end. In the short term, it appears that his efforts were counterproductive. But when the real invasion of East Prussia began 3 months later, the terrible images published in the Nazi press resurfaced in people's minds. Even before the events at Nemmersdorf, many women were afraid of what was to come. Despite the ignorance professed in post-war years, a large part of the civilian population had a good idea of the horrors committed on the Eastern Front by their own side. And as the Red Army advanced on the Reich, they imagined that its revenge would be terrible. "You know the Russians really are coming in our direction," wrote a young mother in September, "so I am not going to wait. Instead, I will choose to kill myself and the children." The announcement by Hitler on the 18th of October of a mass militia levy to be called the Volkssturm inspired some with a determination to resist, but it was a depressing idea for most. Their armament would be pathetic, a variety of old rifles captured from different armies early in the war, and the Panzerfaust shoulder-launched anti-tank grenades. And since all available men of military age had already been called up, the Volkssturm's ranks would be filled with old men and young boys. It was soon known as the Eintopf, or casserole, because it consisted of old meat and green vegetables. Since the government offered no uniform, apart from an armband, many doubted that they would be treated as lawful combatants, especially after the Wehrmacht's attitude to partisans on the Eastern Front. Goebbels later organized a huge parade for the newsreel cameras in Berlin, at which those called up had to make their oath of allegiance to Adolf Hitler. Veterans of the Eastern Front did not know whether to laugh or to cry at the spectacle. Hitler, convinced that Patton's Third Army posed the greatest threat, ordered that the bulk of his panzer divisions should be deployed in the Saar. Commanded by Generaloberst Hasso von Manteuffel, they made up a new 5th Panzer Army, which cannot have been an encouraging title since the 2 previous ones had been destroyed. Rundstedt, guessing that the Americans would concentrate first on Aachen, sent as many infantry divisions there as he could muster. The U.S. First Army, commanded by Lieutenant General Courtney Hodges, had advanced on Aachen with a strong sense of the fact that it was at last on German territory. Just a few hundred meters across the border, it seized a 19th-century Gothic castle in the Bismarckian style, with heavy iron accoutrements and massive furniture. This belonged to the nephew of Hitler's former commander-in-chief, Generalfeldmarschall von Brauchitsch. The Australian correspondent Godfrey Blunden described this first battle on German soil in the West. It was fought in brilliant sunshine beneath a cloudless blue sky, where the Piper Cub spotting planes hovered like kites. It was fought over very beautiful landscape, across green fields with neat hedgerows, gently wooded hills, and small villages with needle-spired churches. But now that Model had manned the Westphal, German resistance was fierce. The Allies regretted that the supply crisis of early September had halted them just short of it. A staff officer at First Army headquarters remarked, "At that time I could have walked through it with my dog and my daughter." Now they found field defenses dug by civilian forced labor, cottages turned into pillboxes, and concrete bunkers with iron doors. Sherman tanks were called up to deal with them using armor-piercing ammunition. As soon as American infantry platoons had cleared a bunker with grenades and sometimes flamethrowers, they called in engineers who welded the doors shut with oxyacetylene torches to prevent other German soldiers slipping back to reoccupy them. On the 12th of October, Hodges issued an ultimatum demanding unconditional surrender, otherwise the city of Aachen would be flattened by bombing and shelling. Refugees had told officers that between 5,000 and 10,000 civilians had refused to leave despite Nazi Party orders. Hitler had decreed that the capital of Charlemagne and the German emperors should be defended to the last. Hodges's First Army surrounded Aachen, and now the encircling troops faced fierce German counterattacks, a situation which produced some misleading and rather confused comparisons to Stalingrad. The German counterattacks were smashed with relative ease by American artillery concentrations. Many of their guns were firing German shells which they had captured in France. German defenders included a mixture of infantry, Panzergrenadiers, Luftwaffe, SS, Marine Infantry, and Hitlerjugend volunteers. The damage to buildings was considerable, and the Rathaus, or town hall, was totally destroyed. With rubble and smashed glass in the streets, empty windows and trailing telephone wires, Aachen took on the malevolent appearance of a defeated city. Fortunately, the American artillery and P-47 Thunderbolt fighter-bomber pilots managed to avoid the great cathedral, as they had been ordered to. House-to-house fighting continued pitilessly during October. Starting at the top of a house, the Americans blasted their way through to the next building using a bazooka. It was too dangerous to try the street. The 30th Division suffered such a high rate of casualties that a replacement private who arrived at the start of the battle found himself a sergeant in charge of a platoon 3 weeks later. Aachen was a prosperous, largely middle-class city. American soldiers began to search apartments with hefty furniture, portraits of Hindenburg and the Kaiser, meerschaum pipes, ornamental beer steins, and posed photographs of university dueling fraternities. But German soldiers booby-trapped buildings with tripwires and charges, which the Americans called bundling babies. "I don't get it," said a GI angrily. "They know they most likely will get killed. How come they don't give up?" GIs threw a grenade into practically every room before they entered, because German defenders concealed themselves, ready to shoot back. Several of them, having just shot an American in the back, jumped up with their arms raised to surrender, as if they were playing a child's game. Not surprisingly, a number of prisoners were roughly handled. On one occasion, 4 German boys, the youngest of whom was 8, began firing with abandoned rifles at an American field gun crew. A patrol went out to investigate the source of the shots. The American patrol leader was so incensed with the children's action that he slapped the eldest with his hand and afterward reported back that the boy stood at attention and took the slap as though he had been a soldier. The American military authorities managed to evacuate the German civilians from cellars and air raid shelters as the fighting continued. They noticed that, after all the Nazi propaganda, they nervously eyed the black American truck drivers who took them off to a holding camp. Civilians were screened for Nazi Party members, but it was an almost impossible task. Most of them complained of the way they had been treated by the German troops defending the city because they had refused to leave when told. Some were deserters who had managed to obtain civilian clothes. A jeep outside Aachen was ambushed, and this raised fears following rumors of a Nazi guerrilla resistance codenamed Werwolf. The U.S. military authorities also found themselves struggling to cope with around 3,000 Polish and Russian forced laborers, including large blank-faced women in old ragged skirts with kerchiefs wrapped around their heads and carrying cloth bundles. Some of the men had already started to attack and threaten German householders with knives to obtain food and sometimes loot. They had much to avenge, but MPs rounded up between 700 and 800 offenders and kept them in a stockade. It was a small foretaste of the complications to come, with an estimated 8 million displaced persons in Germany. The Nazi regime had no intention of allowing indiscipline to reign in any form. Ever since the failed July plot, which greatly increased the power of Martin Bormann, the Nazi Party secretary, Goebbels and Himmler, Nazi ideology was increasingly imposed on the Wehrmacht. This made any subsequent attempt to remove Hitler impossible. Beyond symbols, such as replacing the military salute with the German greeting, the number of NSFOs, or National Socialist Leadership Officers, was increased. Soldiers and officers found behind the front without authorization to retreat were far more likely to be shot, and staff officers were searched by SS guards when entering Führer headquarters. Increased repression also began in Soviet ranks. To make up for its huge losses, the Red Army was forcibly recruiting Ukrainians, Belarusians, Poles, and men from the 3 Baltic states, which were once again under Soviet control. "Lithuanians hate us even more than Poles do," a Red Army soldier wrote home on the 11th of October, "and we pay them back in the same manner." These recently inducted soldiers were inevitably the most likely to desert. The Special Detachment, SMERSH, was keeping an eye on me as I was the son of a purged man, a sergeant explained later. "We had a lot of Asians in my unit who often ran away, either to the rear or to the Germans. Once an entire group defected. After that we, the Russians, were told to keep an eye on the Uzbeks. I was a sergeant then, and the political officer told me, 'You will pay with your life if anyone in your section defects.' They could easily have shot me. Once a Belarusian escaped. They caught him and returned him to the unit. The man from the special detachment said to him, "If you are going to fight properly, we will hush this affair up." But he escaped again, and again he was caught. He was hanged. Not shot, but hanged as a deserter. We were lined up in a forest ride. A truck appeared with a gallows mounted on it. The Cheka, NKVD, man read out the order: to be executed for treason to the motherland. The man was hanged, and then the Cheka man also shot him. Germans retreating from Belorussia after the collapse of Army Group Center had few illusions about the fate of civilians who had been friendly to them. A medical Obergefreiter who had escaped just in time to avoid encirclement wondered, "What will have happened to the poor people who had to stay behind? By that I mean the locals." German soldiers knew well that the NKVD and Smersh would arrive just behind the fighting troops to interrogate civilians to see who had collaborated. During the Soviet advance into Romania, an officer recorded that the company had consisted almost entirely of Ukrainian peasants from the regions that had been under the temporary occupation of the enemy. Most of them had no desire to fight and had to be forced to do this. I remember walking through the trench. Everybody was digging, except for one soldier who was supposed to be digging the fire position for the Maxim. He was standing there doing nothing. I asked him what the matter was. He fell on his knees in front of me and began to whine, "Have mercy on me. I've got 3 kids. I want to live." What could I say? All of us understood that an infantry soldier at the front had only 2 possible fates: to the hospital or to the grave. This officer, like most in the Red Army, was convinced that successful companies depended entirely on a corps of Russian or Siberian soldiers. I would always select a couple of men from among the reliable Russian soldiers before an attack, and when the company got up to attack, these soldiers would stay in the trench and kick out all those who were trying to hide and avoid going forward. Well to the rear, vengeance on a mass scale was being carried out against ethnic minorities who had welcomed the Germans in 1941 and 1942. In December 1943, Beria had deported 200,000 Crimean Tatars to Uzbekistan. Some 20,000 of these Muslims had served in German uniform, so the remaining 90% had to suffer, although many others had fought well in the Red Army. They had been rounded up on the 18th of May and given no time to prepare. Some 7,000 died on the journey, and many times that number died in exile through starvation. Some 390,000 Chechens were also rounded up and delivered to railheads in Lend-Lease Studebaker trucks intended for the Red Army. Some 78,000 of them are said to have died on the journey. Stalin had started with his own peoples before he began on his enemies, and the Poles, who were allies, at least in theory. Stalin and his generals were uneasy about the fighting qualities of the new intakes because German resistance was stiffening. In the battles for the Carpathian mountain range to defend eastern Hungary and Slovakia, the troops of Hitler's last ally surprised Soviet veterans, especially after the sudden collapse of the Romanian army. "The Hungarians were actually a big problem for us in Transylvania," a Red Army officer recorded. "They fought with great courage, to the last bullet and the last man. They would never surrender." Malinovsky, with his reinforced Second Ukrainian Front, tried to conduct a large encirclement in eastern Hungary. In what was called the Debrecen operation, a bold strike which began on the 6th of October was thwarted by a counterattack 2 weeks later with 3 Panzer Corps and 17 Corps. Malinovsky, on Stavka urging, launched another attack to the southeast near Szeged and towards Budapest, breaking through the Hungarian Third Army. But Malinovsky's considerable forces were halted short of the capital by another counterattack with 3 panzer divisions and the Panzer Grenadier Division Feldherrnhalle. It became increasingly clear that the battle for Budapest would become one of the most violent of the war. Following the defections of Romania and Bulgaria, Admiral Horthy, the regent of Hungary, made secret contacts with the Soviet Union. Molotov demanded that Hungary should immediately declare war on Germany. On the 11th of October, Horthy's representatives signed the agreement in Moscow. 4 days later, Horthy informed the German envoy in Budapest and made an announcement of the armistice in a broadcast. The Germans, already informed of Horthy's moves, reacted quickly. On Hitler's orders, Otto Skorzeny, the SS commando leader who had rescued Mussolini, had already prepared to seize Horthy in his residence, the Citadel, which overlooked the Danube. The Germans would replace him with Ferenc Szálasi, the ferociously anti-Semitic leader of the Nazi-inspired Arrow Cross movement. Operation Panzerfaust, as it was called, would be overseen by Obergruppenführer von dem Bach-Zelewski, who had just finished his murderous task in Warsaw. Skorzeny persuaded Bach-Zelewski not to repeat the same heavy-handed tactics and avoid smashing the citadel into submission. Instead, on the morning of the 15th of October, just before Horthy's announcement of the armistice, Skorzeny's SS commandos managed to kidnap Horthy's son in a street ambush after a shootout with his bodyguards. Miklos Horthy was trussed up, flown to Vienna, and transferred to Mauthausen concentration camp, which already contained such prominenten as Francisco Largo Caballero, the former Prime Minister of the Spanish Republic. Horthy was told bluntly that if he persisted with his treason, his son would be executed. The Admiral, although in a state of nervous collapse at the threat, went ahead with his broadcast. Arrow Cross stormtroopers seized the building immediately afterwards and put out a denial, insisting on Hungary's determination to fight on. Ferenc Szálasi took power later that afternoon. Horthy was given little option. He was brought back to Germany in protective custody. Horthy had put a stop to Eichmann's deportation of Jews in the summer, by which time 437,402 had been killed, mostly at Auschwitz. But even though Himmler was halting the mass extermination program with the approach of the Red Army, the remaining Jews were rounded up for slave labor and forced to march to Germany because of a lack of rolling stock. Tormented, beaten and clubbed to death by SS and Arrow Cross guards, many thousands died on the way. Although Szálasi stopped these death marches in November, more than 60,000 Jews remained prisoners in a tiny ghetto in Budapest. Most of his followers were now determined to embark on their own final solution to the Jewish question. The notorious Arrow Cross activist Father Alfred Kuhn, who later admitted to 500 murders, used to give the command, "In the name of Christ, fire!" Arrow Cross militia, some of them aged from 14 to 16 years old, would seize groups of Jews from the ghetto, force them to strip to their underclothes, and march them barefoot through the freezing streets to the Danube embankments of the city for execution. In many cases, their firing was so inaccurate that a number of victims managed to jump into the icy river and swim away. On one occasion, a German officer halted a mass killing and sent the Jews home, but this was probably no more than a temporary reprieve. Although some NCOs of the Hungarian Gendarmerie joined the 4,000 Arrow Cross militiamen in torturing and murdering Jews, others helped them. There were even a few members of the Arrow Cross itself who helped Jews escape, proving that one can never make sweeping generalizations. The efforts of one of them, Dr. Ara Yerezian, later received full acknowledgement from Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Memorial in Israel. The greatest operation to save Jews was mounted by the Swede Raoul Wallenberg, who, despite having no more than semi-official status in Hungary, issued tens of thousands of documents stating that the bearer was under the protection of the Swedish government. Later, during the siege, the Arrow Cross invaded the Swedish embassy and murdered several of its staff in revenge for their activities. Along with the Swedes, the Swiss diplomat Karl Lutz, the Portuguese diplomat Carlos Branquinho, the International Red Cross and the Papal Nuncio issued their own protection papers to help other Hungarian Jews escape. The embassies of El Salvador and Nicaragua provided several hundred certificates of citizenship, but the most extraordinary bluff emerged from the Spanish embassy. The Spanish chargé d'affaires, Ángel Sanz Briz, knew that the Salashi regime was desperate to be recognized by his government. He encouraged its members in this illusion, while taking on the Arrow Cross even more robustly than the Swedish embassy. Sansprís was forced to leave, but he handed over to a new chargé d'affaires, Giorgio Perlasca, who was in fact an Italian anti-fascist. Perlasca assembled 5,000 Jews in safe houses under Spanish protection, while Franco's government in Madrid had no idea of what was being done in its name. An even braver confidence trick was carried out by Miksa Domonkos, a member of the Jewish Council, who forged safe conducts in the name of a superintendent of gendarmerie. All these attempts to save lives took on a greater urgency as the Red Army advanced on Budapest, and the Arrow Cross became more deadly. On the 18th of October, just as the First Army was securing Aachen, Eisenhower presided over a conference to discuss strategic options in Brussels at 21st Army Group headquarters. This was rather a pointed choice of location, since Montgomery had angered his American colleagues by failing to attend the previous one on the 22nd of September at SHAEF headquarters in Versailles. He had sent in his place Lieutenant General Freddy de Gangon, his much-liked Chief of Staff and genial peacemaker, as Bradley put it. This time, Monty could not avoid attending. One option was to sit out the winter, waiting until more divisions arrived from the United States and a good reserve of supplies built up, having arrived through Antwerp once it was open. The other was to launch a major offensive in November, using the resources available. Inaction in the West was unthinkable, simply because of what Stalin would say about the Allies' reluctance to fight. Montgomery's renewed argument for a major push north of the Ruhr was again overruled. Eisenhower, strongly backed by Bradley, wanted a double thrust, with 1st and 9th Armies on the northern side, and Patton's 3rd Army attacking in the Saar. Montgomery was told to swing south from Nijmegen, between the Rhine and the Maas. This concentration of forces, north and south of the Ardennes, would leave a very weakly held sector in the middle. To cover this part of the front, Bradley brought in Major General Troy Middleton's 8th Corps, which had been finishing off in Brittany. Aachen itself was not cleared until the end of the 3rd week in October. On the 30th of October, Cologne received a virtual coup de grace from Harris's bombers in another heavy raid. The destruction of the Reichsbahn meant that there were insufficient trains to evacuate those left in the ruins. The city then saw the only example of civilian armed resistance against the Nazis, when communists and foreign workers seized weapons from isolated policemen. Fighting an urban guerrilla war, they attacked the police and even managed to kill the local head of the Gestapo until a vicious retaliation wiped them out. Allied bombing intensified. The RAF and USAAF no longer had a great deal to fear from the Luftwaffe, although Spaatz was worried that the new Me-262 jet fighters would suddenly appear and blast his bombers from the sky. Approximately 60% of all the bombs dropped on Germany fell in the last 9 months of the war. Hitler's armaments minister, Albert Speer, acknowledged that the damage to Germany's economic infrastructure only became insurmountable during the autumn of 1944, largely as a consequence of the systematic destruction of the transport and communications network through a relentless Allied bombing campaign that had begun in October. And despite Harris's skepticism, Spatz's oil plan against refineries and benzol plants was also having a marked effect on Wehrmacht operations, especially the Luftwaffe's. Only arms production held up, largely thanks to Speer's energy and talents. In fact, Harris's determination to keep bombing the Ruhr, an area target, also succeeded in knocking out so many benzol plants there that there were none left in operation by November. The difference between the strategy of the RAF and the American 8th Air Force was more one of presentation than effect. While the USAAF always defined its operations as precision bombing, the reality was very different. Marshalling yards, given as a target, was really a euphemism for hitting the whole of the adjacent city. Largely because of the bad visibility during winter months, More than 70% of 8th Air Force bombs were delivered blind, almost exactly the same as Bomber Command. Harris simply made no bones about bombing cities, and despised anybody who was squeamish on that subject. Where he was proved totally wrong was in his repeated claims that bombing alone could end the war. Since the dark days of 1942, Britain had invested so much in Bomber Command, financially, industrially, and in sacrificed lives, to create this bludgeon, that an almost unstoppable momentum had developed. It continued, even though many of its attacks towards the end of the war bore little military logic, let alone moral justification. The obsessive Harris had made it a point of honor that no German city or town of any size should be left standing by the time the war ended. On the 27th of November, Freiburg, on the edge of the Black Forest, was bombed, leaving 3,000 dead and the medieval city centre destroyed. It was a communications centre behind the front, and thus a legitimate target under the original point-blank directive, but whether it shortened the war by a day, by an hour, or a single minute is far from certain. Like the concentrated use of artillery, bombing revealed a disconcerting paradox about democracies. Because of intense pressure at home, in the press, and from public opinion, commanders were compelled to minimize their own losses. And so they resorted to the maximum application of high explosive, which inevitably killed more civilians. Many Germans cried to the heavens for vengeance. The V-1 had not brought Britain to its knees. The V-2 did not appear to be changing the course of the war either, so rumors were spread of a V-3. The prayer for our Führer and the people is also a weapon, wrote a woman. The Lord God cannot abandon our Führer. On the 8th of November, General Patton, refusing to wait any longer for the weather to improve, began the Third Army's offensive in the Saar without air support. At 05:15, the artillery preparation woke me, he wrote in his diary that day. The discharge of over 400 guns sounded like the slamming of doors in an empty house. His 20 Corps began a major assault on the fortress city of Metz. The sky cleared, and the fighter bombers went in, but torrential rain had swollen the river Moselle to unprecedented levels. Patton told Bradley how one of his engineer companies had taken 2 days of frustration and hard work to connect a pontoon bridge across the fast-flowing river. One of the first vehicles across, a tank destroyer, snagged on a cable which then snapped. The bridge broke loose and swung downstream. The whole damn company sat down in the mud, Patton related, and bawled like babies. The weather was equally bad further north for the 1st and 9th Armies. The 9 Tactical Air Command of Major General Elwood Pete Quesada had been attacking bridges over the Rhine to prevent reinforcements getting through. On the 5th of November, one fighter pilot had been astonished when a whole bridge blew up and collapsed into the Rhine after he had inadvertently hit the demolition charges laid by German pioneers in case of a breakthrough. The terrible weather continued, with rain 13 days in a row. On the 14th of November, Bradley drove up through the Ardennes, which had just had its first light covering of snow. He headed for First Army headquarters in the Belgian resort of Spa, which had been the Germans' GHQ in the First World War. Now Hodges' staff sat at field desks in the casino under immense chandeliers as V-1 flying bombs and V-2 rockets streaked across the sky overhead, bound for London and for Antwerp. In the early hours of the 16th of November, the meteorological report promised good weather, just after Hodges had decided to attack come what may. Not long after dawn, the sun appeared for the first time in weeks. Everyone stared at it, almost in disbelief. Shortly after midday, 8th Air Force fortresses and Liberators and Bomber Command Lancasters appeared overhead to smash a way through the Westphal. Bradley, nervous after the disaster at the start of Operation Cobra, had made sure that every precaution had been taken to prevent the bombers from hitting his troops waiting to attack. But, although there were no American casualties this time, the advancing infantry and armor soon discovered that the Germans had laid their devil's gardens in breadth and in depth. First Army was to advance from Aachen through the Hürtgen forest to the river Ruhr. It needed to seize the dams south of Düren, which the Germans could use to destroy any attempt at a subsequent crossing of the Ruhr. Putting their faith in air and artillery bombardments to blast a way through, both Bradley and Hodges underestimated the horrors ahead. They were to be far more terrible than in the Norman bocage. The Hürtgen forest, southeast of Aachen, was a dark, sinister concentration of pine trees up to 30 meters tall on steep hillsides. Soldiers constantly lost their bearings in its frightening depths. They saw the area as an eerie, haunting region, fit for a witch's lair. This was to be an infantry battle, yet the battalions, regiments, and divisions thrown into it were not trained or prepared for what lay ahead. With ravines, as well as the density of trees, it was no terrain for the tanks or tank destroyers whose support they were used to, nor did it make things easy for their artillery or fighter bombers. For the German 275th Infantry Division, on the other hand, adept at camouflage, earth bunkers, mines, and booby traps, it was ideal ground to defend. The heavy level of infantry losses since D-Day meant that an increasing proportion of frontline platoons consisted largely of barely trained new arrivals. Bradley was angry not just about their quality, but about how few of them the European theatre received. He discovered that General MacArthur was securing the lion's share for his Philippines campaign. It seemed that in Washington, not even lip service was paid anymore to Germany first. The War Department had cut back Eisenhower's allotment of 80,000 replacements a month to 67,000. The U.S. Army's replacement system had been brutally unimaginative, and the British Army's was little better. After heavy losses, any spare rear area personnel could suddenly find themselves in a replacement depot, known as a Repel depot, along with green teenagers just shipped out from the States. Great efforts had been made to improve the organization so that new arrivals were not thrown into a battle at nightfall without knowing where they were or who they were fighting with. Yet they were still woefully unprepared for what lay ahead. Only if Repels survived their first battle and began to create some scar tissue around their fear would they stand a chance of living through to the next. German tactics were cruelly simple. They intended to exact maximum casualties. German soldiers seemed to have a diabolic genius with booby traps of all sorts, such as telar mines linked to tripwires, and the notorious anti-personnel shoe mine, which would blow off a foot as soon as the pressure pad was released. Every firebreak or ride had been mined and blocked by felled trees. These barricades were booby-trapped and pre-registered by mortar and artillery batteries. Attack after attack failed. Squads and platoons got lost, went one account of the hapless 28th Division. Mortar shells landing among assault teams carrying explosive charges set off the explosives and blew up the men. An unfailing chatter of machine guns ripped through the trees when anyone moved. One man, a replacement, sobbing hysterically, tried to dig himself a hole in the ground with his fingers. In late afternoon, this battalion staggered back to the line of departure. To make things worse, the rain seldom stopped. Trees dripped constantly, the ground was saturated, and trenches filled with water. Since no foul-weather clothing had arrived, and few remembered the lessons of trench warfare from a quarter of a century before, American soldiers suffered crippling trench foot, or immersion casualties. Large numbers were infected with dysentery. More alarmingly, and perhaps accentuated by the malevolent atmosphere of the forest, there was a dramatic rise in panic-stricken retreats, self-inflicted wounds, nervous collapse, suicides, and desertion. Private Eddie Slovic from the 28th Division in the Hürtgen became the only American soldier during the war to be executed by firing squad. The Wehrmacht could not believe how soft the Allies were. In German ranks, it was not just the deserter who would automatically be shot, but now, under a decree of Himmler, his family could be too. One officer after another was relieved when he could not get his men to attack. In the 8th Division, almost all the officers in one battalion were sacked, and their replacements suffered the same fate. In this terrible, bloody, muddy battle, one division after another had to be pulled out of the line. Men, suffering from physical and psychological exhaustion, emerged with unblinking dead eyes, known as the 2,000-yard stare. Altogether, in the Huityen forest, the Americans suffered 33,000 casualties, more than 1 in 4 of the troops involved. Hodges has been severely criticized for his lack of imagination in attempting to fight such a disadvantageous battle in the first place, which was bound to accentuate American weaknesses and German strengths. Yet the forest was the only route to the village of Schmidt and the Ruhr dams, which had to be secured before the river could be crossed. Even in the more open country north of Aachen, German units defended each fortified village until it was destroyed around their heads. When an American intelligence officer asked the captured young lieutenant if he did not regret such destruction to his own country, the German simply shrugged. "It probably won't be ours after the war," he replied. "Why not destroy it?" And further north still, the British Second Army, swinging south from Nijmegen, faced conditions in the thick woods of the Reichswald similar to those of Hodges's men in the Huityen. The 53rd Welsh Division suffered 5,000 casualties in 9 days. Allied forces well to the south were enjoying much greater success. On the 19th of November, General de Lattre de Tassigny's First French Army broke through the Belfort Gap and reached the Upper Rhine. 3 days later, on the northern sector of General Jacob L. Devers's Sixth Army Group, General Wade H. Hayslip's 15 Corps penetrated the Saverne Gap, and on the 23rd of November, General Leclerc's 2e Division Blindée entered Strasbourg, thus fulfilling a promise he had sworn in the North African desert. A very satisfied General de Gaulle left the next day on a long, circuitous journey to meet Stalin in Moscow. He was accompanied by his chef de cabinet, Gaston Palevsky, the foreign minister, Georges Bidault, and General Join. The journey took embarrassingly long because the head of government's obsolete 2-engined aircraft broke down with depressing frequency. They finally arrived in Baku, where they left the aircraft and boarded a train provided by the Soviet government. They found themselves installed in the old-fashioned carriages of the Grand Duke Nicholas, the Tsarist commander-in-chief in the First World War. The journey across the snow-bound steppe was so slow that de Gaulle observed dryly that he hoped there would not be a revolution in their absence. De Gaulle was keen to establish good relations with Stalin, partly in the hope that he would keep the French Communist Party under control. He would not be disappointed. Stalin did not want any sort of revolutionary adventures in France for the time being. A communist uprising might lead Roosevelt to cut off Lend-Lease material to the Soviet Union, or, in his worst nightmare, to use it as an excuse to come to some deal with Germany. Stalin knew how distrustful Roosevelt was of the French. De Gaulle's other objective was to ensure that, with Stalin's support, France would be represented at the peace conference and not shut out by the Americans. On arrival in Moscow, the French delegation had to endure one of Stalin's sinister banquets in the Kremlin, where he forced his marshals and ministers to run round the table to clink glasses with him. He then proposed toasts, threatening them with execution in a brutal display of hangman's humour. De Gaulle described him memorably as a communist dressed up as a marshal, a dictator ensconced in his scheming, a conqueror with an air of bonhomie. Stalin's objective during the talks was to obtain recognition of his puppet government, the Lublin Poles. He was clearly hoping to open a breach in the Western alliance. De Gaulle politely and firmly stuck to his refusal. At one point, Stalin turned to Gaston Palevsky and said with a malicious smirk, "One never ceases to be Polish, Monsieur Palevsky." Stalin was prepared to be generous. In his view, even though he despised France for its collapse in 1940, which had so upset his plans. As a further dig at de Gaulle, he arranged for Ilya Ehrenberg to present him with a copy of his novel about the fall of Paris. Yet Stalin, well aware of de Gaulle's resentment towards Roosevelt, had sensed that France might be a useful wild card to cultivate in the Western alliance for the future. Stalin did not trust the British and the Americans. His greatest fear was that they might rearm Germany in the future. Stalin knew that de Gaulle really wanted not just the total defeat of Germany, but its dismemberment. In this they were in agreement, although Stalin would not support de Gaulle's claim to the Rhineland in the post-war settlement. The visit went well, despite the fact that Beevor became very drunk at the banquet. A Franco-Soviet agreement was finally signed at 4 in the morning, just before the French delegation's departure. A compromise formula had to be reached over Stalin's puppet government for Poland, but at least de Gaulle knew that he would not have trouble from the French communists. Their leader, Maurice Thoré, who had reached France during his absence, had not ordered his members to the barricades or to launch more strikes. He had demanded blood, sweat, increased productivity, and national unity to defeat Germany. The communists of the resistance were dumbfounded, but next day the party press confirmed what he had said. The Kremlin had clearly spoken. De Gaulle and his companions finally got back to France on the 17th of December, only to face a totally unexpected crisis. German armies had broken through in the Ardennes and were thought to be heading for Paris. Chapter 43. The Ardennes and Athens. November 1944 to January 1945. In November 1944, Major General Troy H. Middleton's troops in 8 Corps were suffering from boredom on the Ardennes front. General Bradley heard of complaints from the forest warden that GIs, in their zest for barbecued pork, were hunting wild boar in low-flying cubs with Thompson submachine guns. Grenades were also used in the trout streams to break the monotony of K-rations. Ever since the chaotic retreat to the Westwall in September, Hitler had longed to repeat the great triumph of 1940. Once again he counted on Allied complacency, the shock effect, and the speed of exploitation to achieve his goal of retaking Antwerp. This shortened version of Manstein's Sichelschnitt plan would also cut off the 1st Canadian, the 2nd British Army, Lieutenant General William H. Simpson's 9th, and most of Hodges's 1st Army. Hitler even dreamed of another Dunkirk. His generals were appalled by such a fantasy. Guderian wanted to reinforce the Eastern Front before the Soviet winter offensive. But Hitler's strategy, rather like Hirohito's hopes of the Ichigo offensive, was to achieve a sweeping victory to knock at least one country out of the war, and then perhaps negotiate from a position of strength. On the afternoon of the 20th of November, Hitler boarded his Sonderzug in the siding camouflaged under the forest canopy, and left the Wolfschanze for the very last time. He had not been well, and also needed an operation on his throat, which provided an excuse for abandoning the threatened East Prussian front. He had been deeply depressed, apparently aware of the disaster facing Germany. Goebbels had been trying to persuade him to broadcast to the nation because rumors were spreading that he was gravely ill, mad, or even dead. Hitler steadfastly refused. Only the prospect of revenge animated him, and his Ardennes offensive produced a fierce anticipation. Hitler, with the assistance of the OKW staff, had drafted the orders down to the last detail. Originally called Watch on the Rhine as a cover name to imply a defensive operation, its real name was Autumn Mist. The attacking armies had to reach the Meuse in 48 hours and take Antwerp within 14 days. He told his commanders that this would trap the 1st Canadian Army and knock Canada out of the war, and that in turn would persuade the United States to consider peace. Generalfeldmarschall von Rundstedt, who was perfectly prepared to launch a limited offensive to smash the Aachen salient, knew that the objective of Antwerp was utterly unrealistic. Even if the weather remained sufficiently bad to ground the Allied air forces, and even if they managed to seize Allied fuel dumps intact, the Germans simply lacked the strength to maintain the corridor. It was just like Hitler's obsession with the Avranches counterattack in early August, which he had forced on Generalfeldmarschall von Kluge. A dramatic and unexpected strike was no good unless you could sustain it. Rundstedt was later deeply offended when he discovered that the Allies called it the Rundstedt offensive, as if it had been his plan. On the 3rd of November, when Jodl outlined the plan to the commanders involved, they were all dismayed. Rundstedt, the Commander-in-Chief West, Model, the Commander-in-Chief of Army Group B, Oberstgruppenführer Sepp Dietrich, the commander of the 6th SS Panzer Army, and Generaloberst Hasso von Manteuffel, the commander of the 5th Panzer Army. Yet when it finally came to the briefing, on the eve of battle 6 weeks later, many of their young officers and soldiers were convinced, or managed to convince themselves, that along with the V-2s fired at England, this offensive would be the turning point for which they had waited so long. On the 28th of November, while savage fighting in the rain and now sleet continued on the North German border, Eisenhower visited Montgomery at his headquarters in Belgium. Almost before the Supreme Commander had sat down in his map caravan, Montgomery began to hector him about their lack of success in the present battles. Hoping once again to exploit Eisenhower's apparent inability to say no to him clearly, Montgomery considered that he had obtained agreement that he should command all Allied forces north of the Ardennes. But Bradley, who had no intention of allowing part of his army group to serve under Montgomery, managed to change Eisenhower's mind again soon afterwards. On the 7th of December, Eisenhower, Bradley, and Montgomery met in Maastricht. Montgomery heard that his reinforced northern push was no longer on the cards. Bradley clearly had to work hard to conceal his smile of satisfaction. While Eisenhower and his army group commanders had been arguing again over whether to concentrate their next attack north or south of the Ardennes, Allied intelligence suddenly noticed that they had lost track of the 6th SS Panzer Army. It had been located near Cologne, and the assumption was that, along with Manteuffel's 5th Panzer Army, it was preparing a counterattack against the U.S. First Army as soon as it crossed the River Ruhr. At Maastricht, Eisenhower raised with Bradley the question of the Ardennes sector, covered only by Middleton's 8th Corps, but Bradley was unconcerned. He explained that he had left it weak so as to reinforce the offensives to the north and south. None of the generals at the Maastricht Conference expected a large-scale counter-offensive. The Germans were desperately short of fuel for their panzers, and even if they did break through, where would they go? There had been intelligence rumors that they had their eye on Antwerp, but no senior officer took that seriously. Montgomery planned to return to England for Christmas. On the 15th of December, Hitler and his entourage moved in his personal train to the Adlerhorst, Eagle's Nest, Führer headquarters at Ziegenberg, near Bad Nauheim. Rundstedt's headquarters were already in the adjacent Schloss. To the horror of the generals, Martin Bormann's Nazi Party chancellery came too, and Bormann complained that the facilities were insufficient for all his typists. Nazi bureaucracy, both in Berlin and at local levels, seemed only to increase as disaster threatened, no doubt to give the impression that the party was still in control of events. Instructions, directives, and regulations cascaded forth on every subject, just when the transport and therefore also the postal system were collapsing under the weight of Allied bombing. The offensive had been delayed for over 2 weeks because neither panzer nor infantry formations were ready. Hitler had wanted to assemble 30 divisions for the offensive. In the end, there were 20 in the attacking force and 5 in reserve. On the northern side of the main thrust, Dietrich's 6th SS Panzer Army would head for Antwerp, with the 15th Army protecting his right flank. The 5th Panzer Army on the southern side would first head for Brussels, with the 7th Army on its left flank. The very few American senior officers who voiced their concern about a possible German offensive in the Ardennes, were humoured by their colleagues. Increased German activity across the Rhine had been picked up by air reconnaissance, but this was attributed to the counterattack which they expected once they crossed the Ruhr to the north. Headquarters of 12th Army Group was convinced that the Germans had been so weakened that there was no threat at all. When Middleton said to Bradley that his 8th Corps was very thin on the ground on the 135-kilometre Ardennes sector, his Army Group commander replied, "Don't worry, Troy. They won't come through here." Middleton had 4 infantry divisions, the 99th and 106th, which were unblooded, and the 28th and 4th, which were both shaken and exhausted after fighting in the Hürtgen forest. He also had the 9th Armoured Division in reserve and the 14th Cavalry Group as a reconnaissance outfit. At 05:30 hours on the 16th of December, German artillery opened fire. The effect of 1,900 guns along the front, firing at the same moment, was profoundly disorientating. Shaken GIs struggled out of sleeping bags, grabbed their weapons, and crouched at the bottom of their foxholes until the bombardment was over. But once it ended, they saw an eerie light. This false dawn was, in fact, artificial moonlight, with German searchlights behind the front line, bouncing their beams off the cloud. The German infantry in snow camouflage, advancing through freezing mist and the tall trees of the Ardennes forest, looked like ghosts. While isolated forward groups fought back bravely, the bulk of the 2 green US divisions on the northern side were hit by the spearheads of the 2 panzer armies. Communications broke down, yet the frontline companies of the untested 99th Infantry Division, supported by part of the 2nd Division, conducted a dogged fighting withdrawal against a Volksgrenadier Division and the 12th SS Hitlerjugend Division. But, just to the south, 2 regiments of the 106th Infantry Division were surrounded. Dietrich's southern spearhead was formed by the 1st SS Panzer Regiment of his former command, the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler. This regiment, reinforced with 68-ton Royal Tiger tanks, was led by Obersturmbannführer Joachim Peiper, a leader of outstanding ruthlessness. When his column was held up by a blown bridge and chaos on the narrow road, Peiper simply directed his tanks through a minefield, losing half a dozen of them, but making up for lost time. Because of the field telephone lines cut by shell fire and the general confusion, Hodges's First Army headquarters at Spa assumed from the few reports they received that the Germans had just mounted a local spoiling attack. Hodges even ordered the 2nd Infantry Division to continue its probing operation towards the Ruhr dams, not realizing it was already involved in a very different battle. General Eisenhower at Chef headquarters in Versailles was left undisturbed to an enjoyable day. He heard that he was definitely going to receive his 5th star. It must have been galling that his subordinate Montgomery had received his at the beginning of September. Then he caught up on correspondence and attended the wedding of his orderly, who was marrying a Women's Army Corps driver from his headquarters. He expected Bradley for supper, with whom he intended to share a consignment of fresh oysters. When Bradley arrived, they went to a briefing room to discuss replacements. They were interrupted by a staff officer with news of a breakthrough in the Ardennes sector. Bradley felt that it did not sound like anything more than a spoiler to disrupt Patton's imminent attack, but Eisenhower's instincts were sound. He judged it to be more serious. He told Bradley to send Middleton's 8th Corps some help. In reserve with the 7th Armoured Division to the north and the 10th Armoured with Patton in the south. Patton, as they expected, was not pleased, but both divisions were ordered to move. Eisenhower and Bradley went to have dinner, but Bradley was allergic to oysters and had scrambled eggs instead. Afterwards they played 5 rubbers of bridge with a couple of Chef staff officers. Bradley, starting to fear that he might have been wrong, raced back next day in his Packard staff car to his tactical headquarters in Luxembourg. He literally ran up the stairs to the war room and gazed at the huge situation map on the wall. Large red arrows showed the German advances. "Where in the hell," he said in disbelief, "has this son of a bitch gotten all his strength?" It was still hard to get precise information. The teleprinter line to First Army headquarters at Spa had been cut. When Eisenhower's aide, Harry Butcher, reached 12th Army Group main headquarters at Verdun, he noted that the atmosphere there reminded him of the mood after the disaster at Kasserine. At 3rd Army headquarters, on the other hand, they were spoiling for a fight. Patton had half expected a counter-offensive in the Ardennes. "Fine," he said. "We should open up and let them get all the way to Paris. Then we'll saw 'em off at the base." To the north, there was still confusion at 9th Army headquarters on what the Germans were up to. An unusually large Luftwaffe attack on their own forces prompted suggestions that this was a diversion for a larger counter-offensive in 1st Army Zone. Staff officers were saying that everything depends on what troops are at von Rundstedt's disposal. Hodges, at 1st Army headquarters, was either genuinely ill, as some accounts say, or had collapsed from stress. It was Hodges who had dismissed the warnings of his chief intelligence officer. At Schaef on the 17th of December, Eisenhower and his staff went through all the information available, trying to work out German intentions and how to react. They assumed that the Germans were simply trying to split the 12th and 21st Army groups. The only reserves they had left were the 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions resting near Reims after Operation Market Garden. After careful study of the map, they decided on Bastogne. 3 more divisions, still in England, were told to prepare to move immediately. The 82nd Airborne, in the event, was diverted to Webermont, closer to Spa. The mistaken idea that the German offensive was heading for the French capital spread further back with alarmist rumors. A key element in the German plan had included a parachute drop by Oberst Friedrich Freiherr von der Heiter's 6th Fallschirmjäger Regiment to seize a bridge over the Meuse to accelerate the advance. Its approach had been disrupted, mainly by anti-aircraft fire, and most of Heiter's men were scattered almost everywhere except the target drop zone. Heiter found himself with such a small force that they could only hide up near the bridge and observe events as they waited for the panzer spearheads to arrive. The widely scattered drops, however, certainly increased the confusion on the Allied side. The Germans had also developed a deception plan. The SS commando leader Otto Skorzeny had been instructed personally by Hitler to slip through with a small force of English-speaking volunteers dressed in American uniforms and driving captured U.S. Army vehicles. They were to seize another bridge over the Meuse and generally cause mayhem in the rear. Skorzeny's main group, held back by the massive traffic jams, never managed to break through, but some of the small teams did. On the 18th of December, 3 of them in a jeep were stopped at a roadblock. They did not know the password. The GIs searched them and found that they were wearing German uniforms underneath their American olive drab. But although their mission ended in failure and subsequent execution, they managed to cause far greater chaos by telling their interrogator first that assassination teams were on their way to Versailles to kill General Eisenhower. Eisenhower found himself confined to his quarters by submachine gun-wielding bodyguards. Rumors spread that German squads were going after Bradley and Montgomery as well. Every soldier and officer, no matter how senior, was stopped at roadblocks by MPs and questioned on U.S. geography, baseball, and a range of other questions which only Americans were likely to know. A curfew was imposed in Paris, and Schaef introduced a 48-hour blackout on news, which fueled speculation even more. People became convinced that the Germans were about to retake the city. French collaborators in Fresnes prison began taunting their warders, saying that the Germans would soon be back to set them free. The guards replied that they and the resistance would kill them all before the enemy reached the gates of Paris. Hysteria reached as far afield as Brittany, where rear-area establishments were told to prepare to evacuate. Captain M.R.D. Foote of the SAS recovering from severe injuries in a hospital in Rennes, asked a British nurse what the commotion was about. "We're packing up," she told him. "But what about the wounded who cannot be moved?" he asked. "I'm sure that the nuns next door will look after you," she replied. Other more accurate stories began to spread. On the 17th of December, the second day of the offensive, Piper's SS troopers from the Leibstandarte killed 69 prisoners of war in cold blood, and then in what became known as the Malmedy massacre, shot down another 86 in the snow. 2 men escaped and reached American lines. The thirst for revenge became palpable as the account passed from mouth to mouth, and many German prisoners were shot as a result. Despite the febrile mood, there were a few indications that not everything was going the Germans' way. Some of the Green troops from the 99th Infantry Division and the veterans of the 2nd Infantry Division had managed to block the 12th SS Hitler Jugend Division. They then withdrew in good order to the natural defensive position of the Elsenborn Ridge. Dietrich's 6th SS Panzer Army was not making the headway expected, even though it had at least captured one minor fuel dump. Fortunately for the Allies, his forces never reached the major one near Stavelot, which held 4 million gallons. Weather conditions from a German point of view remained perfect, with low cloud which grounded the Allied air forces. Manteuffel's 5th Panzer Army, just to the south, was doing better than Dietrich's SS Panzer Army. Having smashed through the hapless 28th Infantry Division, it was heading for Bastogne. The experienced U.S. 4th Infantry Division on the southern flank was resisting the 7th Army valiantly. Eisenhower summoned a conference for the 19th of December at Verdun. The Ardennes crisis certainly proved to be his finest hour as Supreme Commander. Despite all the earlier criticism of his tendency to compromise and bend to the opinion of the last general he had spoken to, he showed good judgment and strong leadership. His message was that this presented a great opportunity to inflict maximum damage on the enemy in the open, rather than winkling him out from behind minefields and defensive positions. Their task was to prevent the German spearheads from crossing the Meuse. The enemy had to be contained until the weather changed and the Allied air forces could be let loose on him. To achieve this, they first had to strengthen the shoulders facing the breakthrough. Only then could they begin to counterattack. Patton, who had been well briefed by his chief intelligence officer, had already told his staff to draw up contingency plans for a major change of axis away from the Saar to attack the southern flank of the German breakthrough. He was pleased with the idea of abandoning the manure-filled, waterlogged villages of Lorraine. The German offensive reminded him of Ludendorff's great push in March 1918, the Kaiserschlacht. Patton appears to have been relaxed when Eisenhower turned to him at this moment of crisis. "When can you attack?" the Supreme Commander asked. "On December the 22nd with 3 divisions," he answered, "the 4th Armoured, the 26th, and the 80th. For Patton, it was an exquisite moment. All the Army group and Army commanders and chiefs of staff present stared in astonishment. The move required turning the bulk of his army through 90 degrees and unscrambling crossed lines of supply. "It created quite a commotion," Patton noted with satisfaction in his diary. But Eisenhower said that 3 divisions were not enough. Patton replied with his inimitable confidence that he could beat the Germans with just 3, but if he waited any longer he would lose surprise. Eisenhower gave his approval. The next morning, the 20th of December, Bradley was predictably put out to hear that Eisenhower had decided to give Montgomery command over both the 9th and the 1st U.S. armies. The point was that Montgomery could be in constant contact with them, while 12th Army Group headquarters in Luxembourg was trapped south of the Bulge, as the salient created by the German advance was now called. Eisenhower had been persuaded of this by his Chief of Staff, Bedell Smith, partly because of the chaos in First Army and the suspicion that Hodges might have collapsed. Bradley, who had been caught on the back foot by the offensive, feared that this development could be seen as a vote of no confidence in his performance. Above all, He hated the idea that it might encourage Montgomery in his demands to be given Allied field command. During the tense and unhappy telephone conversation, Bradley even threatened to resign. Eisenhower, despite their long friendship, was firm. "Well, Brad, those are my orders," he said, finishing the call. Patton, on the other hand, was in his element, rearranging his troops, diverting tank-destroyer battalions to bolster his armoured forces, and preparing to attack. The 101st Airborne Division had reached Bastogne only just before Manteuffel's 5th Panzer Army. In fact, the weak perimeter was already under small-arms fire when the trucks halted. The paratroopers trudged forward past fleeing American soldiers, whom they relieved of their ammunition. An officer of the 10th Armoured Division, discovering how short they were, drove off to a supply dump and came back with a truck full of ammunition and grenades, which were thrown to the paratroopers as they marched on. As the sound of firing intensified, they began to dig shell scrapes and foxholes in the snow-covered ground. Like almost all the American troops in the Ardennes battles, the 101st Airborne was simply not equipped for winter warfare. Because of the supply problems over the previous 3 months, absolute priority had been given to fuel and ammunition. Most men were still in their summer uniforms, and they suffered terribly in the freezing conditions, especially in the long nights when the temperature dropped sharply. They could not light fires, as that would immediately attract German artillery and mortar bombardment. Trench foot cases rose alarmingly and accounted for a large proportion of the casualties. Under fire in their foxholes, standing in slushy mud by day which froze hard at night, they had little opportunity to take off their boots and put on dry socks. There was no hope of washing and shaving. Many suffered from dysentery and, marooned in a foxhole, could only resort to using their helmet or a K-ration box. A further horror was discovered. Boar from the forests were eating the stomachs of unburied casualties. Those who had profited from the chaotic hunting expeditions before the battle must have had queasy thoughts. Most soldiers had become indifferent to the sight of bodies, but the graves registration personnel, who cleared up afterwards, had no choice. Although Patton still favoured the idea of allowing the Germans to advance further so as to destroy them better, he accepted Bradley's decision that Bastogne, a vital road hub, had to be held at all costs. The 101st Airborne was supported by 2 armoured combat commands, 2 companies of tank destroyers, and an artillery battalion which was short of shells. Everything depended on the skies clearing so that C-47s could parachute ammunition and supplies into the encirclement. Montgomery also had not been idle. As soon as he recognized the threat to his rear, he had swung Horrocks's 30 Corps round into a blocking position on the northwest bank of the Meuse to secure the bridges. This happened to coincide perfectly with Eisenhower's plan to prepare the Meuse bridges for demolition to prevent the Germans from seizing them. As soon as he heard from Eisenhower that he was to take over 1st U.S. Army, Montgomery left for Spa. He arrived in Hodges's headquarters, according to one of his own staff officers, like Christ come to clean the temple. Hodges appears at first to have been in a state of shock, incapable of taking a decision. It transpired that he and Bradley had not been in touch for 2 days, proving that Eisenhower had been right to call in Monty. What Patton called his chestnut-pulling expedition would be ready to start, as he had told Eisenhower, on the 22nd of December. "We should get well into the guts of the enemy and cut his supply lines," he wrote to his wife. "Destiny sent for me in a hurry when things got tight. Perhaps God saved me for this effort." Yet already events were turning in the Americans' favor through determination and bravery. On the northern shoulder of the breakthrough, 5 Corps, commanded by Eisenhower's old friend G. Giraud, was defending the Elsenborn Ridge with a mixture of infantry, tank destroyers, engineers, and, above all, artillery. They managed to fight off the 12th SS Panzer Division, Hitlerjugend, during the night of the 20th of December and the following day. Altogether, some 782 German corpses were found in front of their positions. Montgomery failed to acknowledge the extraordinary resilience and bravery of those American units holding the shoulders of the breakthrough. Instead, he focused only on the mess he found at First Army and his role in clearing it up. Field Marshal Brooke was dreading how he would behave on finally receiving the command he wanted, and Montgomery confirmed his worst fears. In a meeting with Bradley on Christmas Day, Montgomery said that things had gone wrong since Normandy because his advice had not been followed. A seething Bradley listened in silence. With his armor-plated conceit, Montgomery assumed, as he had in Normandy, that silence implied agreement with everything he said. Bradley had gone to see Montgomery to persuade him to launch his counterattack as soon as possible. But in this case, Montgomery was almost certainly right to delay. Patton's rapid reaction had taken the Germans aback, but by attacking with just 3 divisions instead of the 6 Eisenhower had wanted, he extended the battle for Bastogne rather than ending it. Montgomery, in his deliberate way, wanted to seal the bulge and then smash it. He would not give a date, since he needed to be sure of good weather for the Allied air forces to attack. The weather had deteriorated even more, greatly restricting air operations. Apart from a bombing raid on Trier, which included Harris's bomber command, little had been achieved, and this was not from lack of trying or cooperation. Cunningham, the New Zealander who now commanded the RAF's 2nd Tactical Air Force, got on extremely well with Quesada. The skies only began to clear on the 23rd of December. 2 days later came a clear, cold Christmas, lovely weather for killing Germans, as Patton wrote in his diary. The Air Forces did not waste the opportunity. P-47 Thunderbolts and RAF Typhoons established a coordinated campaign of ground attacks, while the fighters dealt with 900 Luftwaffe sorties on the first day. Allied supremacy was rapidly established. Within a week, the Luftwaffe could put up no more than 200. Quesada's 9 Tactical Air Command was greatly admired by American ground forces for its panache, but it had acquired a reputation for bad navigation and target recognition. In October, when called in to attack specific positions on the Westphal in Germany, not a single aircraft found the target. One even flattened the Belgian mining village of Genk, causing 80 civilian casualties. The 30th Division was hit hard when it reached Malmedy. This was the 13th time since landing in Normandy that it had been attacked by its own aircraft, and GIs even started to refer to the 9th as the American Luftwaffe. This rather underlined the German army joke since Normandy that if it's British, we duck, if it's American, everybody ducks, and if it's the Luftwaffe, nobody ducks. On the 1st of January, 1945, the Luftwaffe, on Goering's order, made a maximum effort with 800 fighters from all over Germany coming in to attack Allied airfields. To achieve surprise, they were to come in at treetop level under Allied radar cover. But the extreme secrecy precautions imposed on Operation Bodenplatte, baseplate, meant that many pilots were insufficiently briefed and German flak units were not notified. It is estimated that nearly 100 aircraft were shot down by their own anti-aircraft batteries. Overall, the Allies lost about 150 aircraft, while the Luftwaffe lost close to 300, with 214 pilots killed or taken prisoner. It was the Luftwaffe's final humiliation. Allied air power was now unchallenged. With the encirclement of Bastogne finally broken on the 27th of December 1944, Montgomery came under pressure to launch his counterattack by the 3rd of January. But the Field Marshal remained obsessed with command issues. Brooke was right to be uneasy, for Monty began to lecture Eisenhower again in the same tones as he had used with Bradley. "It looks to me," Brooke wrote in his diary, "as if Monty, with his usual lack of tact, has been rubbing into Ike the results of not having listened to Monty's advice. Too much of "I told you so," to assist in creating the required friendly relations between them. Once again Eisenhower failed to be tough with him, and this prompted Montgomery to write him a disastrous follow-up letter, laying down the law on strategy and insisting that he should be given command over Bradley's 12th Army Group as well. General Marshall had also been provoked by the way the British press played Montgomery's refrain, calling for a virtually independent command. He therefore wrote to Eisenhower, urging him to make no concessions. This, combined with Montgomery's letter, prompted Eisenhower to draft a signal to the combined chiefs of staff, which basically said that unless Montgomery was replaced, preferably by Alexander, then he would resign. Montgomery's chief of staff, de Guingamp, heard of this ultimatum. He persuaded Eisenhower to hold back for 24 hours and went straight to Montgomery with an apology already drafted, which asked Eisenhower to tear up his previous letter. Montgomery had been put back in his box, but only for the moment. Eisenhower's use of Patton's Third Army created a number of side effects further south. Devers had to take over part of Patton's front. This would mean shifting troops from the south and withdrawing from Strasbourg to straighten the line. De Gaulle, who had not been consulted, objected angrily when he heard. The idea of giving up Strasbourg just over a month after liberating it would threaten the very stability of his government. The political implications were far more significant than Eisenhower had realized. On the 3rd of January, at Churchill's urging, a conference was held at Eisenhower's headquarters in Versailles with de Gaulle, Churchill, and Brooke. Eisenhower conceded that Strasbourg would be held after all, and de Gaulle was so carried away that he immediately drafted a communiqué. His chef de cabinet, Gaston Palevsky, took it round to the British Embassy to show it first to Duff Cooper, the British ambassador. This vainglorious announcement suggested that de Gaulle had summoned a military conference which the Prime Minister and Eisenhower had been allowed to attend. Duff Cooper managed to persuade Palevsky to tone it down. Bastogne might have been relieved and resupplied by air, but once the Germans had acknowledged that they could not reach the Meuse, it became the focus for their attacks. Hitler, meanwhile, had decided to launch another offensive in Alsace, codenamed North Wind. It was not much more than a diversion and achieved little. Montgomery's counterattack was finally launched on the 3rd of January. The fighting was tough and was not helped by heavy snow, but the outcome was hardly in doubt. 4 days later, the Battle of Montgomery's ego broke out again when he held a press conference. Churchill had given permission because Montgomery promised him that it would improve Allied unity. It had absolutely the opposite effect. Montgomery, although paying tribute to the fighting qualities of the American soldier and emphasizing his loyalty to Eisenhower, implied that he had run the battle almost single-handedly and that there had been a massive British contribution. Churchill and Brooke were horrified and immediately discussed all the evils of Monty's press interview. Churchill made a statement to Parliament emphasizing that it had been an American battle and that the British contribution had been minimal. But the damage to Allied relations had been done. The Anglo-American alliance also suffered during this period due to events in southeastern Europe and Churchill's determination to preserve Greece from communist rule. The collapse of German power in the region, accelerated by the advance of the Red Army into Romania and Hungary in October, brought civil war out into the open. Greece was yet another example of the Second World War merging into a latent Third World War. The terrible suffering of the occupation, with starvation and economic collapse, had led to a dramatic radicalization of a population which had been socially conservative before the war. It was this instinctive shift to the left, often without any clear ideological bent, which contributed to the widespread support for Iam Ilas. Although communist-led, Iam was full of political contradictions, reflecting many different points of view especially when it came to ideas on socialism and liberty. Land reform and female emancipation were two of the most hotly debated questions. The only general basis of agreement was that the traditional political system, and especially the monarchy, was now irrelevant to the problems which Greece faced. Even the communist leaders were split and uncertain whether to follow a democratic route to power or to impose it by force of arms. Several months before Churchill's naughty agreement, Stalin had sent a military mission to Greece. It was told to warn the Greek Communist Party, the KKE, to face geopolitical realities and cooperate with the British. This fact alone goes a long way to explaining why Stalin must have had to hide his amusement when he studied Churchill's percentage agreement in his office in the Kremlin. Despite Stalin's warning, anti-British emotions ran high in Elam-Elas because of Churchill's support for King George II, who was determined to return to Greece as soon as the Germans left. British SOE officers managed early in the year to negotiate an end to the fighting between Elam-Elas and the non-communist Edes. Then, in April 1944, Elam announced revolutionary elections in an attempt to gain a sort of governmental legitimacy. The elections, needless to say, made sure that only Elam candidates could win. George Papandreou rejected approaches from Elam to act as a figurehead, for he did not want to be a fig leaf for a movement manipulated from behind by the communists. Instead, he became head of the Greek government in exile in Cairo. Other politicians of the centre-left, however, were persuaded to take part. Elam-Elas intensified its repression against any who disagreed with it, depicting them as traitors or enemies of the people. Many were executed. The collaborationist government in Athens, with the encouragement of the Germans, had recruited security battalions to attack Elam-Elas. Its terror was answered with counter-terror. In Athens, Elas urban guerrillas on one side and the security battalions and gendarmerie on the other fought a dirty war which exploded in March. Many of the Elas fighters rounded up were sent back to Germany for forced labor. The security battalions tried to rehabilitate themselves as the German departure became imminent. Prisoners were allowed to escape more frequently. Messages were also sent to Cairo to assure the Greek government in exile and the British that the security battalions would not resist the country's liberation, but would welcome it. In early September, peace feelers were extended to Elam-Elas, which rejected them, even though most people were longing for an end to the violence. Street battles resumed. German forces still in Greece dreaded being cut off by the Red Army advances to their north, and non-German troops forced into the Wehrmacht began to desert in large numbers. The withdrawal began at the beginning of October, and many of the worst collaborators fled north as well, to avoid being massacred by Andartes, the Greek guerrillas. Elam-Elas tried to impose order where it could, if only to justify its role as a government in waiting, but conditions varied enormously from place to place. On the 12th of October, the last Germans withdrew from Athens, having removed the swastika flag which flew from the Acropolis. Exuberant crowds filled the streets as a large Elam-Elas demonstration took place, chanting, "Laokratia!" People's Rule. British troops from Lieutenant General Ronald Scobie's 3 Corps were greeted effusively when they arrived soon afterwards. But British policy towards Greece was conditioned partly by Churchill's monarchical sympathies, by ignorance of the occupation and the resulting political realities, and most of all, by the Prime Minister's intention to keep Greece out of the Soviet sphere of interest. George Papandreou, who headed a government of national unity that at first included some EAM members, also appointed to his administration noted right-wingers with connections to the security battalions. Churchill was in no mood to compromise, especially after his agreement with Stalin. He gave Scobie, not the most politically sensitive of officers, strict directions to react strongly in the event of any attacks on British troops. On the 2nd of December, the EAM members of the government resigned in protest had orders to disarm the Andates. The government was planning to form a National Guard, many of whose members would be recruited from the hated security battalions. At a mass demonstration called by Iam the next day in Syntagma Square, police opened fire either out of nervousness or in response to shots fired. The left claimed that it had been a deliberate provocation to force a fight. Police stations in the city were attacked. British troops were unharmed, but Scobie sent in his troops to secure the city. Elas gunmen opened fire. Fighting escalated and, as the situation got out of hand, RAF Beaufighters and Spitfires were sent in to strafe Elas positions, a catastrophic misjudgment. Elas began mass killings of reactionary families in the city and seized hostages in both Athens and Salonika. Harold Macmillan, who was still minister resident in the Mediterranean, and Sir Rex Leeper, the British ambassador, persuaded Churchill that the king should not be allowed to return until a plebiscite had been held. With reluctance, the Prime Minister agreed to their suggestion of a regency by Archbishop Damaskinos. King George of the Hellenes was furious, opposing both the regency and the choice of Damaskinos. The American press began to condemn British policy in strong terms. With an often naive belief that resistance fighters against the Germans must be freedom-loving, it turned a blind eye to Tito's murderous repression in Yugoslavia and also to Stalin's violence against the Polish Home Army. American journalists proceeded to attack Churchill as an imperialist who ignored the Atlantic Charter on self-determination. Instead of the 5,000 British troops originally thought necessary to restore order in Greece, some 80,000 were allocated to disarm the Andante forces. Admiral King tried to veto the use of landing ships to transport more men from Italy to Greece. Churchill also faced strong criticism in the House of Commons, but his passionate belief that only he could save Greece from communism prompted him to fly to Athens on Christmas Eve. The city was a war zone, so he based himself aboard the cruiser HMS Ajax, anchored off Phaleron. Archbishop Damaskinos, a tall and stately prelate in full Greek Orthodox canonicals, came aboard. Churchill, who had been very dubious about Damaskinos, was enchanted as soon as he met him. The next day Churchill, Anthony Eden, Macmillan and their party were ferried in armoured vehicles with a strong escort through the fighting to the British Embassy. The building, as one historian noted, resembled a besieged outpost during the Indian Mutiny, where the ambassador's wife directed domestic operations with a courage and energy likewise worthy of a Victorian imperial drama. The conference to arrange a ceasefire began that afternoon in the Greek Foreign Office. With Damaskinos chairing the meeting, delegates from Greek factions joined them, as well as American, French, and Soviet representatives. Churchill buttonholed the Russian Colonel Grigory Popov and made it abundantly clear that he had enjoyed very fruitful talks with Generalissimo Stalin only a few weeks before. Popov had no option but to be duly impressed. The assembly had to wait for the Elas representatives, delayed at the entrance because of their reluctance to be relieved of their weapons. In the end, the only person armed at the meeting was the Prime Minister, who had brought a small pistol in his pocket. Churchill shook hands with the 3 shabby desperadoes, as he described them afterwards. He opened the meeting with the statement that whether Greece was to be a monarchy or a republic was for Greeks alone to decide. After that, he and all the other non-Greeks rose and left the room to allow Damaskinos to proceed. Churchill heard next day that the talks had been angry and even rowdy at times. The former dictator, General Nikolaos Plastiras, had at one point shouted at one of the communist delegates, "Sit down, butcher!" Damaskinos announced the resignation of Papandreou as Prime Minister and his replacement by General Plastiras, who then had to resign too, when it emerged that he had offered to lead a collaborationist government during the occupation. The fighting in Athens continued into the new year, when the Andates pulled out of the city, unable to prevail against the large British force. It was far from a glorious victory to install a far from liberal government. The Greek Civil War, with all its cruelties on both sides, would continue in one form or another until 1949. But Churchill's obstinate intervention at least saved the country from the fate of its northern neighbours, which suffered more than 4 decades of communist tyranny. Behind the Allied lines, Belgium too underwent severe unrest. The joy of liberation in September 1944 soured through the autumn into a mood of bitterness and resentment. The government in exile, headed by Hubert Pierlot, returned to Belgium and found itself incapable of dealing with the country's problems. 500,000 Belgians had been taken to Germany as forced labourers, so there was a severe shortage of manpower. Coal production was down to 1/10 of the pre-war output, which meant constant cuts in the electricity supply. The rail network did not function, due partly to Allied bombing, but also to sabotage undertaken by the Germans during their sudden withdrawal. The most contentious question was the arrest and punishment of collaborators and traitors. The 90,000 members of the Belgian resistance were outraged by the inability of ministers who had spent the war in exile to understand the harsh realities of the occupation and their anger against those who had profited from it. Allied military authorities estimated that some 400,000 people had collaborated, yet only 60,000 were arrested. Many of them were released by the end of the year, while those who did face trial received remarkably light sentences. Eisenhower attempted to restore calm. On the 2nd of October, he issued an order which, while paying tribute to their bravery, instructed members of the resistance to surrender their weapons. The communist part of the resistance, the Front de l'Indépendance, was determined to challenge the government. Pierlot warned Schaeff that he had word of plans for a communist rising, and the British rapidly armed the Belgian police. In November, British troops were deployed in Brussels to protect key buildings when the communists organized a major demonstration, with protesters and strikers brought in from outside. The misery of Belgian civilians was still far from over. V-1 flying bomb and V-2 rocket attacks on Liège, and above all Antwerp, killed and injured many. In the main areas of fighting that autumn, families had fled their homes, but in December, during the Ardennes offensive, very few had time to escape the rapidity of the German attack. Piper's Kampfgruppe from the Leibstandarte did not just murder American prisoners. It wreaked revenge on the Belgians who had been so pleased to see the SS go 3 months earlier. On the morning after the massacre near Malmedy, Piper's troops entered Stavelot and shot 9 civilians. But they then found that they were blocked by an American force to the north, while part of the U.S. 30th Division blew the bridge to their rear. Piper's Waffen-SS troopers, having expected to charge to the Meuse, proceeded to vent their fury on families around. Over the following days, some 130 men, women, and even children were shot down in family groups and in larger massacres. Altogether, around 3,000 civilians were killed in the Ardennes fighting, many, of course, by Allied bombardment and bombing, as well as the 37 American soldiers killed in Malmedy because the 9th Air Force had hit the wrong target. 202 civilians were killed. Those trapped in Saint-Vite, Oufalise, Saint-Lay, La Roche, and other towns and villages which were fought over tried to shelter in cellars, but their houses collapsed on top of them, or they were burned to death by phosphorus bombs and shells. No more than 20 died in Bastogne from German shelling. Their town at least was not a target for Allied air power. German troops looted without compunction, but Allied troops were little better. Sometimes it was justifiable, when soldiers were surrounded without rations, or when they seized blankets for warmth or sheets to act as snow camouflage. But more often it was the cynical opportunism of war. The damage to homes and communities was far worse. The town of Saint-Vite was completely smashed, and its survivors, like those of many other towns, were left with nothing. The Ardennes offensive constituted a major defeat for the Germans. They lost half their tanks and guns and suffered heavy casualties, with 12,652 killed, 38,600 wounded, and 30,000 missing, most of whom were taken prisoner. The Americans in the Battle of Attrition lost 10,276 men killed, 47,493 wounded, and 23,218 missing. While the suffering of Belgian civilians was great, the majority of the Dutch fared far worse. Even those behind Allied lines were starving, as Canadian, British, and American soldiers found from those begging or offering sex for food. The situation was made much worse by the flooding of arable land after dikes were destroyed as a defensive measure. The Dutch, north of the River Maas, would remain under German occupation until the end of the war, in the grip of a famine exacerbated by their occupiers. When railwaymen went on strike to help the Allies at the time of Operation Market Garden, Arthur Seyss-Inquart, the Austrian who headed the Reichskommissariat Niederlande, stopped the import of any food as a reprisal. The population was reduced to eating tulip bulbs and any sugar beet which the Germans had not taken. Children were paralyzed by rickets, and malnutrition exposed everyone to disease, especially typhoid and diphtheria. Seyss-Inquart had achieved a reputation for brutality in Poland before he arrived in Holland just after its conquest in May 1940. After Greece, Holland was the most comprehensively looted country in Western Europe. Already, by October 1944, it had become clear that a man-made disaster was taking place. The Dutch government in exile approached Churchill with a request that Sweden be allowed to send in food, but the Prime Minister was firmly opposed. He believed that the Germans would simply seize it for themselves. Both Eisenhower and the British Chiefs of Staff felt that this risk should be taken, and during the winter the Swedes delivered 20,000 tons of food by ship to Amsterdam. This effort kept many alive who would have otherwise starved to death, but it only scratched at the surface of the problem. The British Chiefs of Staff, although sympathetic, were not prepared to stop mining the German coast and allow free passage through the Kiel Canal. Queen Wilhelmina, desperate to help her starving people, lobbied Roosevelt and Churchill. She requested that, to avoid a colossal humanitarian disaster, Allied strategy should be changed, with an invasion of northern Holland instead of focusing on the Ruhr. But with large German forces, which were likely to fight to the end, and which would probably flood even more of the country, it was decided that this would delay the defeat of Germany. Finally, in April 1945, Churchill was sufficiently alarmed by reports of the radicalization of the Dutch population under communist influence to press for all-out relief. The Germans would be warned that any attempt to stop or divert food supplies sent by ship or airdropped in northern Holland would be treated as a war crime. Roosevelt agreed, just 2 days before he died. But by the time relief arrived, at least 22,000 Dutch civilians had died of starvation. The figure was probably far higher if lack of resistance to disease is also taken into account. That winter of snow, frost, and waterlogged trenches was also terrible for Allied troops, even though they did not suffer from hunger. Exposure and trench foot accounted for almost as many casualties as enemy action. The Canadian First Army, after its very nasty time clearing the Scheldt estuary, found winter along the Maas almost as unpleasant and deadly, with the Germans defending dikes which were 3 to 4 meters high. For the attacking Canadians, the only other approach was across the sunken fields between the dikes, flat as the local beer, as one artillery punster put it. There really was no protection at all. Canadian units were dangerously under strength because Mackenzie King's government did not dare send soldiers abroad to fight against their will. The equivalent of 5 divisions remained in Canada, guarding German prisoners of war, and little else. This, of course, provoked great resentment among those Canadian volunteers who shivered through that winter of mud and ice, the wettest since 1864. Sodden battle dress and webbing equipment never dried out. Boots simply rotted. Living conditions were unutterably squalid as the stationary armies fouled their own nests and the countryside behind. The morale of British troops was also low, partly out of war weariness, cynicism, and a desire not to be killed when the end was in sight. Desertion had become a major problem, with some 20,000 men absent from their units. Persuading soldiers to attack became increasingly difficult, especially when Student's 1st Paratroop Army fought with such professionalism and aggression. Senior officers were all too aware of their own manpower problems, which, although not as acute as those in Canadian formations, were still grave enough. The Americans were scornful of the British reluctance to take casualties, while the British, like the Germans, criticized the Americans for refusing to undertake any attack without a huge expenditure of shells first. But British infantry were also unwilling to advance without heavy gunfire in support. In fact, all the Allies, both in the West and in the East, had developed a psychological dependence upon artillery and air power, the longer the war went on.
Blazing heat, sky so clear, summer's fire drawing near. Sun beats down, relentless rays, turning coolness into haze. Air is dry, scorching bright, summer's grip burning light. Scorching summer, blazing sky, heat wave shimmer, sweat and sigh, relentless sun, fierce and high. Scorching summer, burning by. Every step heats.
Chapter 44. From the Vistula to the Oder. January to February 1945. In the first years of the war, whether in France in 1940 or in the Soviet Union a year later, many German soldiers wrote home, "Thank God that the war is not raging in our homeland." By January 1945, it had become abundantly clear that the onslaught which the Wehrmacht had inflicted on other countries was about to fall on their own. Hitler's New Year broadcast lifted few spirits. He made no mention of the Ardennes, which indicated that the great offensive had failed, and little was said of the Wunderwaffen, that staple of Nazi attempts to maintain hope in the face of reality. Hitler's delivery was so flat that many Germans thought it had been pre-recorded or even faked. Deprived of reliable news, rumors of disaster increased. Although Guderian, the Army Chief of Staff, tried to warn Hitler of the impending explosion of the Eastern Front along the Vistula and into East Prussia, the Führer would not listen. He dismissed intelligence estimates of Soviet strength, which for once were quite accurate. From the Baltic to the Adriatic, the Red Army deployed 6.7 million men, more than twice the Axis forces in Operation Barbarossa. Hitler's most immediate concern was the Budapest and Lake Balaton front. Even with the threat from the east, every situation conference at his headquarters began with Hungary. Tolbukhin's Third Ukrainian Front, under heavy pressure from Stalin, threw wave after wave of men against the defences south of Budapest. Stalin was determined that Churchill's proposal in October to share influence in Hungary 50-50 should be made redundant by force of arms. A Hungarian officer described the dead Soviet soldiers mown down on a barbed wire entanglement. One was still just alive. The young soldier, with his shaven head and Mongolian cheekbones, is lying on his back. Only his mouth is moving. Both legs and lower arms are missing. The stumps are covered in a thick layer of soil mixed with blood and leaf mold. I bend down close to him. "Budapest! Budapest!" he whispers in the throes of death. In my head one thought revolves. He may be having a vision of Budapest as a city of rich spoils and beautiful women. And then, surprising even myself, I pull out my pistol, loaded, press it against the dying man's temple, and fire. But despite the countless casualties they inflicted, the Germans and Hungarians knew they could not hold back the enemy flood. Szálasi, the arrow-crossed dictator who replaced Admiral Horthy, had wanted to withdraw and declare Budapest an open city, but Hitler, who never wanted to abandon a capital city, had insisted that it be defended to the end. Szálasi's main concern, however, was not so much to save the city as to avoid being stabbed in the back by a disloyal population. The German commander, Generaloberst Hans Friesner, who shared his concerns, called in an expert on counter-subversion in the form of SS Obergruppenführer Karl Pfeffer Wildenbruch. The Hungarian General Staff were not consulted, despite all previous agreements, and they were treated in an insultingly off-hand manner. Hitler's special envoy, Edmund Wesenmeyer, insisted on the Führer's instruction that Budapest should be defended to the last brick. It did not matter, he said, if Budapest was destroyed 10 times, so long as Vienna could thereby be defended. Friesner, however, wanted to withdraw from Pest on the flat eastern bank of the Danube to defend Buda with its hills and fortress high on the west bank. Hitler firmly refused. He replaced Friesner with General der Panzertruppen Hermann Balck. Many citizens in Budapest had no idea that the city was in such danger. Radio Budapest had been playing Christmas carols for the last week, as if nothing were amiss. Christmas trees were decorated with aluminium foil strips of window dropped by Allied bombers, while theatres and cinemas continued with performances as normal. On the 26th of December 1944, Budapest was surrounded. Forces from the Third Ukrainian Front had also reached beyond Lake Balaton to the southwest and to the city of Esztergom to the northwest. Altogether, 79,000 German and Hungarian troops were trapped in the twin cities of Buda on the west bank of the Danube and Pest on the east. German formations included the 8th Florian Geyer and 22nd Maria Theresia SS Cavalry Divisions, the Panzergrenadier Division Feldherren Haller, the 13th Panzer Division, and a lot of remnants, with even a punishment unit, the 500th Strafbataillon. Hitler had reacted to the crisis on Christmas Day. The Hungarian oil fields offered his last source of fuel. So, to Guderian's despair, he ordered the 4 SS Panzer Corps, with the Totenkopf and Viking divisions, to redeploy from north of Warsaw to break the encirclement. In Pest, chaos ensued as soon as fighting began in the suburbs. Thousands of civilians tried to break out before it was too late, and many were caught in the crossfire. For the 50,000 Jews still in Budapest, the arrival of the Red Army promised deliverance, but few would survive, even though Adolf Eichmann had flown out of the city on the 23rd of December. No provision had been made for any of the civilian population. Soon people were begging at army field kitchens. There was no water, gas, or electricity. The lack of water led to a dangerous squalor as sewers became blocked. Hungarian students and even schoolboys volunteered or were drafted into improvised units such as the University Assault Battalion. But, apart from Panzerfaust rocket-propelled grenades, they had few weapons. Most hated the fascist Arrow Cross, many of whose members had fled, yet they could not bear to see their city fall into the hands of the Bolsheviks. At the same time, an increasing number of Hungarian regular army officers and soldiers began to defect to the Soviet side. Many were incorporated into Red Army companies, and in one case, a whole battalion fought with the Soviets. To identify them as allies, they received armbands and cap bands made out of strips from the red parachute silk taken from German ammunition containers. Although many of the Arrow Cross had fled the city before the encirclement, 2,000 of their fanatical paramilitaries remained. These volunteers appeared to spend more time killing the Jews still in the city than fighting the enemy. Surprisingly, SS Obergruppenführer Pfeffer Wildenbruch forbade German soldiers from participating in the killings, although other senior German officials welcomed the fact that Hungarians were taking on the task with brutal enthusiasm. An increasing number of starving Jews resorted to suicide. In the first week of January 1945, the Arrow Cross seized a number of Jews under Swedish protection on the grounds that, since the government in Stockholm did not recognize the Salashi regime, they did not accept the documents issued in its name. The Arrow Cross rounded up these Jews, beat them senseless, and later took them in groups to the Danube embankment for execution. On the 14th of January, Father Kuhn took a band of Arrow Cross to the Jewish hospital in Buda. They slaughtered patients, nurses, and everyone else they found there, a total of 170 people. They carried out other mass killings, including even Hungarian officers who had opposed them. Apparently, a number of Father Kuhn's gang raped some nuns. On hearing of an Arrow Cross plan to attack the ghetto in Pest, Raoul Wallenberg sent a message to Generalmajor Gerhard Schmidhuber, the German commander, that he would be held responsible if he did not prevent the massacre. Schmidhuber sent Wehrmacht troops into the ghetto to forestall the Arrow Cross. A few days later, the ghetto was overrun by the Red Army. On the 30th of December, after Soviet attempts to obtain a surrender were rejected, Malinovsky's offensive against Budapest began in earnest with a 3-day artillery barrage and heavy bombing. In the cellars of the city, packed with civilians, condensation dripped from the ceilings and ran down the walls. Pfeffer Wildenbruch rejected appeals for their evacuation in buses. Over the next 2 weeks, the Soviet troops forced the German and Hungarian defenders, who were running out of ammunition, back towards the Danube through sheer force of numbers. 9 SS Mountain Corps headquarters in the castle on Buda sent increasingly urgent messages demanding supplies, but parachute containers often fell outside their lines. Those bearing food were seized by starving civilians, despite threats of instant execution. Malinovsky, seeing that Pest would be occupied within a matter of days, sent the Romanian 7th Army Corps away to the northern Hungarian front. He wanted the capture of Budapest to be a uniquely Soviet victory. On the 17th of January, he launched his final drive to the Danube bank. Soon, much of western Pest along the Danube was in flames, with heat blasting out from the buildings, searing those who escaped through the streets. Most Hungarian units were reluctant to pull back across the river to die in the defense of Buda, so more and more soldiers began to hide in the few places not ablaze in order to surrender to the Red Army. Even officers disobeyed orders. Soviet Sturmovik strafed the confused withdrawal across the remains of the Chain Bridge and the Ershabit Bridge. The bridges remained constantly under massive fire, an SS cavalryman recorded, but people were surging ahead regardless. A tangled mass of cars and trucks, peasant carts covered by tarpaulins, frightened horses, civilian refugees, wailing women, mothers with crying children, and many, very many wounded were hurrying towards Buda. Civilians still on the bridges were killed when they were blown up as the Soviet troops approached them. So was a member of the Hungarian resistance who was trying to remove the demolition charges on the Ershabet Bridge. By the end of December, 4 SS Panzer Corps was ready to deploy on the Danube front. Its sudden attack on New Year's Day hit the 4th Guards Army and nearly broke through. Another attack to the south was launched a week later by 3 Panzer Corps. This was renewed on the 18th of January with 4 Panzer Corps, which had disengaged to the north of Budapest to join 3 Panzer Corps. German tanks experimented with infrared sights for the first time. But again, after a striking initial success, the panzer advance was blocked when Malinovsky rapidly moved 6 of his own corps from the 2nd Ukrainian Front to face them. The much smaller Buda sector, covered in snow blackened from the fires across the river, was easier to defend. Soviet attacks up its steep hills were repulsed with heavy casualties inflicted by German MG-42 machine guns concentrated at key points. Along with regular units such as the 8th SS Cavalry and the remnants of the Feldherrnhalle, there were the local volunteers such as the Vanai Battalion and the University Assault Battalion, who knew the terrain better than anyone. The Danube embankment below Castle Hill was protected by the survivors of the 1st Hungarian Armoured Division, who did not expect the Soviets to attack across the thin ice pock-marked with shell holes. But soon harder frost made it possible, at least for small groups of Hungarian deserters from Buda fleeing in the other direction, to surrender to the Soviets in Pest. In late January, Soviet attacks increased, with flame-throwing tanks and assault squads. German and Hungarian losses mounted critically, and the wounded were packed into improvised hospitals where conditions were appalling. Some were even dumped in the corridors of command posts. A young soldier walking down one to deliver a report felt his coat seized by a hand. He looked down. It was a girl of about 18 to 20, with fair hair and a beautiful face. She begged me in a whisper, "Take your pistol and shoot me." I looked at her more closely and realized with horror both her legs were missing. Even after the failure of the relief attempt, Hitler continued to forbid any talk of a breakout. Budapest still had to be defended to the end. Army Group South, like Manstein after the failure to relieve Stalingrad, knew that Budapest was doomed. Right up to the 5th of February, German gliders, piloted by teenage volunteers of the NSFK, Nationalist Socialist Flying Corps, were crash-landing on Vermiso Meadow, delivering ammunition, fuel, and some food. But it was not enough. Soviet tanks were soon crushing artillery guns which had run out of ammunition under their tracks. With all the refugees, some 300,000 people were packed into the last bastion of Castle Hill. All the cavalry horses had been eaten, and starvation was universal. So were lice, and the first outbreak of typhus caused deep alarm. On the 3rd of February, after a plea from the papal nuncio to end the suffering, Obergruppenführer Pfeffer Wildenbruch signaled Führer headquarters for permission to break out. It was refused again, and once more, 2 days later. Soviet troops, guided by Hungarian defectors or members of the resistance, began clearing some of the trapped garrisons and Castle Hill. On the 11th of February, white flags began to appear. In some places, Hungarian troops disarmed the Germans who wanted to fight on. By the evening, resistance appeared to have ceased. But Pfeffer Wildenbruch had decided to break out in defiance of Hitler's orders. With the remnants of the 13th Panzer Division and the 8th SS Cavalry Division Florian Geyer in the first wave, and the Feldherrnhalle and 22nd SS Cavalry in the second, they would try to break through that night towards the northwest with their remaining vehicles. He radioed Army Group South, requesting an attack in their direction. But Red Army commanders had expected such an attempt and guessed the route they were likely to follow. It turned into the most horrible massacre of troops and civilians. In the chaos, several thousand managed to escape into the hills north of the city, but most were rounded up. Soviet troops usually shot the Germans and spared the Hungarians. Some 28,000 soldiers had taken part in the breakout from Buda. Just over 700 reached German lines. On the 12th of February, a deathly hush came over the city, punctuated by odd shots and bursts of fire. The writer Sándor Márai emerged to wander around Buda and was shaken by the sights. "Some streets must be guessed at," he wrote in his diary. "This was the corner house with the Florian Cafe. This is the street where I once lived, no trace of the building. This pile of rubble at the corner of Statistica Street and Margit Boulevard was a 5-story block with many flats and a cafe a few days ago. In the aftermath of the battle, Red Army soldiers shot German wounded. Some were dragged out and crushed under tanks. Also all members of the SS and any Hiwi auxiliaries who were wrongly categorized as Vlaskovci. Anyone in German uniform who did not reply in German was also likely to be killed. Few Hungarian combatants were shot. Almost all the men, even communists who had fought with the resistance against the Arrow Cross, were rounded up for forced labor. Prince Paul Esterhazy was put to work burying dead horses in Pest. The NKVD and Smersh displayed full Stalinist paranoia, suspecting anyone with foreign contacts of being a spy, including Zionists. Raoul Wallenberg was arrested on the 19th of January, along with the forensic pathologist Ferenc Orsos, who had been one of the international observers with the Germans when they dug up the Polish corpses in Katyn forest. It is assumed that Wallenberg had also seen the Katyn report, and that he was suspected of having close contacts with the British, American, and other intelligence services. He was arrested by Smersh and executed in July 1947. Looting took place on an epic scale, both individual and state-sponsored. Art collections were seized, including the most prominent ones owned by Jews. Even neutral embassies were ransacked and their safes blasted open. Civilians in the street were stopped at gunpoint and relieved of their watches, wallets, and documents. Any surviving Jews were robbed just like Gentiles. Some soldiers pulled their loot around with them in prams. Although Soviet troops were more forgiving towards Hungarian soldiers than towards Germans, they showed no pity to Hungarian women when Malinowski gave them a free run of the capital in celebration of the victory. "In many places they are raping women," a 15-year-old boy wrote in his diary. "Women are being hidden everywhere." Nurses in the improvised hospitals were raped and stabbed afterwards. Students at the university were among the first victims. According to some accounts, the most attractive women were held for up to 2 weeks and forced to act as prostitutes. Bishop Josef Gröss heard that 70% of women from girls of 12 to mothers in the 9th month of pregnancy were raped. Other, more reliable reports put the proportion at 10%. Hungarian communists addressed an appeal to the Red Army, describing the rampant, demented hatred which even their own comrades had suffered. Mothers were raped by drunken soldiers in front of their own children and husbands. Girls as young as 12 were dragged from their fathers and mothers to be violated by 10 to 15 soldiers and often infected with venereal diseases. After the first group, others came who followed their example. Several comrades lost their lives trying to protect their wives and daughters. Even Matyas Rákosi, the Secretary-General of the Hungarian Communist Party, appealed to the Soviet authorities, but without success. But not all Red Army soldiers were rapists. Some treated families, and especially children, with great kindness. Almost every town suffered, even if not on the same scale as Budapest. In the 9th Guards Army, soldiers complained that their axis of advance offered "no women and no booty," recorded a mortar officer, who described their men as incredibly brave guys, but also incredible scoundrels. A solution was quickly found, he wrote. In turns, a quarter of the soldiers were sent to Mor, where they seized houses and the women there who had failed to flee or hide. They were given 1 hour for that, and then the next group followed. They would use women from the ages of 14 to 50. They would carry out a complete pogrom in the houses, threw everything on the floor, broke it and crushed it, and looked for pocket or wristwatches. If they came across wine, they of course would drink it. There had been many wine cellars in Mor, but when we entered the town, they had all been emptied, the barrels smashed and the wine emptied onto the floor. It was there that we came across 2 soldiers who had drowned in wine. Feasting also took place at a more rarefied level. Field Marshal Alexander, who had flown to Belgrade for discussions with Tito, went on to Hungary to meet Marshal Tolbukhin, the commander of the Third Ukrainian Front. The large and elderly Tolbukhin received him with a lavish banquet and had even provided a Red Army nurse to sleep in his room. Alexander, however, didn't think that was quite the thing, and she spent the night outside my door. Just before dinner, when Alexander and Tolbukhin were alone, the old marshal examined Alexander's decorations. Among them he spotted the Tsarist Order of St. Anne with crossed swords, awarded to Alexander when he had served as a liaison officer on the Eastern Front in the First World War. "I have that too," Tolbukhin sighed as he touched it, "but I'm not allowed to wear it." Tolbukhin was remarkably relaxed, considering that the 6th Panzer Army, transferred from the Ardennes, had just reached Hungary. It had arrived too late to help the defenders of Budapest, but Hitler still ordered it into action on the 13th of February 1945 in Operation Frühlingserwachen, or Spring Awakening. He had never intended to save the garrison, only to reinforce it and to defend the Hungarian oil fields near Lake Balaton. The counterattack was a failure. When Hitler heard that Waffen-SS divisions had retreated without orders, he was so angry that he sent Himmler down to strip them of their divisional armband titles, even including the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler. It was a humiliating punishment. This mission of his to Hungary, Guderian observed with schadenfreude, did not win him much affection from his Waffen-SS. Himmler had been one of those in the Führer's entourage who had dismissed Guderian's warnings of a massive Soviet offensive in Poland as an enormous bluff. The Chief of the General Staff's prediction proved correct in the second week of January. Stalin pretended to the Allies that he had moved forward the date to help extricate the Americans from their problems in the Ardennes. But this was not true. The fighting there had turned decisively in the Allies' favor around Christmas. Stalin had more practical reasons. The Red Army needed the ground frozen hard for its tank formations, and Soviet meteorologists warned the Stavka that there would be heavy rain and wet snow later in January. Stalin also had a more sinister reason for advancing the date. He wanted to be in complete control of Poland before the Allies met at Yalta at the beginning of February, just over 3 weeks later. Along the Vistula, ready to strike west were the 1st Belarusian Front, now commanded by Marshal Zhukov, and the 1st Ukrainian Front, commanded by Marshal Konev. Rokossovsky had been angered when he was replaced by Zhukov, but Stalin did not want Rokossovsky, a Pole, to have the glory of taking Berlin. Rokossovsky was given the 2nd Belarusian Front instead to attack East Prussia from the south, while General Chernyakhovsky's 3rd Belarusian Front would invade from the eastern flank. On the 12th of January, Konev's massed artillery, with 300 guns per kilometer, opened a shattering bombardment. His 3rd and 4th Guards tank armies, with T-34s and heavy Stalin tanks, advanced out of the Sandomierz bridgehead west of the Oder and headed for Krakow and Breslau on the Oder. Stalin had made clear to Konev that he wanted Silesia captured without heavy destruction to its industry and mines. On the 13th of January, Chernyakhovsky launched his assault on East Prussia. Rokossovsky followed the next day, advancing from the bridgeheads north of the river Narev. Zhukov's attack also began on the 14th of January. Once through the German front line, the main barrier ahead of Zhukov's forces was the river Pilitsa. Every commander knew that speed was essential to give the Germans no chance to recover. A colonel commanding a Guards tank brigade refused to wait for bridging equipment to come up. Guessing that the river was not deep at the spot, he simply ordered his tanks to smash the ice with gunfire and drive across the riverbed, a truly terrifying experience for the drivers. On Zhukov's right, the 47th Army encircled the ruins of Warsaw, whilst the 1st Polish Army entered the suburbs. Hitler was beside himself with rage when the weak German garrison surrendered. He saw it as yet more evidence of treason within the general staff, and 3 officers were taken to Gestapo headquarters. Even Guderian had to submit to interrogations from Kaltenbrunner. Hitler returned to Berlin from Führer headquarters at Ziegenberg to direct his armies, with predictably disastrous results. He would never allow a general to withdraw, and because of the speed of the Soviet advance and the collapse in German communications, any information on which he based his decisions was no longer accurate. By the time his orders reached the front, they were usually 24 hours out of date. Hitler also interfered without informing Guderian. He decided to transfer the Großdeutschland Corps from East Prussia to shore up the Vistula front, but the time it took to redeploy meant that this powerful formation was out of the battle for several vital days. To Guderian's frustration, Hitler still refused to bring out the divisions trapped on the Kurland Peninsula to reinforce the Reich. The same applied to troops from the unnecessarily large German force in Norway. Worst of all, from Guderian's point of view, was Hitler's decision to transfer the 6th SS Panzer Army to the Hungarian front. Chernyakhovsky found that German defences on the Insterburg line in East Prussia were much stronger than expected. So, in a clever move, he withdrew the 11th Guards Army, swung it round behind the other 3 armies, and sent it in on their northern flank, which was less well defended. Combined with an attack by the 43rd Army across the river Niemen near Tilsit, this breakthrough caused panic in the German rear. Rokossovsky's armies, coming from the south, aimed for the mouth of the Vistula to cut off East Prussia completely. On the 20th of January, the Stavka suddenly ordered Rokossovsky to attack towards the northeast as well, to help Chernyakhovsky. Less than 2 days later, his 3rd Guards Cavalry Corps on the right flank entered the town of Allenstein, and the following day, the leading armoured troops of Colonel General Vasily Volsky's 5th Guards Tank Army bypassed Elbing and reached the shore of the Friesishaff, the long frozen lagoon separated by a sandbar from the Baltic. East Prussia was almost completely cut off. Just to the west of the Vistula estuary lay the concentration camp of Stutthof. Camp guards, terrified by the approach of the Red Army, killed 3,000 Jewish women, either by shooting or by forcing them out onto the thin ice so that they would fall through into the freezing water. Erich Koch, the Gauleiter of East Prussia, still refused to allow the evacuation of civilians. They had heard the artillery barrages in the distance when the Soviet offensive began, but requests to leave were denied by local Nazi Party bosses. In most cases, these officials slipped away, abandoning the population to its fate. Retreating German soldiers would warn farms and villages, urging everyone to get out as fast as they could. Some, especially the very old, who could not face leaving their homes, decided to stay. Since almost all men had been dragooned into the Volkssturm, mothers had to harness farm carts, perhaps aided by a French prisoner of war who had been working for them, and loaded with blankets and food for themselves and their children. The treks, as they were called, had begun across the snow-covered countryside in temperatures as low as -20 degrees centigrade. Refugees from the capital of Königsberg thought that they had escaped safely by train, but when they reached Allenstein, they were pulled from the carriages by soldiers from the 3rd Guards Cavalry, delighted to find such a source of plunder and women. Most of those attempting to flee by road were overtaken by Soviet troops. Some were simply crushed in their carts under the tracks of Soviet tanks. Others suffered an even worse fate. Leonid Robichev, a signals lieutenant with the 31st Army, described the scenes beyond Goldap. All the roads were filled with old people, women and children, large families moving slowly on carts, on vehicles or on foot towards the west. Our tank troops, infantry, artillery, signals, caught up with them and cleared the way for themselves by pushing their horses and carts and belongings into the ditches on either side of the road. Then thousands of them forced the old women and children aside. Forgetting their honor and duty, and forgetting about the retreating German units, They pounced on the women and girls. Women, mothers and their daughters, lie to the right and the left of the highway, and in front of each one stands a laughing gang of men with their trousers down. Those already covered in blood and losing consciousness are dragged to the side. Children trying to help them have been shot. There is laughter and roaring and jeering, screams and moans, and the soldiers' commanders, majors and lieutenant colonels, are standing there on the highway. Some are laughing, but some are also conducting the event, so that all their soldiers, without exception, could take part. This is not an initiation rite, and it has nothing to do with revenge against the accursed occupiers. This is just hellish, diabolical group sex. This represents a complete lack of control and the brutal logic of a crowd gone mad. I was sitting in the cabin of our 1.5-ton truck, shaken, while my driver, Demidov, was standing in one of the queues. I was thinking of Flaubert's Carthage. The colonel, who had only just been conducting proceedings, could not resist the temptation and joined one of the queues, while the major was shooting the witnesses, the children and old men, who were having hysterics. At last, the soldiers were told to finish quickly and get back on their vehicles, because another unit was blocked behind them. Later, when they overtook another refugee column, Rabichev saw similar scenes repeated. As far as the eye can see, there are corpses of women, old people and children among piles of clothing and overturned carts. It becomes dark. We are ordered to find a place to spend the night in one of the German villages off the highway. I took my platoon to a hamlet 2 kilometers from the highway. In all the rooms are corpses of children, old people and women who have been raped and shot. We are so tired that we don't pay attention to them. We are so tired that we lie down among the corpses and fall asleep. Russian soldiers were raping every German female from 8 to 80, observed the Soviet war correspondent Natalia Gesse, a close friend of Sakharov. It was an army of rapists. Not only because they were crazed with lust, this was also a form of vengeance. It is far too sweeping to ascribe this pitiless behavior simply to lust or vengeance. For a start, there were many officers and soldiers who did not take part in the rapes and were horrified by the actions of their comrades. Devoted communists were shocked by the disorder, and the controlled nature of Soviet society made such indiscipline hard to imagine. But the extreme harshness of life at the front had created a different community, and many became surprisingly outspoken in their hatred of the collective farms and the oppression which had dominated their lives. Soldiers bitterly resented the pointless sacrifice caused by so many futile attacks, as well as the demeaning treatment which they had to endure. Men were sent into no man's land to strip the uniforms and even underwear from dead comrades to clothe new conscripts. So, although a strong desire for revenge existed against the Germans who had violated the motherland and killed their families, there was also a strong element of the same knock-on theory of oppression which had conditioned Japanese troops. The temptation to work off past humiliations and suffering which they had endured was overwhelming, and now it was worked off on the vulnerable women of their enemies. Under Stalin, ideas of love and sexuality had been ruthlessly repressed in a political environment which sought to de-individualize the individual. Sex education had been banned. The Soviet state's attempt to suppress the libido of its people created what one Russian writer described as a sort of barracks eroticism, which was far more primitive and violent than the most sordid foreign pornography. And this, combined with the utterly brutalizing effect of the slaughter on the Eastern Front and the propaganda of indiscriminate vengeance, fostered in articles and harangues by political officers, produced an explosive potential when Soviet forces invaded East Prussia. None were more brutalized than the Strafniki, the living dead of the punishment battalions. Many were hardened criminals transferred from the Gulag. On Beria's order, those condemned for political offenses were never allowed to fight. Even their officers were influenced by the sheer ruthlessness of their lives. "A criminal is always a criminal, in the rear or at the front," wrote a medical officer with a Straf company. At the front, in the role of a Strafnik, their criminal nature always manifested itself. So our company was having fun. A young German woman ran up to me in Halsberg and shouted in German, "I've been raped by 14 men." And I walked on thinking, it's a pity that it was 14 and not 28. It's a pity they haven't shot you, you German bitch. We, the officers in the Straf company, shut our eyes to everything. We felt no pity for the Germans, and we let the Strafniki do whatever they wanted to the civilians. Looting was combined with mindless destruction. Soldiers would burn down houses and then find that they had nowhere to shelter from the cold. Robichev described the looting of Goldap. The entire contents of shops were thrown out onto the sidewalks through the broken shop fronts. Thousands of pairs of shoes, plates and radio sets, all sorts of household and pharmacy goods and food were all mixed up. From apartment windows, clothes, pillows, duvets, paintings, gramophones and musical instruments were hurled onto the street. The roadways were blocked with all this stuff. Right at this moment, German artillery and mortars opened fire. Several spare German divisions hurled our demoralized troops out of the city in no time. But front headquarters had already reported that the first German town had been captured. There was no choice. They had to recapture the place again. Alexander Solzhenitsyn, a young artillery officer in East Prussia, described scenes of looting as a tumultuous market, with soldiers trying on Prussian women's outsized drawers. "Germans abandoned everything," a Red Army soldier wrote about the sack of Gumbinin. "And our people, like a huge crowd of Huns, invaded the houses. Everything's on fire. Down from pillows and feather beds is flying about. Everyone, starting with a soldier and ending with a colonel, is pulling away loot. Beautifully furnished apartments, luxurious houses, were smashed within a few hours and turned into dumps where torn curtains are covered in jam that is pouring from broken jars. This town has been crucified." 3 days later he wrote, "Soldiers have turned into avid beasts. In the fields lie hundreds of shot cattle, on the roads pigs and chickens with their heads chopped off. Houses have been looted and are on fire. What cannot be taken away is being broken and destroyed. The Germans are right to be running away from us, like from a plague." In the hunting lodge at Rominten, which had belonged to the Prussian royal family and then been taken over by Goering, Soviet infantry had smashed all the mirrors. With black paint, one of them had scrawled "Kri," the Russian for prick, across a nude of Aphrodite by Rubens. Most of the incoherent anger came from encountering a standard of living, even in farm workers' houses, which was unimaginable in the Soviet Union. The bitter thought was almost universal. So why did they invade us and loot our country if they were so much richer? Field censorship, alarmed by the letters home, which described what soldiers had discovered, passed them to the NKVD. The Soviet authorities became nervous about the widespread perception that all the propaganda about their workers' paradise, as opposed to the terrible conditions in capitalist countries, was a lie. They were all too conscious of the way that the Decembrist revolt of 1825 had been influenced by the better way of life which Russian armies had seen in Western Europe in 1814. Zhukov's first Belarusian front continued its headlong pursuit day and night. Tank drivers frequently fell asleep from sheer exhaustion, but the exhilaration of pursuit kept them going. Retreating German troops were machine-gunned, and if they caught up with a staff car with German officers inside, they simply flattened it under their tracks. On the 18th of January, General Chuikov's 8th Guards Army attacked Łódź 5 days ahead of schedule. Members of the Home Army emerged to help in the fighting. Chuikov was not pleased when he had to take part of his Stalingrad army to tackle the fortress city of Poznan. Their street fighting skills counted for little there. It took a month of bombardment with their heaviest artillery and assaults with satchel charges and flamethrowers before the survivors surrendered. On the southern flank of the advance from the Vistula, Korniev's troops overran Krakow. Fortunately, the ancient city was abandoned without a fight. On the 27th of January, in the middle of the afternoon, a reconnaissance patrol from the 107th Rifle Division emerged from the snow-bound forest to discover the most terrible symbol in modern history. Just over a week before, 58,000 inmates deemed capable of walking were forced westwards from Auschwitz in front of the Red Army advance. Those who were to survive this death march, an experience which was probably worse than all the horrors they had suffered so far, found themselves dumped in other concentration camps, where squalor, starvation and disease increased dramatically in the last 3 months of the war. Dr. Mengele seized all the notes from his experiments and left for Berlin. IG Farben executives destroyed their records at Auschwitz III. The gas chambers and crematoria at Birkenau were blown up. Orders were given to liquidate the prisoners too ill to move, but for some reason the SS killed only a couple of hundred out of the 8,000 left behind. They concentrated more on attempts to destroy the evidence, but there was more than enough left, including 368,820 men's suits, 836,255 women's coats and dresses, to say nothing of 7 tons of human hair. The 60th Army immediately ordered all its medical staff to Auschwitz to care for the survivors, and Soviet officers began to question some of the inmates. Adam Koryłowicz, the former chairman of the Polish Railway Workers' Union, who had been sent to the camp in June 1941, recounted how the first tests of the gas chamber had been carried out on 80 Red Army soldiers and 600 Polish prisoners. A Hungarian professor told them about the medical experiments. All the information was sent back to G.F. Alexandrov, the chief of Red Army propaganda, but, apart from a small article in a Red Army newspaper, nothing was said to a wider world until the very end of the war. This was probably because the party line insisted that the Jews did not represent a special category. Only the suffering of the Soviet people should be emphasized. The treks increased from Silesia as well as East Prussia and soon started in Pomerania. Nazi officials estimated that by the 29th of January, around 4 million people from the evacuated areas were heading for the center of the Reich. This figure appears to have been too low, since it rose to 7 million within a fortnight and to 8.35 million by the 19th of February. The Red Army's rampage had produced the most concentrated shift of population in history. This ethnic cleansing suited Stalin perfectly, with his plans to shift the Polish border westwards to the Oder. Several 100,000 civilians still remained trapped in Königsberg and on the Samland Peninsula, as well as within the encirclement of the Fourth Army at Heiligenbeil on the shore of the Friedrichshafen. The Kriegsmarine made strenuous attempts to rescue as many as it could from the small port of Pelau, and evacuations began from harbours in eastern Pomerania. Soviet submarines, however, torpedoed many large ships, including the liner Wilhelm Gustloff, which sank on the night of the 30th of January. Nobody knows how many were on board, but estimates of the number who died range from 5,300 to 7,400 people. Despite the risks by sea, exhausted and hungry women with children in their arms waited for the boats, often in vain. Rations were so short in Königsberg, less than 180 grams of bread a day, that many walked out through the snow to throw themselves on the mercy of the Red Army, but they received little pity. In the city, the execution of deserters became frenzied. The bodies of 80 German soldiers were displayed at the northern station with a placard which read, "They were cowards, but died just the same." The rapidity of the advance to the Oder had bypassed thousands of German troops who tried to make their way westwards individually or in groups. The NKVD rifle divisions in charge of rear area security found themselves fighting pitched battles. As Konyev's forces advanced on Breslau, a panic-stricken flight by civilians began, with crowds storming trains while others trudged off through thick snow. Many, if not most, of those on foot died of cold. Some made it to safety, still clinging to the frozen corpse of a baby or child. The siege of Breslau, which continued until the end of the war, was organized by the fanatical Gauleiter Karl Hanke, who ruled by terror, executing soldiers and forcing civilians, including children, to clear a runway under heavy Soviet fire. Zhukov's armies had smashed through the Warthegau, the western part of Poland incorporated into the Reich. Fleeing Germans were robbed by Poles determined to avenge their own fate in 1939 and 1940. The speed of advance of the 1st and 2nd Guards tank armies towards the Oder was protected on their right flank by another 4 armies spread out across southern Pomerania. Their greatest problem was not German resistance, but the difficulties of their supply services desperately trying to keep up with them on bad winter roads and without any rail line functioning. Had it not been for the American trucks provided under Lend-Lease, the Red Army would never have made it to Berlin before the Americans. "Our tanks have ironed, flattened out everything," wrote one soldier. "Their tracks crushed carts, vehicles, horses, and anything else that was on the road. The slogan, 'Forwards toward the West,' has been replaced by the slogan, 'Forwards to Berlin.'" The town of Schwerin was sacked on the way. "Everything is on fire," Vasily Grossman wrote in his notebook. "An old woman jumps from a window in a burning building." The fires lit the whole scene as soldiers looted. He also noted the horror in the eyes of women and girls. Terrible things are happening to German women. Soviet girls who have been liberated from camps are suffering greatly too. A very detailed report from the First Ukrainian Front subsequently revealed that young women and girls taken from the Soviet Union for forced labor were also suffering from gang rape. Having longed for liberation, they were shattered to find themselves so abused by men they had thought of as comrades and brothers. All this, concluded General Tsigankov, provides fertile ground for unhealthy, negative moods to grow among liberated Soviet citizens. It causes discontent and mistrust before they return to their mother country. But his recommendations did not mention tightening Red Army discipline. He advised instead that the political department and the Komsomol should concentrate on improving political and cultural work with repatriated Soviet citizens to prevent them returning home with negative ideas about the Red Army. There were also rare moments of pure joy. Vasily Churkin, who had advanced all the way from Leningrad and those terrible days on the ice of Lake Ladoga, was with Zhukov's First Belorussian Front. "We drove closer to Berlin," he wrote in his diary at the end of January. "Only 135 kilometers remain. The German resistance is weak. There are only our aircraft in the sky." We passed a concentration camp. The barracks where our women had been imprisoned are fenced off with several rows of barbed wire. A huge crowd of women prisoners burst free through the huge gate. They were running towards us, crying and shouting. They were unable to believe that this was happening. They had known nothing until the last minute. The sight was striking, but what touched me the most was a soldier finding his own sister. How she ran to him when she recognized him. How they were hugging each other and crying in front of everybody. This was like a fairy tale. On the 30th of January, the 12th anniversary of Nazi rule and the day of Hitler's last broadcast to the German people, panic spread in Berlin. Zhukov's tank spearheads approached the river Oder, just over 60 kilometers from Berlin. That night, the 89th Guards Rifle Division seized a small bridgehead across the frozen river just north of Kustrin. Early the following morning, troops from the 5th Shock Army also crossed over and captured the village of Kinitz. A third bridgehead was formed south of Kustrin. The dismay in Berlin was even greater because the propaganda ministry had tried to pretend that the fighting was still around Warsaw. Nazi prestige remained far more important to the regime than any human suffering, even that of its own people. In that 1 month of January 1945, Wehrmacht losses rose to 451,742 killed, roughly the equivalent of all American deaths in the whole of the Second World War. Scratch units were formed from local Volkssturm detachments, some Caucasian volunteers, who were later arrested when they refused to fire at their own countrymen, Hitler Youth, and a training battalion of teenagers destined for the Panzergrenadier Division Feldherrn Halle, trapped in Budapest. The Guard Regiment of the Großdeutschland Division, which had crushed the July plot the year before, was sent to the Seelow Heights in buses. This escarpment, which overlooked the floodplain of the Oder, would become the last line of defense before Berlin. On the morning of the 3rd of February, the U.S. 8th Air Force launched its heaviest raid on Berlin, killing 3,000 people. The Reichschancellery and Bormann's party chancellery were hit. Gestapo headquarters in the Prinz Albrechtstrasse and the People's Court were badly damaged. Roland Freisler, the court's president, who had screamed abuse at the July plotters, was crushed to death in its cellars. Zhukov, meanwhile, faced the classic quandary of any successful general after a rapid advance. Should the Red Army attempt to push on to Berlin when the enemy was in turmoil and had no defenses, or should it consolidate to allow its exhausted men to rest, resupply, and service their tanks? The debate among his generals was lively, with Zhukov of the 8th Guards Army arguing fiercely that they should attack immediately. The issue was settled on the 6th of February by Stalin in a telephone call from Yalta in the Crimea. Before attacking Berlin, they must first join with Rokossovsky to clear the Baltic balcony of Pomerania on their northern flank, where Himmler, to the despair of Guderian and other senior officers, had taken personal command of Army Group Vistula. Chapter 45. Philippines, Iwo Jima, Okinawa, Tokyo raids. November 1944 to June 1945. Soon after General MacArthur landed so triumphantly on Leyte in October 1944, his Sixth Army faced a much harder fight than he had expected. The Japanese reinforced the island and rapidly established air superiority. Admiral Halsey's carriers had departed, and the ground was too sodden to construct airfields after 35 inches of rain had fallen in the monsoon. Although the Japanese had intended to reserve their strength for the defense of Luzon, the main island of the Philippines, Imperial General Headquarters insisted that more reinforcements should be sent to the fighting on Leyte. Aircraft were also transferred from as far afield as Manchuria, but by then 5 American airstrips were in action, and Halsey's fleet carriers had returned. Fighting on Leyte continued well into December, partly due to excessive caution displayed by Lieutenant General Walter Kruger, who commanded the Sixth Army. The fiercest fighting was for Breakneck Ridge near Karigara in the north of the island, furiously defended by Japanese troops. Kruger was, however, helped by a disastrous Japanese counterattack against the airstrips. But by the end of December, the Americans estimated that they had killed 60,000 Japanese. 10,000 Japanese reinforcements drowned when their transports were sunk approaching the island. Some 3,500 Americans were killed and 12,000 wounded. MacArthur, never prone to modesty, proclaimed it perhaps the greatest defeat in the military annals of the Japanese Army. The insistence of Imperial General Headquarters on continuing to reinforce Leyte with troops from Luzon made the invasion of the main island, now planned for the 9th of January 1945, considerably easier. But first, the island of Mindoro, just to the south of the main bulk of Luzon, had to be taken to create more airfields. The landings and ground operation went well, but the invasion task force suffered heavily from kamikaze attacks. General Yamashita, the commander on Luzon, who had objected in vain to the strategy of defending Leyte in strength, knew that he could not hope to defeat the forces heading in his direction. He would withdraw with 152,000 men the bulk of his troops, to the hills of northern central Luzon. A smaller force of 30,000 would defend the air bases round Clark Field, while another 80,000 strong in the hills above Manila would be able to deprive the capital of its supplies of water. MacArthur intended to invade the island from the Lingayen Gulf in the northwest, with a subsidiary landing to the south of the capital. This roughly followed the Japanese invasion plan of 3 years ago. His escorting fleet during the first week of January suffered waves of kamikaze attacks emerging low over the island. An escort carrier and a fleet destroyer were sunk, while another carrier was severely damaged, as well as 5 cruisers, the battleships USS California and New Mexico, and numerous other vessels. Many attackers were shot down by anti-aircraft fire and escort fighters, but it was impossible to deal with them all. The landing ships were let off lightly, and the invasion itself on the 9th of January was virtually unopposed. Filipino guerrillas had informed the American command that there were no Japanese in the area, so there was no need to pummel the sector first, but Rear Admiral Jesse B. Oldendorf felt obliged to stick to his orders. Great destruction was wreaked on homes and farms, causing no damage to the enemy. While one corps on the left soon encountered strong Japanese resistance in the hills, 14 Corps on the right pushed south over flatter country towards Manila. General Kruger suspected that MacArthur's pressure on him to advance rapidly was influenced by a desire to be back in Manila by his birthday on the 26th of January. This was probably unfair. MacArthur wanted to liberate Allied prisoners held in camps and, if possible, seize the port of Manila before the Japanese destroyed it. A detachment of U.S. Rangers, greatly aided by Filipino guerrillas, managed to free 486 American prisoners of war from the Bataan Death March in a successful raid on a camp near Cabantuan, 95 kilometers north of Manila. MacArthur's impatience mounted because of the slow progress, caused more by the small rivers, rice paddies, and fish ponds than by Japanese resistance. MacArthur stepped in to send the 1st Cavalry Division on ahead. He wanted to rescue other Allied prisoners held in the University of Santo Tomas. Another landing, with 40,000 men from 12 Corps, took place on the 29th of January, north of the Bataan Peninsula, but they soon came up against a very strong Japanese defense line. The other landing south of Manila by the 11th Airborne Division appeared to produce more rapid results than the advance down the plain. On the 4th of February, they reached the Japanese defense line just south of Manila, although they did not yet know that they had been beaten to the capital the night before. A dramatic dash forward by a flying column from the 1st Cavalry on the north side, storming across a bridge after a naval lieutenant cut the burning fuse to the demolition charges, had brought them into the northern section of Manila. That evening, their tanks smashed through the perimeter walls of the Santo Tomas University, where 4,000 Allied civilians were interned. The Philippines, an archipelago with some 7,000 islands, had offered ideal terrain for guerrilla resistance, and the Filipinos, more than any other nation in the Far East, had begun to prepare for their liberation soon after the Japanese occupation began. Partly out of trust in the Americans, who had promised them full independence in 1946, and hatred for the arrogant and cruel Japanese with their torture and public beheadings, guerrilla groups had formed on most of the islands. A few were led by American officers who had been cut off there in 1942. Many of the Filipino troops had hidden their arms at the time of surrender. Once MacArthur's headquarters in Brisbane had confirmation of the size of the movement, submarines brought in more weapons, radios, and medical supplies, as well as the MacArthur propaganda items. In the large areas where Japanese troops seldom ventured, the local groups organized civic life and workshops, and even issued their own currency, which was preferred to the Japanese occupation banknotes. Coast watchers with radios passed information on Japanese shipping, which U.S. submarines were able to use with devastating results. The main danger came from Japanese radio detection units. There was little risk of denunciation by the local population, who helped carry the bulky equipment if a Japanese army sweep approached. The Philippines produced remarkably few collaborators, Most of those in Manila who worked for the Japanese administration provided as much intelligence as they could to the resistance. Japanese revenge was conspicuous after MacArthur's forces landed, especially in the fighting for the capital. Yamashita had not intended to defend Manila, and the local army commander had planned to withdraw according to his orders, but he had no control over the navy. Disregarding Yamashita, Rear Admiral Iwabachi Sanji told his men to fight on in the city. The remaining army units felt obliged to join them, making a force of some 19,000 men. As these troops withdrew to the center, the old Spanish citadel of Intramuros and the port area, they destroyed bridges and buildings. Raging fires spread across the poorer areas, where the houses were made of wood and bamboo. In the center, however, most of the buildings were concrete and could be turned into defensive positions. MacArthur, who wanted to organize a victory parade, was dismayed by the battle which then developed in the city, with more than 700,000 civilians trapped in the war zone. The 1st Cavalry, the 37th Infantry, and the 11th Airborne Division became involved in house-to-house fighting. As with the attack on Aachen, the Americans soon recognized the need to attack each building from above and fight their way down, using grenades, submachine guns, and flamethrowers. American engineers used their armored bulldozers to clear roadblocks. The Japanese naval and army defenders, knowing that they were all going to die, massacred Filipinos and raped the women mercilessly before killing them. Despite MacArthur's refusal to use aircraft in an attempt to spare civilian lives, around 100,000 Manila citizens, more than 1 in 8 of the population, died in the fighting, which lasted until the 3rd of March. The most urgent priority for General Kruger's troops was to eliminate the Japanese force east of Manila, which controlled the city's water supplies. Once again, the Japanese had constructed caves and tunnels in the hillsides, and once again the Americans had to clear them out with phosphorus grenades and flamethrowers. They blew the entrances to the tunnels, then poured gasoline and explosives in the main opening to burn, suffocate, or bury those left inside. P-38 Lightnings dropped napalm, which proved much more effective than conventional bombs. The process was greatly aided by a regiment of guerrillas who reached the main dam first in a sudden rush. The Japanese had no time to blow their demolition charges. The survivors slipped away into the hills at the end of May. Even while the fighting continued in Manila, MacArthur launched a drive with Lieutenant General Eichelberger's 8th Army to retake the central and southern islands of the Philippines, secure in the knowledge that the Japanese could not reinforce them. He regarded this as more urgent than finishing off Yamashita's main force in the hills of northern Luzon, since they could be bottled up and bombarded at leisure. One amphibious attack followed another, all supported by air power. Eichelberger claimed to have conducted 14 major landings and 24 minor ones in just 44 days. In many cases, his troops found that Filipino guerrillas had done their work for them, dealing with the smaller garrisons. On the 28th of February, the long western island of Palawan, stretching between Mindoro and North Borneo, was invaded. These forces discovered the charred bodies of 150 American prisoners of war who had been doused in gasoline and set on fire by their guards in December. On the 10th of March, they invaded Mindanao, where an American engineer, Colonel Wendell W. Fertig, led a large guerrilla force and secured a landing strip. C-47 transports touched down before the attack, bringing 2 companies of the 24th Infantry Division. Marine Corsair fighters then arrived to use it as a forward base. On Mindanao, the close cooperation between American infantry, guerrillas, and Marine air support forced the Japanese survivors on its western Zamboanga Peninsula to take to the hills. But the operation to reduce the main eastern mass did not start until the 17th of April. Once again, Fertig's guerrilla forces managed to secure an airfield, and American troops advanced inland, some by a bad road, while a regiment embarked on boats and barges and escorted by sub-chasers sailed up the broad Mindanao River, taking Japanese garrisons by surprise. They knew that they were in a race against the monsoon. Slowed by the jungle and gorges where the Japanese had destroyed almost every bridge and mined every approach, the fighting took far longer than expected. It did not end until the 10th of June, a month after the end of the war in Europe. General Yamashita in the northern Cordilleras of Luzon resisted, prolonging the fighting to the very end. He emerged to give himself up only on the 2nd of September 1945, the day of the official surrender. In China, the Ichigo offensive had finished in December 1944. Japanese forces had probed towards Chongqing and Kunming, but their supply lines were vastly overextended. Stilwell's successor, General Wiedemeyer, flew in the 2 American-trained divisions of X-Force from northern Burma to form a defense line, but the Japanese had already begun to withdraw. The 2 divisions returned to Burma, and at the end of January finally joined up with Y-Force on the Salween. The remaining Japanese troops retreated into the mountains, and the Burma Road was finally open again. The first convoy of trucks reached Kunming on the 4th of February. Slim's advance, meanwhile, came to a temporary halt along the river Irrawaddy, after Lieutenant General Kimuro Hoyotaro pulled the remnants of the Burma Area Army behind this formidable defensive barrier. Slim made a great show of mounting a major crossing with the 33 Corps, having secretly withdrawn his 4 Corps on its flank. A dummy headquarters remained behind, transmitting messages, while its divisions marched south under radio silence, then crossed the river much further down, unopposed, to threaten Kimuro's rear. The Japanese had to withdraw rapidly, and Mandalay was captured on the 20th of March after a hard battle. Slim wasted no time in pushing south along the Irrawaddy Valley towards Rangoon in a race to reach it before the rains came. Mountbatten, meanwhile, organized Operation Dracula, an amphibious and airborne assault for early May, using the British 15 Corps from the Arakan. The monsoon arrived 2 weeks early, stopping Slim's forces 65 kilometers short of their objective. On the 3rd of May, Rangoon was taken by 15 Corps, assisted by the Burmese Independent Army, which had changed sides to join the Allies. Kimuro's forces had no alternative but to retreat into Thailand. The remnants of the Japanese 28th Army, now cut off behind Allied lines in the Arakan, attempted to break out to the east across the river Sitang, but the British knew of their plans. When the Japanese reached the river, they were ambushed and massacred by the 17th Indian Division. Only 6,000 men out of 17,000 escaped. As far as the Japanese command was concerned, the Ichigo offensive had achieved its objectives. Japanese troops had inflicted 500,000 casualties on the nationalist armies and forced them to withdraw from 8 provinces with a combined population of more than 100 million people. Yet it also represented a triumph for the communists. The nationalists had lost not only more food-producing areas, but also a large part of their manpower reserve for conscription. However much they hated the Japanese, this must have come as a relief to the local inhabitants. As General Wiedemeyer observed, conscription comes to the Chinese peasant like famine and flood, only more regularly. After the Ichigo offensive had destroyed the 13 U.S. airfields, 2 new American air bases were built at Lao Ho-Ko, 300 kilometers northwest of Hankow, and Chikiang, 250 kilometers west of Hengyang. In April 1945, the Japanese advanced with 60,000 men from the 12th Army and destroyed the airfield at Lao Ho-Ko, but an attack by their 20th Army on the base at Chikiang was less successful. 5 well-equipped nationalist Chinese divisions, part of the modernization plan by General Wiedemeyer, with another 15 partly modernized formations, were diverted to defend Chikiang. On the 25th of April, supported by 200 aircraft, they smashed the 50,000-strong Japanese force in the last major engagement of the Sino-Japanese War. It demonstrated that with proper training and equipment, and above all food, the nationalist divisions could take on the Japanese effectively. Japanese forces in China and Manchuria had already been gradually reduced by transfers to the Philippines. Then Imperial General Headquarters felt obliged to divert troops from the China Expeditionary Army to defend Okinawa. The 62nd Division, which took part in the Ichigo offensive, had already been transferred there to defend the city of Shuri. Japan's other priority of joining up with its forces in Indochina had also been achieved. In January 1945, when their divisions from China crossed the border, Japanese senior officers in Indochina had been shocked by their condition. The men of the 37th Division had long hair and beards, their uniforms were in tatters, and few retained any badges of rank. They were incorporated into the newly constituted 38th Army to fight in northern Tonkin against the guerrillas of Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh's men had greatly assisted the Allies with intelligence and the return of downed aircrew, as had Thai groups provided with radios and weapons parachuted in from India by SOE and the OSS. On the 12th of January, Halsey's Third Fleet reached Indo-Chinese waters to strike at two Japanese battleship carriers, the Hyuga and the Ise, in Cam Bay. This roving sortie in the South China Sea was Halsey's swan song before he handed over command to Admiral Spruance. The two Japanese warships had in fact left for Singapore after American submarines had sunk their tankers, but aircraft from Halsey's 13 fleet carriers sank a light cruiser, 11 small warships, 13 cargo ships, and 10 tankers, as well as the French cruiser La Motte Piquet, which had been disarmed by the Japanese. While they were in the area, the Navy flyers shot up airfields around Saigon, destroying Japanese aircraft on the ground and fuel dumps. On the 9th of March, the Japanese swept aside the Vichy administration of Admiral Decoux and disarmed French forces, some of whom resisted, especially in the north. Gaullist agents, as well as the OSS, had been working on French officers who were already keen to change sides. Japanese forces proceeded to launch the Meigo offensive against French colonial troops holding strong points such as Liangshan Fort with a garrison of 7,000 men. The Japanese commanders in Indochina intended to send the 500,000 tons of stockpiled rice back to Japan and to other Japanese garrisons, but the American blockade and the shortage of shipping made this impossible. While a part of the stockpile rotted, the rest was seized in November 1945 by Chinese nationalist troops who had been sent to disarm Japanese forces, and they took it back to China. For many Indo-Chinese, their experience of famine during this period was even worse than both the War of Independence against the French and the Vietnam War. The first information for bombing targets in Japan was provided by Thai diplomats based in Tokyo, who passed it on through the Thai resistance to the OSS. By December 1944, the air bases on Guam, Tinian and Saipan were in operation. Using the great advantages which the Mariana Islands offered over the China airfields, all B-29 Superfortress operations were gradually concentrated there under the command of Major General Curtis E. LeMay. Yet bomber losses mounted, partly from fighters rising to intercept them from intervening islands, especially Iwo Jima. Imperial Japanese Navy fighter pilots at dispersal on Kyushu played bridge as they waited to be scrambled to attack superfortresses high overhead on their way to Tokyo. Their passion for the game was a bizarre legacy from the days when the Imperial Japanese Navy wanted to ape the Royal Navy. The American command decided to invade Iwo Jima, with its airfield from which Japanese fighters operated against the bombers and the bases on the Marianas. Once seized, it could provide an emergency landing strip for stricken aircraft. On the 9th of March, the same day as the Japanese removed the French administration in Indochina, LeMay's 21st Bomber Command launched its first major incendiary attack on Tokyo. Just over a month before, the B-29s had made their second experiment using napalm bombs. The factory district in Kobe had been virtually burned to the ground. LeMay had been aware of the destructive potential of incendiary attacks since the devastating B-29 raid on Hankow at the beginning of the winter. The 334 superfortresses carpet-bombed Tokyo, sparing neither residential nor industrial zones. More than 250,000 buildings went up in flames, spread by strong winds. Houses made of wood and paper caught fire in seconds. Altogether, 83,000 people died, and another 41,000 were severely injured, a far greater toll than when the second atom bomb was dropped on Nagasaki 5 months later. General MacArthur opposed the area bombing of Tokyo, but American hearts had been hardened by the kamikaze campaign against U.S. ships. LeMay, however, did not answer to MacArthur, and his only concession was to drop leaflets warning Japanese civilians to leave all towns and cities with any industry. LeMay was determined to carry on until all the major manufacturing centers of Japan were burned out. Bizarrely, the USAAF still tried to claim that these area incendiary attacks by night constituted precision bombing. Coastal shipping between the home islands was also brought to a virtual halt by the dropping of mines in and around the inland sea. Bomber crews in the early part of the campaign had been shaken by their losses. They started to calculate their odds on surviving a 35-mission tour. One came up with the personal mantra, "Stay alive in 45." But the destruction of aircraft factories and the losses of Japanese fighters, most of which had been diverted to kamikaze attacks against the U.S. Navy, soon meant that they could roam over Japanese airspace with comparatively little danger. Iwo Jima, although only 7 kilometers long, was revealed by air reconnaissance to be a tough objective. LeMay needed to reassure Admiral Spruance that it was absolutely necessary to take it for his bomber offensive against Japan. The large island of Okinawa would be invaded 6 weeks later. The Japanese defenders on Iwo Jima were commanded by Lieutenant General Kuribayashi Tadamichi, a sophisticated and intelligent cavalryman. He had no illusions about the final outcome of the battle, but he had prepared his positions to prolong it for as long as possible. Once again, this meant constructing cave and tunnel networks, as well as bunkers which were made out of a concrete which mixed cement with volcanic shingle. Despite the small size of the island, the tunnels stretched for 25 kilometers. Once the small civilian population on the island had been evacuated, reinforcements arrived, bringing his strength to 21,000 soldiers and Marines. His men swore to kill at least 10 Americans before being killed themselves. The U.S. Air Force bombed Iwo Jima from the Marianas for 76 days. Then, at dawn on the 16th of February, the Japanese saw from their bunkers and caves that the invasion fleet had arrived during the night. The naval task force of 8 battleships, 12 escort carriers, 19 cruisers, and 44 destroyers anchored offshore, began to bombard the island, map square by map square. But instead of the 10 days which Marine commanders had requested, Admiral Spruance reduced the softening up operation to 3 days. Considering the tonnage of bombs and shells hurled at the island, damage to the defenses was minimal. The only exception was when Japanese batteries opened up prematurely at some rocket-launching landing craft, which their commander assumed to be the first wave of the invasion. As soon as they revealed their positions, the battleship's heavy guns traversed onto them. But when the amphibious assault began on the 19th of February, most of Kuribayashi's artillery was still untouched. The 4th and 5th Marine Divisions landed in the first wave on the southeastern shore and were followed by the 3rd Marine Division. The beaches of soft volcanic sand were so steep that the heavily laden Marines, in their camouflage helmets, struggled up them with difficulty. Japanese gunfire intensified, with huge mortars of 320 millimeters dropping their bombs on the landing area. Wounded men brought back to the beach were often killed before they could be evacuated to one of the ships. Bodies were mangled and blown apart in the most terrible way. Part of the 5th Division swung left to attack the dormant volcano of Mount Suribachi at the southern tip. An officer had a flag ready to hoist it on the summit. The right-hand regiment of the 4th Division moved right to deal with a strongly fortified quarry. It was helped by Sherman tanks, which had managed to make it up the steep sand shelving, but the pitiless fighting still lasted most of the day. One battalion, 700 strong, was left with no more than 150 men still able to stand. By nightfall, 30,000 Marines had landed, despite the relentless shell and mortar fire. They dug in, ready to fight off a counterattack, but even that was not easy in the soft volcanic ash. One Marine, no doubt from a farming community, compared it to digging a hole in a barrel of wheat. But no counterattack came. Kuribayashi had forbidden them, and especially banzai charges in the open. They would kill more Americans from their defensive positions. The bombardment had at least knocked out most of the guns at the base of Mount Suribachi, but other positions were untouched, as the 28th Regiment discovered scaling the hill. Rock slides were tumbled down on our heads by the Japs, recorded one Marine, and also as a result of our own naval gunfire. Each pillbox was a separate problem, an intricately designed fortress which had to be smashed into ruins. The walls of many began with 2 feet thick concrete blocks laced with iron rails. Then came 10 to 12 feet of rocks piled with dirt and the dirty ashes of Iwo. Suribachi had a garrison of 1,200 men in its tunnels and bunkers. Impervious to artillery and bazookas, the bunkers could be dealt with only at close range. Marines used pole or satchel charges with the cry, "Fire in the hole!" or hurled in phosphorus grenades. Flamethrowers were in constant use, but it was a terrifying task for the operator, who became an urgent target for Japanese machine gunners trying to ignite the tank on his back. The Japanese knew that to be caught in its dragon breath was like a chicken being fried. At one point, Marines heard Japanese voices and realized that the sound was coming up through a fissure in the rock. Barrels of fuel were manhandled up the mountain, then gasoline was poured in and set alight. After 3 days of constant combat, a small group of the 28th made it to the summit of the volcano and raised the stars and stripes on a metal pole. It was a moment of great emotion. The sight was greeted with jubilation and tears of relief both below and out at sea. Ships offshore sounded their horns. The Secretary of the Navy, James V. Forrestal, who was observing the whole operation, turned to Major General Holland Smith and said, "The raising of that flag on Suribachi means a Marine Corps for the next 500 years. A larger flag was brought up and raised by 6 men on a long piece of scaffolding acting as a flagpole, and the photograph taken became the icon of the war in the Pacific. Suribachi had cost the lives of 800 Marines, but it was not the main defensive position on the island. Kuribayashi's headquarters were deep underground at the north end of Iwo Jima, in the most complex network of tunnels and excavated caverns. There was fury when the few survivors from Suribachi appeared, having slipped through American lines. Even though they had been ordered by their dying commander to break out, to take news of Suribachi's fall, they were greeted with horror and shock for having failed to fight to the last. Their officer, a Navy lieutenant, was slapped, insulted as a coward, and very nearly beheaded. He was already kneeling with his head bowed when the sword was pulled from Captain Inoue Samaji's hands. By the 4th day, the Marines had secured the 2 airfields in the center of the island, but then, with the 3 divisions in line abreast, they had to advance to take the northern complex, buried within the volcanic rock, a truly barren and hellish landscape. Japanese snipers concealed themselves in fissures. Machine guns were switched from cave entrance to cave entrance, and American casualties mounted. The Marines were angry that they were not allowed to use poison gas against the tunnel systems. Some collapsed from combat stress, but many more displayed unbelievable bravery, continuing to fight when grievously wounded. No fewer than 27 Medals of Honor were awarded for the fighting on Iwo Jima. Hardly any prisoners were taken. Even the badly wounded Japanese were killed, since they usually concealed a grenade to destroy themselves and any Navy corpsman who tried to help them. Some Marines decapitated Japanese corpses in order to boil the head and sell the skull when they got back home. The advance from ravine to ravine and ridge to ridge, which were given names such as Meat Grinder, Death Valley, and Bloody Ridge, was slow and horrific. Japanese soldiers, taking the uniforms off dead Marines, slipped through American lines at night to kill and cause mayhem in the rear. On the night of the 8th of March, despite Kuribayashi's orders against any banzai charge, Captain Inoue led one when he and his force of 1,000 men were surrounded near Tachiwa Point, the easternmost part of the island. They attacked a battalion of the 23rd Regiment, inflicting nearly 350 casualties in a chaotic battle. But next morning, the surviving Marines counted 784 Japanese bodies in and around their positions. By the 25th of March, when the battle for Iwo Jima ended, 6,821 Marines had been killed or mortally wounded, as well as another 19,217 severely wounded. Apart from 54 Japanese soldiers taken prisoner, 2 of whom committed suicide, Kuribayashi's force of 21,000 men were all dead. After Kuribayashi had received severe wounds in a final battle, his soldiers buried him deep in the caverns. In the middle of March, Admiral Micha's Task Force 58, with 16 fleet carriers, sailed back into Japanese waters to attack airfields on Kyushu and the main island of Honshu. This was a preemptive strike before the invasion of Okinawa. As well as destroying Japanese aircraft on the ground, his flyers also managed to damage the great battleship Yamato and 4 carriers. But a surprise attack by a single bomber, which was not a kamikaze, caused devastating damage to the carrier USS Franklin. Although given permission to abandon ship, the captain and the survivors eventually managed to bring the fires below decks under control. Micha's task force was about to experience far worse attacks when it took up station off Okinawa to protect the landings. There its ships would become targets for wave after wave of kamikaze aircraft. During the last few days of March, American forces seized 2 groups of small islands to the west of southern Okinawa, which turned out to be more useful than they had imagined. They discovered and destroyed a base for suicide boats, prepared with charges to ram U.S. warships. The closest islands also provided good positions for batteries of 155mm long toms to support the troops once ashore. Okinawa, with a civilian population of 450,000, was the main island in the Ryukyu chain. The Japanese had annexed it in 1879 and incorporated it into the home islands. The Okinawans, who had very different traditions and culture from the Japanese, did not embrace the militaristic ethos of the master race. Their conscripts were more bullied than any others in the Imperial Japanese Army. 100 kilometers long, Okinawa lay some 550 kilometers to the southwest of Japan and included several large towns, including the 15th century citadel of Shuri in the south. As well as rocky ridges forming a spine across the center of the island, much of the land was intensively cultivated, with cane fields and rice paddies. General Ushijima Mitsuru's 32nd Army, at more than 100,000 men, was stronger than U.S. intelligence had estimated, although 20,000 of them were locally raised militia, despised by Japanese soldiers who made fun of the Okinawan dialect. Ushijima had lost his best division, the 9th, which had been transferred to the Philippines on the orders of Imperial General Headquarters. However, he was unusually strong in artillery and heavy mortars. Ushijima, from his headquarters in the citadel of Shuri, planned to defend the southern, most populated quarter of the island to the end. In the northern, hilly areas, which the Americans expected to be the main center of resistance, he had positioned only a small force, commanded by Colonel Udo Takihido. Ushijima had no intention of defending the shoreline. Like Kuribayashi on Iwo Jima, he would wait until the Americans came to him. On the 1st of April, Easter Sunday, after 6 days of bombardment by battleships and cruisers, Admiral Turner's invasion fleet was ready to launch its Amtraks and landing craft. After all the horrors of Iwo Jima, the landings proved a mixture of anticlimax and euphoric relief. The 2nd Marine Division made a feint assault on the southeastern tip, then returned to Saipan. Only 28 men were killed on the first day out of the 60,000 men from 2 Marine and 2 Army divisions landed on the west coast. Facing negligible opposition, they advanced inland to secure 2 airfields. The 1st and the 6th Marine Divisions advanced northeastwards across the Ishikawa Isthmus into the main part of the island, which Ushijima had defended so lightly. After the relief of landing unopposed, they began to feel tense. Where the hell are the Nips? Marines kept wondering. They passed large numbers of terrified and bewildered Okinawans and directed them back to internment camps set up in the rear. The Marines gave their candy and some rations to the children, who did not show fear like their parents and grandparents. The Army's 7th and 96th Divisions swung south, not knowing that they were headed for Ushijima's main defense lines across the island in front of Shuri. Only on the 5th of April, when the 2 Army divisions reached the limestone hills with their natural and man-made caves, did they understand what a battle awaited them. The caves had once again been linked up with tunnel systems, and the hills were dotted with traditional Okinawan funeral vaults in stone, which made excellent machine gun nests. Ushijima's artillery batteries were positioned to the rear, with forward observation officers on the hills ready to direct their fire. His main tactic was to separate the American infantry from their tanks, which were attacked by concealed teams who jumped out and ran up to the Shermans with Molotov cocktails and satchel charges. Tank crews who abandoned their blazing vehicles were shot down. While the 2 Army divisions were shaken to find what they were up against, Admiral Turner's fleet offshore began to receive the full brunt of Japanese kamikaze attacks launched from Kyushu and Formosa. On the 6th and 7th of April, 355 kamikaze pilots took off. Each was accompanied by another plane flown by a more experienced pilot to escort them. Most of the kamikaze had barely completed flying training, which is why they were encouraged to volunteer. The veterans would then return to escort another wave. Although they had been ordered to target carriers, most went for the first ship they saw. As a result, the destroyers, spread in a semicircle as radar pickets, suffered the worst attacks at first. With their thin armor and only a few anti-aircraft guns, they stood little chance. Combined with the air attacks, the most conspicuous suicide mission came in the form of the giant battleship Yamato, accompanied by a light cruiser and 8 destroyers. On the orders of the commander-in-chief of the combined fleet, they had sailed from the inland sea through the straits between Kyushu and Honshu. They were to attack the American fleet off Okinawa, beach their ships, and use them as fixed batteries to support General Ushijima's forces. Many senior naval officers were horrified at this waste of the Yamato, which had received just enough fuel for the one-way trip. On the 7th of April, Admiral Micha was warned of the Yamato's approach by U.S. submarines. He flew off his aircraft, although he knew that Admiral Spruance wanted his battleships to have the honor of sinking her. Spruance conceded the attack to the Navy flyers. The Japanese suicide squadron was tailed by American reconnaissance aircraft, and they guided the Helldivers and Avenger torpedo bombers towards it. The first wave scored 2 hits with bombs and 1 torpedo strike. The second wave, less than an hour later, hit the Yamato with 5 torpedoes. Another 10 bombs struck home as the great battleship slowed and began to settle in the water. The cruiser Yahagi was also stricken. Then the Yamato rolled slowly over and blew up. The Yahagi went down too, along with 4 destroyers. The Great Sortie was one of the most futile gestures in modern warfare, costing the lives of several thousand sailors. The second series of kamikaze attacks on the invasion fleet began on the 11th of April, and this time they did aim for the carriers. The USS Enterprise was hit by 2 of them, but survived with heavy damage. The Essex was also hit, but was not put out of action. Next day, the battleship USS Tennessee was hit, and a destroyer sunk. The destroyer's crew were machine-gunned by other fighters as they struggled in the sea. A third series of attacks began on the 15th of April, by which time the stress on naval crews was beginning to tell. Further attacks included one on a clearly identified hospital ship and others on carriers, including the Bunker Hill and the Enterprise. Kamikaze attacks were also made against the Royal Navy's Pacific Fleet, which Admiral King had been so reluctant to accept in what he regarded as his theatre of war. Task Force 57, as Spruance had designated it, was bombing and bombarding airfields on the island of Sakishimagunto towards Formosa. The flight decks of British aircraft carriers consisted of 3 inches of armor plate. When a Zeke kamikaze smashed into the flight deck of HMS Indefatigable and exploded, it simply left a dent. The U.S. Navy liaison officer aboard remarked, "When a kamikaze hits a U.S. carrier, it's 6 months repair at Pearl. In a Limey carrier, it's a case of sweepers man your brooms." The U.S. Navy paid a heavy toll. By the end of the Okinawa campaign, the suicides of 1,465 pilots sank 29 ships, damaged 120, killed 3,048 sailors, and wounded another 6,035. North of Suri, the 7th Infantry Division took 7 days to advance about 6 kilometers. The 96th needed 3 days to take Cactus Ridge. Afterwards, it managed to seize Kakazu Ridge beyond in a surprise attack before dawn, but it was forced back when the Japanese artillery, which had registered the ridge line, concentrated all its fire upon it. After 9 days of fighting, both divisions were blocked and had lost 2,500 men altogether. General Simon Bolivar Buckner, the commander of the 10th Army, at least had encouraging news from the Marines advancing north. They had almost reached the northern tip of the island through the pine forest, which smelled so good after the rotting stench of jungle fighting. Colonel Udo's force had gone to ground. The 29th Marine Regiment, encountering some well-disposed Okinawans who spoke English, discovered where Udo's base was. He had selected a peak called Yaedake, deep in the forest overlooking a river. On the 14th of April, the 29th and the 4th Marine Regiment attacked from opposite sides. After a 2-day battle, and having suffered heavy casualties, they took Yaedake. Colonel Udo, they found, had slipped through with some of his men to pursue the fight from elsewhere in the forest. On the 19th of April, an impatient General Buckner ordered an intense bombardment of the Japanese lines and Shuri Citadel, using all the artillery, Navy aircraft, and big guns of the fleet, in preparation for a 3-division attack. The assault on the bridges right across the island failed. On the 23rd of April, Admiral Nimitz flew to Okinawa. He was deeply worried by the losses inflicted on his ships offshore and wanted the seizure of Okinawa completed rapidly. It was suggested to Buckner that another amphibious landing should be made on the south coast by the 2nd Marine Division. Buckner firmly rejected the idea. He feared that the Marines would be trapped in a beachhead and it would be difficult to supply them. Nimitz did not argue, but made it clear that the conquest of the island must be completed quickly, otherwise Buckner would be replaced. That night, the Japanese pulled back from their first line of defense, covered by a thick mist and a bombardment by their own artillery. But the next defense line on the Uraso-Mura escarpment, with its cliffs, was not an easy prospect. Replacements, being blooded in battle, often froze when they saw a Japanese soldier for the first time. Some even shouted for someone else to shoot him, forgetting to use their own weapon. The 307th Regiment of the 77th Division held off a Japanese counterattack almost entirely with grenades. Men were tossing grenades as fast as they could pull the pins, a platoon leader said. To keep them supplied, a human chain behind was passing fresh crates of them forward. At the end of the month, Buckner brought the 2 Marine divisions down from the north of the island. Then, on the 3rd of May, Ushijima made his one great mistake. Persuaded by the passionate advice of his Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Cho Isamu, he launched a counterattack. Cho, an extreme militarist, responsible for the orders which led to the massacres and rapes at Nanking in 1937, advocated an attack combined with amphibious landings behind the American lines. The boatloads of soldiers were spotted by U.S. Navy patrol boats, and a massacre ensued at sea and on the beaches. The attack by land was also a disaster. Ushijima was mortified and apologized to the one staff officer who had opposed the whole mad plan. On the 8th of May, when news of Germany's surrender reached the rifle companies of the 1st Marine Division, the most usual reaction was, "So what?" It was another war on another planet as far as they were concerned. They were exhausted and filthy, and everything around them stank. The concentration of troops on Okinawa was abnormally dense. A battalion front extended less than 550 meters. The sewage, of course, was appalling, wrote William Manchester, a Marine sergeant on Okinawa. You could smell the front line long before you saw it. It was one vast cesspool. On the 10th of May, Buckner ordered a general offensive against the Shuri line with 5 divisions. It was a terrible battle. Only a combination of conventional Sherman tanks and those converted to flamethrowers could deal with some of the cave defenses. One small hill, called Sugarloaf, took the Marines 10 days of fighting and cost them 2,662 casualties. Even some of the toughest Marines faced nervous collapse, mainly due to the accuracy of the Japanese mortar and artillery fire. Everyone suffered from thudding headaches caused by the noise of the guns and explosions. At night, the Japanese would try to infiltrate their lines, so star shells or flares were fired continuously into the sky, lighting up the nightmare terrain with a dead, greenish glow. Sentries needed to note the position of every corpse to their front, because any Japanese soldier creeping forward during the night would freeze and lie still, feigning death. On the 21st of May, just as the Americans broke through to an area where they could use their tanks, the rains came, bogging down vehicles and grounding aircraft. Everyone and everything was covered in liquid clay. For the infantry and the Marines, carrying ammunition, slipping and sliding in the mud, was an utterly exhausting task. Living in foxholes filled with water and with decomposing bodies all around in shell holes was even worse. Corpses in the open and partially buried were crawling with maggots. Under the cover of the heavy rain, Ushijima's forces began to pull back to final defense positions across the southern tip of Okinawa. Ushijima knew that the Shuri line could not hold, and with an American tank breakthrough, his forces risked encirclement. He left behind a strong rear guard, but eventually a battalion of the 5th Marine Regiment occupied the citadel of Shuri. It found that it had only a Confederate flag with it, so, to the embarrassment of some officers, the stars and bars were raised until they could be replaced with the stars and stripes. On the 26th of May, the clouds parted, and aircraft from the carriers spotted vehicles moving south from Shuri. Local Okinawans, terrified by Japanese propaganda about the Americans, insisted on fleeing with the troops, even though Ushijima had directed them to seek shelter in another direction. American commanders felt compelled to open fire on the column, and the cruiser USS New Orleans began a bombardment of the road with its 8-inch guns. Some 15,000 civilians died along with the retreating soldiers. After the withdrawal, Ushijima's force was reduced to less than 30,000 men, but hard battles still lay ahead, even if the end was in sight. On the 18th of June, General Buckner himself was killed by shell splinters when watching an attack by the 2nd Marine Division. 4 days later, General Ushijima and Lieutenant General Cho, by then beleaguered in their command bunker, made their preparations for ritual suicide by self-disembowelment and simultaneous beheading by their respectful aides. The body count of their soldiers came to 107,539, but many others had been buried beforehand or sealed in destroyed caves. Marine and Army formations had suffered 7,613 killed, 31,807 wounded, and 26,211 other injuries, most of which consisted of psychological breakdown. Some 42,000 Okinawan civilians are said to have died, but the true figure may have been much higher. Apart from those killed by naval gunfire, many were buried alive in caves hit by artillery fire from both sides. In any case, it prompted the question of how many Japanese civilians would die in the invasion of the home islands, which was already being planned. The capture of Okinawa may not have hastened the end of the war. Its prime aim was to serve as a base for the invasion of Japan, but the suicidal nature of its defense certainly concentrated minds in Washington on the next steps to consider. Chapter 46. Yalta, Dresden, Königsberg. February to April 1945. At the end of January 1945, while the fighting in Budapest reached its peak and Soviet armies arrived at the River Oder, the three Allied leaders were preparing to meet in Yalta to decide the fate of the post-war world. Stalin, who was afraid of flying, insisted on holding the conference at Yalta in the Crimea, where he could travel by train in his green Tsarist coach. Roosevelt had been sworn in as president for the fourth time on the 20th of January. In his short inaugural address, he looked towards the peace which he would not live to see. 3 days later, amid unprecedented security precautions, he embarked in secret aboard the heavy cruiser USS Quincy. 11 days later, the Quincy and her escorting warships reached Malta, where Churchill awaited him eagerly. But Roosevelt, with a smokescreen of charm and hospitality, managed to avoid discussing what they should say at Yalta. He again did not want Stalin to think that they were ganging up on him. He clearly wanted a free hand without an agreed strategy. The British delegation became increasingly uneasy. Stalin knew exactly what he wanted, and he would play them off against each other. Roosevelt wanted, above all, to secure Soviet support for a United Nations organization, while the top British priority was to obtain guarantees that Poland would be genuinely free and independent. The two delegations flew overnight from Malta to the Black Sea and landed at Saki on the 3rd of February. Their long journey over the Crimean mountains and along the coast took them past many areas laid waste by war. The delegations were installed in Tsarist summer palaces. Roosevelt and the Americans stayed in the Levadia Palace, where the meetings would take place. For Stalin, the main purpose of the Yalta Conference was to force acceptance of Soviet control of Central Europe and the Balkans. He was so confident of his position that he felt able to torment Churchill in a preliminary meeting by suggesting an offensive through the Ljubljana Gap. He knew perfectly well that Churchill's pet project to preempt the Red Army had been consistently opposed by the Americans. And now, with Soviet armies northwest of Budapest, the British were far too late. In any case, the Americans had just insisted on the transfer of more divisions from Italy to the Western Front. Churchill must have been deeply irked as Stalin twisted the knife with mock sincerity. Roosevelt, still hoping to give the impression that the Western Allies were not ganging up, refused to see Churchill before the real business started. This precaution was wasted, since the Soviet delegation had assumed that he and Churchill in Malta had already discussed their strategy. Just before the opening session, Stalin visited Roosevelt, who immediately tried to win his trust by undermining Churchill. He spoke of their disagreements over strategy, and even referred back approvingly to Stalin's toast at Tehran, suggesting the massacre of 50,000 German officers, a comment which had made Churchill walk out in disgust. Remarking that the British wanted to have their cake and eat it too, he brought up his complaint that the British would occupy northern Germany, which he had wanted for the United States, but had failed to mention until it was much too late. He was prepared, however, to support Churchill's plea that the French should have their own area of occupation in the southwest, but even that was delivered in a disparaging way, with digs against the British and de Gaulle. When the first session began in the ballroom of the Livadia Palace on the late afternoon of the 4th of February, Stalin invited Roosevelt to open the proceedings. Over the next few days, they discussed the military situation and strategy, the possible dismemberment of Germany, the occupation zones, and also reparations, a subject of the greatest interest to Stalin. Churchill was horrified when Roosevelt announced that the American people would not let him keep their troops in Europe much longer. American commanders especially were keen to wash their hands of Europe and finish the war with Japan. But Churchill rightly saw it as a terrible blunder in their negotiations. Stalin was immensely encouraged. He remarked afterwards to Beria that the weakness of the democracies lay in the fact that the people did not delegate permanent rights such as the Soviet government possessed. On the 6th of February, Roosevelt's great dream of a United Nations organization was the subject of long and tortuous discussions. When it came to the composition of the Security Council and qualifications for countries to be members of the General Assembly, Stalin suspected that the Americans and British had cooked up a trap. He had not forgotten the League of Nations vote condemning the Soviet invasion of Finland in the winter of 1939. Stalin was deft and assured. He spoke with a quiet authority and played a winning hand just as cleverly as at the conference in Tehran 14 months before, which had created the strategy to give him dominance over half of Europe. He also had the advantage of knowing from Beria's British spies the negotiating positions of the Western Allies. The other two members of the Big Three could not hope to match him. Roosevelt, looking old and frail, with his mouth hanging open most of the time, sometimes did not appear to follow what was going on. Churchill, always likely to be carried away by his own emotional rhetoric rather than focusing on hard facts, clearly did not grasp the vital aspects of certain key discussions. This was particularly true on the question of Poland, which was so close to his heart. He seems to have missed Stalin's subtle yet clear signals on the subject. For Churchill, the key test of the Soviet Union's good intentions would be how it would treat Poland. But Stalin saw no reason to compromise. The Red Army and the NKVD were now in complete control of the whole country. On Poland, Josef Vissarionovich has not moved 1 inch, Beria told his son Sergo in Yalta. Sergo Beria was in charge of bugging all the rooms, and even of placing directional microphones to pick up Roosevelt's conversations outside. Churchill had sensed he was on his own. The Americans are profoundly ignorant of the Polish problem, he had told Eden and Lord Moran, his doctor. At Malta, I mentioned to them the independence of Poland, and was met with the retort, but surely that isn't at stake. In fact, Edward Stettinius, the Secretary of State, had agreed with Eden, but Roosevelt wanted to avoid a breach with Stalin on Poland, especially if it would hinder agreement on the United Nations. On the 6th of February, during the discussions on Poland, Roosevelt tried to act as if he were the honest broker between the British and the Soviets. The eastern border along the Curzon Line had been more or less agreed between the Big Three, but Roosevelt, rather to Churchill's surprise, appealed to Stalin to allow the Poles to keep the city of Lvov as a generous gesture. Stalin had no intention of doing anything of the sort. It belonged to Ukraine, in his view, and although Poles within the city were in an absolute majority, ethnic cleansing had already started. He intended to move them all to the eastern parts of Germany, with which he proposed to compensate Poland. The citizens of Lvov would eventually be moved en masse to Breslau, which would become Wrocław. Stalin was far more concerned about Western proposals for a Polish coalition government based on leaders of all the major parties to supervise free elections. As far as he was concerned, there was already a provisional government in place, the Lublin Poles, who would now move to Warsaw. "We shall allow in 1 or 2 émigrés for decorative purposes," he said to Beria, "but no more." He had recognized his own puppet government at the beginning of January, to the protests of the British and the United States. The French recognized Stalin's puppet government, despite de Gaulle's previous stance in December. The Czechs also recognized it under pressure. Stalin became agitated during these discussions. After a recess, he suddenly stood up to speak. He admitted that the Russians had committed many sins against the Poles in the past, but argued that Poland was vital to Soviet security. The Soviet Union had been invaded twice through Poland in the course of the century, and for that reason alone it was necessary that Poland be mighty, free, and independent. Neither Churchill nor Roosevelt could fully understand the shock of the German invasion in 1941, and Stalin's determination to establish a cordon of satellite states so that the Russians would never be surprised again. One could well argue that the origins of the Cold War lay in that traumatic experience. Stalin's idea of free and independent was of course very different to a British or American definition, because he insisted that it should be friendly. He rejected any involvement in its government by representatives from the government in exile, accusing them of stirring up trouble behind Soviet lines. He claimed that members of the Home Army had killed 212 Red Army officers and soldiers, but of course made no mention of the appalling repression carried out by the NKVD against non-communist Poles. The Home Army, according to his argument, was therefore helping the Germans. It became clear the following day that any compromises on Poland and the United Nations would be linked. Stalin postponed the subject of the Polish government and thrilled the Americans by agreeing to their voting system for the United Nations. He did not want the Soviet Union to find itself massively outvoted in the General Assembly. He therefore got Molotov to argue again that, on the basis that the British had several votes, if one counted the Dominions as likely to side with the mother country, then at least some member states of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics should be admitted, especially Ukraine and Belorussia. Roosevelt was not taken in. Nobody considered them independent of Moscow in any form, and it undermined the principle of one country, one vote. To his surprise and irritation, Churchill sided with Stalin, but Roosevelt then conceded the next morning, hoping to get Stalin to commit to declaring war on Japan. Stalin's own concession on the United Nations, however, had been an attempt to persuade Roosevelt to soften his line on Poland. The three-dimensional game was becoming complicated. It was made even more complicated by disagreements within the American delegation. When the conference returned to the subject of Poland, Stalin pretended that Roosevelt's suggestion that delegates from the rival governments should be brought to Yalta was impossible to fulfill. He did not know their addresses, and there would not be sufficient time. On the other hand, he appeared to offer encouraging concessions by talking of the possible inclusion of non-communist Poles in the provisional government and the holding of general elections afterwards. He rejected American suggestions of a presidential council to oversee elections. Both Molotov and Stalin were firm that the Warsaw Provisional Government would not be replaced, but it could be enlarged. Churchill presented a powerful response, explaining why there would be deep distrust, if not outrage, in the West at the idea of a government which did not enjoy widespread support in Poland. Stalin replied with unmistakable warning signals to Churchill. He had honored the agreement over Greece. He had not protested when British troops suppressed communist partisans in Athens. And he compared the question of rear area security in Poland to the situation in France, where he had in fact reined in the French Communist Party. In any case, he argued, de Gaulle's government was no more democratic in composition than the communist provisional government in Warsaw. Stalin claimed that the Soviet liberation of Poland and his provisional government had been widely welcomed. This outright lie may have been highly unconvincing, but the message was clear. Poland was his France and Greece, only more so. Greece, as he knew, was the Prime Minister's Achilles' heel, and Stalin's arrow was well aimed. Churchill was forced to acknowledge his gratitude for Stalin's neutrality in Greek affairs. Roosevelt, afraid of losing ground on the United Nations, insisted that the Polish question should be put aside for the moment and discussed by the Committee of Foreign Ministers. The President agreed to Stalin's price for entering the war against Japan. In the Far East, the Soviet Union wanted the southern part of the island of Sakhalin and the Kuril Islands, which Russia had lost after the disastrous war against Japan in 1905. Roosevelt also conceded Soviet control over Mongolia, providing it was kept secret, as he had not discussed it with Chiang Kai-shek. This was hardly in the spirit of the Atlantic Charter, nor was the American compromise over Poland announced by Stettinius on the 9th of February. Roosevelt did not want to put at risk agreements achieved on his two main priorities, the United Nations and Soviet entry into the war against Japan. He had given up on any hopes of forcing Stalin to accept a democratic government in Poland. All he wanted now was an agreement on a provisional government of national unity and free and unfettered elections which could be sold to the American people when he returned home. This approach tacitly accepted the Soviets' demand that their provisional government should form the basis of the new one and, by implication, cast the London government in exile into outer darkness. Molotov, pretending to put forward insignificant changes, wanted to drop terms such as fully representative, and instead of permitting democratic parties to qualify, he wanted that changed to anti-fascist and non-fascist. Since the Soviet state and the NKVD already defined the Home Army and its supporters as objectively fascist, this was hardly a pedantic trifle. Roosevelt dismissed Churchill's concerns as no more than the interpretation of certain words, but the devil was indeed in the detail, as they would find later. The Prime Minister would not be put off. Knowing that he could not now win on the composition of the provisional government, he concentrated on the question of free elections and demanded diplomatic observers. Stalin retorted shamelessly that that would be an insult to the Poles. Roosevelt felt obliged to support Churchill, but the next morning the Americans, without warning the British, suddenly withdrew their insistence on the monitoring of the elections. Churchill and Eden were left out on a limb. All they could obtain was an agreement that ambassadors should have freedom of movement to report on events in Poland. Admiral Leahy pointed out to Roosevelt that the words in the agreement were so elastic that the Russians can stretch it all the way from Yalta to Washington without ever technically breaking it. Roosevelt answered that he could not do anything more. Stalin was not budging on Poland, whatever anyone said. His troops and security police controlled the country. For what appeared to be the greater good of world peace, Roosevelt was not prepared to stand up to the Soviet dictator. Stalin, disturbed to observe the frail state of the accommodating president, told Beria to provide detailed information on those around him who might play an important role after his death. He wanted every detail available on Vice President Harry Truman. He feared that the succeeding administration would be much less pliable. In fact, when Roosevelt died 2 months later, Stalin became convinced that Roosevelt had been assassinated. According to Beria, he was furious that the NKGB First Directorate could provide no information on the matter. One of the last issues to be tackled at Yalta was the question of the repatriation of prisoners of war. With some camps already overrun by the Red Army, the democracies wanted to bring their men home and return the large numbers of Soviet prisoners of war and those in Wehrmacht uniform. Neither the British nor the Americans had fully thought through the implications of this agreement. Soviet authorities misled their allies by insisting that their citizens had been forced into German ranks against their will. They should be separated from German prisoners, treated well, and not categorized as prisoners of war. They even accused the Allies of beating up the very prisoners whom they intended to massacre or send to the Gulag as soon as they had them back. The British and Americans guessed that Stalin wanted revenge on all those Soviet citizens, around 1 million of them, who had served in Wehrmacht uniform or had been forced through starvation to become Hiwis. However, they did not foresee that even those taken prisoner by the Germans would be considered traitors. By the time the Allies discovered the truth about the murder of returned Soviet prisoners, they preferred to remain quiet so as not to delay the return of their own prisoners of war. And finding it impossible to screen their charges effectively to identify the real war criminals, it seemed easier to send the whole lot back, by force if necessary. Military questions, which had opened the conference, were among the last to be settled. The Americans wanted Eisenhower to have the right to liaise directly with the Stavka in order to be able to coordinate plans. Although a perfectly sensible plan, this soon proved less than straightforward. General Marshall and his colleagues had failed to understand that no Soviet commander dared do anything which involved contact with a foreigner without having first had permission from Stalin. Marshall had also assumed that a genuine exchange of information would be in the interests of both parties, but again he, like all Americans without direct experience of Soviet practices, failed to understand the Russians' conviction that the capitalist countries were always trying to trick them, so they must trick them first. Eisenhower was perfectly frank about his intentions and timetable, in fact far too frank and naive in Churchill's view. The Soviets, on the other hand, deliberately misled Eisenhower on both their plans and timing when it came to the Berlin operation. Marshall regarded the clarification of the bomb line, the boundary between Western and Soviet zones of operation, as a matter of urgency. U.S. aircraft had already attacked Soviet troops by mistake, thinking they were German. Again he was staggered to find that General Alexei Antonov, the Chief of the General Staff, could discuss nothing without first consulting Stalin. Churchill received little thanks from de Gaulle for having persuaded both Roosevelt and Stalin to allow France to join the Allied Control Commission with its own occupation zones. The French leader was sulking at not having been invited to Yalta and at the refusal to give France the Rhineland. His mood was not improved when Roosevelt, on his way home, invited him to Algiers to brief him on what had been decided at Yalta. A hypersensitive de Gaulle did not appreciate receiving an invitation from an American to visit him on French territory, so he promptly refused. Word then leaked out that Roosevelt had called him a prima donna, and this further inflamed the situation. The spirit of Yalta, a fairy dust which settled on American and British delegates alike, persuaded them that, even if the agreements achieved were far from watertight, Stalin's overall mood of cooperation and compromise suggested that peace could be maintained in the post-war world. It would not be long before such optimistic thoughts were upset. While on the subject of the bomb line in Yalta, General Antonov had asked for attacks on communication centers behind German lines on the Eastern Front. This was to prevent the transfer of German troops from the Western Front to the east to face the Red Army. It has been argued that the direct outcome of that agreement was the destruction of Dresden by Allied bombing. Yet Antonov never mentioned Dresden. Even before the Yalta Conference, Churchill was keen to impress the Soviets with the destructive power of bomber command at a time when Britain's armies had been so weakened by manpower shortages. It would also remind them that the strategic bombing campaign had been the initial Second Front, as he had attempted to persuade Stalin on several occasions earlier in the war. Harris was also keen to attack Dresden, simply because it remained one of the few major cities which had not yet been flattened. The 8th Air Force had bombed its marshalling yards in October, but it could not be included in his blue books. The fact that this Baroque jewel on the Elbe was one of the great architectural and artistic treasures of Europe did not concern him for a moment. His failure to have achieved Germany's collapse with his heavy bombers, as he had claimed he would, only seemed to spur him on. On the 1st of February, Portal, Spatz and Tedder agreed a new directive which placed Berlin, Leipzig and Dresden on the target priority list, just below oil. Harris did not believe in the oil plan, as he made abundantly clear to Portal, the Chief of the Air Staff, in correspondence during the winter. A directive from the combined Chiefs of Staff on the 1st of November 1944 should have forced him to concentrate first on oil targets and secondly on communications. Even though ultra-intercepts showed that Spatz's emphasis on oil targets was proving most effective, Harris did not want to be diverted from his personal goal. "Are we now to abandon this vast task just as it nears completion?" he demanded. Harris was obliged to react to Portal's pressure, but he used the genuine problem of bad visibility in winter as an excuse to continue on his own course of bombing cities. Harris even offered his resignation in January as the dispute continued, but Portal felt that he could not sack him. Harris, even though he had been proved wrong on almost every single one of his fixed ideas, had too many supporters in the popular press and among the public at large. For most of the RAF crews, Dresden was just another target, though a long, long way away. They were told it was to disrupt the German war effort and to help the Red Army. Their briefings did not mention that one objective was to cause a flood of refugees to impede Wehrmacht traffic, a tactic for which the British had condemned the Luftwaffe in 1940. The American bombers were to attack first on the 13th of February, but due to bad weather, their contribution was postponed for 24 hours. As a result, the onslaught on Dresden began on the night of the 13th of February, with 796 RAF Lancasters in 2 waves. The first wave, dropping the usual mixture of high explosive and incendiaries, began the fires, especially in the more flammable Old City. The second, larger wave could see a bright glow on the horizon when still 150 kilometers from their target. The fires were beginning to coalesce into a huge inferno, which would soon drag in hurricane-force winds at ground level like a titanic forge. By the time the American fortresses arrived next day, which happened to be Ash Wednesday, the smoke from the city had risen to 15,000 feet. On the ground, the conditions were as horrifying as in the other firestorm cities, Hamburg, Heilbronn, Darmstadt, with shrunken carbonized bodies, most of them killed by carbon monoxide inhalation, molten lead pouring from roofs, and the melted tar on the roads trapping people like flypaper. Dresden's important rail links and military traffic were a legitimate target, but Harris's obsessive desire for total extinction again prevailed. Pforzheim was next, 10 days later. The firestorm there brought Harris's score up to 63 destroyed cities. The beautiful town of Würzburg, which had even less military significance, was burned to the ground in the middle of March. To the end of his days, Harris maintained that his strategy saved the lives of untold numbers of Allied soldiers. After the destruction of Dresden, questions were raised, both in Britain and the United States. There were allegations that the Allied air forces had adopted a policy of terror bombing. Churchill, who had urged the attack on Dresden and other communications centers in eastern Germany, began to have cold feet about the fury of the strategic bombing campaign. He sent a minute to the British Chiefs of Staff, stating that the destruction of Dresden remains a serious query against the conduct of Allied bombing. Portal found this deeply hypocritical and demanded that he withdraw it. Despite his disagreements with Harris, Portal was determined to defend the sacrifice of Bomber Command. Altogether, 55,573 aircrew had died out of the 125,000 who served in it. The U.S. 8th Air Force suffered 26,000 killed, more than the whole of the U.S. Marine Corps. Some 350 Allied aircrew are estimated to have been lynched or murdered when shot down. Estimates of the number of German civilians killed vary, but it was around 500,000 people. The Luftwaffe had killed many more, including an estimated 500,000 civilians in the Soviet Union alone, But that is still no excuse for Harris's utterly wrong-headed conviction that Bomber Command could win the war on its own simply by smashing cities. Goebbels apparently shook with rage when he heard of Dresden's destruction. He claimed that 250,000 people had died and demanded that as many Allied prisoners of war be executed as the number of civilians killed. A commission of historians in Germany recently reduced the estimate to around 18,000 and definitely less than 25,000. The idea of shooting Allied prisoners of war appealed to Hitler. Such a tearing up of the Geneva Convention would force his troops to fight to the end. But calmer voices, including those of Keitel, Jodl, Dönitz and Ribbentrop, talked him out of it. The promises of a glorious future for Germany during the early war years had now been replaced by the terror propaganda of Kraft durch Furcht, strength through fear. Goebbels, implicitly and explicitly, evoked the consequences of defeat with the annihilation of Germany and a Soviet conquest with rape and deportation for forced labor. Victory or Siberia provided a powerful Manichaean idea. The misery that would follow if the war was lost would be unthinkable, wrote a young officer. Yet although the Nazi regime was totally opposed to negotiation, it allowed, even tacitly encouraged, its population to believe in some sort of deal with the Western Allies so that they would have some hope, even if they had no more faith in final victory. Now that the majority of the population had lost all trust in the official media, they relied on the exchange of rumors and hearsay in bomb shelters and air raid cellars. The most frightening stories came from refugees who had escaped from East Prussia, Pomerania and Silesia. Nearly 300,000 troops and civilians were still trapped in Königsberg and the Samland Peninsula behind it. Their only hope still lay with the Kriegsmarine. Civilians in Pomerania were soon cut off as well. Zhukov, having been told by Stalin from Yalta to deal with the Baltic Balcony on his northern flank, redeployed several of his armies. On the 16th of February, these German forces were ordered to attack south in the area of Stargard in an operation to which staff officers gave the codename Husarenritt, Hussar Ride, but Himmler's SS insisted that it be called Sonnenwende, Solstice. More than 1,200 tanks had been allocated to the offensive, but many never reached the start line. A sudden thaw, turning the ground into deep mud, added to a shortage of fuel and ammunition, turned Sonnenwende into a disaster. It had to be abandoned after 2 days. Zhukov, having redeployed his forces, ordered the 1st and 2nd Guards tank armies and the 3rd Shock Army to push up east of Stettin to the coast. This followed Rokossovsky's advance west of the Vistula with 4 armies towards Danzig. Leading tank brigades smashed through weak defences. In towns supposedly far behind the lines, German civilians stared in stupefied horror on seeing T-34 tanks charging down their main street, smashing any obstacle under their tracks. One seaside town was captured by cavalry sweeping in. Wehrmacht units, cut off by the advance, tried to make their way west, trudging in groups through silent, snow-bound forests. The 1,000-odd men left from the French SS Schalman division managed to escape in this way from Belgrade. Once again, the Nazi Party had refused to allow the civilian population to leave in good time. Hurriedly assembled treks set out through the snow in farm carts with improvised canopies to keep out the freezing wind. The route of the German retreat was marked by gallows alleys, where the SS and Feldgendarmerie had hanged deserters, with cards around their necks proclaiming their guilt. Whether the refugees headed east towards Danzig and Gotenhafen, Gdynia, or west towards Stettin, the Red Army was ahead of them, and they had to turn back. Land-earning families knew that they would be the first to be shot when the Soviets arrived. A number decided to commit suicide first. Danzig, soon surrounded by the Red Army, became an inferno of flames and black smoke. Its population had swollen to 1.5 million with all the refugees, while the wounded were dumped on the quayside to await evacuation. The Kriegsmarine, using any craft available, shuttled them to the port of Hela on the peninsula to the north, where other ships would take them back to ports west of the Oder estuary or to Copenhagen. Only the heavy guns of the Prinz Eugen and the old battleship Schlesien kept the Soviet troops out of the town until the 22nd of March. German sailors continued to rescue civilians despite coming under fire from tanks on the shore. The sack of Gdynia was terrible when Soviet troops broke in. Even the Soviet military authorities were shaken. The number of extraordinary events is growing, as well as immoral phenomena and military crimes, the political department reported, using its usual tortuous euphemisms. Among our troops there are disgraceful and politically harmful phenomena when, under the slogan of revenge, some officers and soldiers commit outrages and looting instead of honestly and selflessly fulfilling their duty to the motherland. German civilians left behind in Danzig later suffered a similar fate. Revenge was no doubt inevitable, especially as the Soviets uncovered so many traces of atrocities. Stutthof concentration camp, where 16,000 prisoners had died from typhoid in 6 weeks, was destroyed in an attempt to hide the evidence. German soldiers and Volkssturm had taken part in the execution of the remaining Red Army prisoners, Poles and Jews, held there. But a far worse discovery was made in the Danzig Anatomical Medical Institute, where Professor Spanner and Assistant Professor Vollmann had, since 1943, been conducting experiments on corpses from the camp at Stutthof to turn them into leather and soap. The examination of the premises of the Anatomical Institute, stated the official Soviet report, revealed 148 human corpses which were stored for the production of soap. The executed people whose corpses were used for making soap were of different nationalities, but mostly Poles, Russians and Uzbeks. Spanner's work had evidently received approval at a high level, because his institute had been visited by the Minister of Education Rust and Minister of Healthcare Conti. Gauleiter of Danzig, Albert Förster, visited the institute in 1944 when soap was being produced. It is surprising that the Nazi authorities had not disposed of such grisly evidence before the arrival of the Red Army. Even more astonishing was the fact that Spanner and his associates never faced trial, because the processing of corpses was not a legal crime. Looting became both a game and a matter of pride, especially in the punishment companies. The Strafroti position next to ours, recorded a young officer, was commanded by a Jew, Jovka Korsunski, who had the manner typical of someone from Odessa. He came to visit us during a lull in a beautiful captured carriage pulled by magnificent stallions. He took a great Swiss watch off his left wrist and threw it to somebody. Then he took another from his right wrist and threw it to somebody else. Watches were an object of constant desire and often served as a reward. Our soldiers, who didn't speak a word of German, quickly learned to say, "Wie viel ist die Uhr?" And the unsuspecting German civilian took out his pocket watch, and the watch immediately moved to the pocket of the warrior Victor. East Prussia remained the main focus for revenge. "I've only been at war for a year," another young officer wrote home. "So how do people feel after 4 years at the front? Their hearts are now like stone. If sometimes you say to them, 'Soldier, you shouldn't finish off this Hans. Let him build again what he has destroyed,' he would look at you from under his eyebrows and say, 'They took away my wife and daughter,' and he fires his gun. He is right." The sandbar on the Baltic along the Friedrichshafen had been the only route left open for escape from East Prussia. Thousands of civilians had fled across the ice to it, although many fell through where it had been weakened by shell fire and thaw. "When we reached the shore of the Friedrichshafen," wrote Rabichev, "the entire beach was littered with German helmets, submachine guns, unused grenades, tins of food and packets of cigarettes. Along the shore stood cottages. Wounded Fritzes were lying in beds or on the floors of these cottages. They looked at us in silence. There was neither fear nor hatred in their faces, just numb indifference, although they knew that each of us had only to raise a submachine gun and shoot them. The troops in the Heiligenbeil encirclement, with their backs to the sea, had held off the Soviet forces around them, thanks only to the gunnery of the pocket battleship Admiral Scheer and the Lützow. On the 13th of March, however, the Red Army attacked in force. Troops in another, smaller pocket at the port of Rosenberg were refused permission by Hitler to evacuate by sea. They were destroyed in an assault on the 28th of March. The port of Rosenberg was looking like a kasha of metal, dirt and flesh, wrote a Red Army lieutenant to his mother. Corpses of Fritzes covered the ground. What was here dwarfs the events on the Minsk Highway in 1944. One walks on corpses, sits down to rest on corpses, one has one's meals on corpses. For about 10 kilometers, there are 2 corpses of Fritzes on each square meter. POWs are being driven in battalions, with their commanders in front. I can't understand why we bother to take them prisoners. We've got so many already, and here is another 50,000. They walk without any guards, like sheep. The Samland Peninsula west of Königsberg was defended by a mixture of army and Volkssturm troops trying to defend the evacuations by sea from the port of Pillau. An officer in the 551st Volksgrenadier Division described how they were serenaded with loudspeakers, broadcasting music interspersed with messages in German, urging them to lay down their arms. But there was no question of that, because in our mind's eye we could still see the women of Kratlau and Inchintal, who had been raped to death, and we knew that behind us thousands of women and children had yet to make the decision to evacuate. In Königsberg itself, members of the Feldgendarmerie, known as chain hounds because of the metal gorget worn round their neck, searched cellars and ruined houses for men trying to avoid service in the Volkssturm. Many civilians longed desperately for the city to surrender to end their suffering, but General Otto Lasch had the strictest instructions from Hitler to fight to the very end. Gauleiter Koch, having fled early on and evacuated his own family to safety, now returned from time to time in a Storch plane to see that his orders were fulfilled. Königsberg had strong defences, with old forts and a moat combined with new bunkers and earthworks. At the end of March, Marshal Vasilievsky, who had taken over command of the 3rd Belorussian Front after Chernyakhovsky was killed by a shell, ordered a massive assault. It was a chaotic operation, with Soviet artillery and aircraft frequently killing and wounding their own troops by mistake. The Red Army's casualties were horrific, so when its troops finally made their way into the fortress city, they showed no pity, even to civilians in houses with white sheets hung from the windows in surrender. Women were soon begging their attackers to kill them. Heart-rending screams could be heard coming from ruins in all directions. Thousands of civilians and soldiers committed suicide. General Lasch finally surrendered on the 10th of April and was promptly condemned to death in absentia on Hitler's order. The Gestapo arrested his family under the Nazi Sippenhaft law of reprisal. A group of SS and police fought on in the castle, but they too were soon killed in the blazing fire, which almost certainly destroyed the precious panels of the Amber Room, looted during the siege of Leningrad and brought back to Königsberg. There had been an estimated 120,000 civilians in Königsberg at the start of the siege. The NKVD counted 60,526 at the end. Some of the Volkssturm were shot out of hand as partisans because they had no uniform. Everyone else, with many women included, was marched off for forced labor, either in the region or back in the Soviet Union. The East Prussian campaign was finally over. Rokossovsky's 2nd Belarusian Front had lost 159,490 men dead and wounded, while the 3rd Belarusian Front suffered 421,763 casualties. Yet even with these sacrifices, the war was not yet won. The German army at bay was still a dangerous beast. It fought on, whether prompted by fear of retribution for war crimes in the Soviet Union, or fear of the Bolsheviks and slave labor in Siberia. There were growing numbers of deserters, but the threat of the flying courts-martial issuing summary sentences and the SS and Feldgendarmerie hanging any they caught certainly had an effect. As a senior Red Army officer observed, morale is low, but discipline is strong. Chapter 47. Americans on the Elbe. February to April 1945. American commanders had always criticized Montgomery for his caution, yet Eisenhower became extremely cautious himself after the surprise attack in the Ardennes. The counterattack against the Bulge had been slow and deliberate, allowing Model to withdraw the bulk of his forces. At one stage, Eisenhower did not expect to cross the Rhine until May, believing it would be in Spate until then. He greatly overestimated the fighting power of the German armies facing him, which were in fact crippled by fuel and ammunition shortages. Speer's achievements in the mass production of armaments in 1944 had simply not been matched by the munitions industry. "The Germans just don't seem to understand," was a frequent complaint by American soldiers. Why did they continue to fight when the war was so obviously lost? General Patton had asked a captured German colonel the same question in November. "It is the fear of Russia that is forcing us to use every man who can carry a weapon," he replied. Some historians have argued that the Germans fought to the last because of the Allies' insistence on unconditional surrender, but this was not a major factor. Roosevelt and Churchill were convinced that the German people, after the delusions over their defeat in 1918, had to be forced to recognize this time that they were totally defeated. The Morgenthau Plan, on the other hand, had been a major blunder. Rather more to the point was the knowledge of senior Nazis that they would be executed for war crimes. Hitler had no illusions. Surrender in any form was anathema to him, and his entourage knew that the war could not end as long as he still lived. Hitler's greatest fear was not execution, but of being captured and taken back to Moscow in a cage. His plan had always been to implicate the military and civilian hierarchy in the crimes of the Nazi state, so that they could not dissociate themselves from it when there was no further hope. At the beginning of February 1945, the U.S. First Army began its offensive south of the Hürtgen forest in freezing conditions. On the 9th of February, Hodges's troops at last took the Ruhr Dam near Schmidt. That same day, the French First Army, supported by U.S. armored divisions, eliminated the Colmar pocket. Bradley's offensive, led by Major General Matthew B. Ridgway's 18 Airborne Corps, went well, thanks to the great fighting qualities of his paratroopers. But the crossing of the River Saar, swollen by floodwaters in a sudden thaw, cost many casualties and took 3 days. The Westwall was breached, and many more German troops on the central sectors of the front were now ready to surrender. To Bradley's consternation, Eisenhower then halted Collins's 7 Corps advancing towards Cologne. This was to allow Montgomery the priority in supplies for Operation Veritable, an attack southeast from Nijmegen through the Reichswald between the Rhine and the Maas. There the Germans fought back with every division they could scrape together, and it was a miserable battle in rain and sleet. There was no room for maneuver between the rivers, and the German defenses in the Reichswald were manned with determination by Student's paratroopers. The ground was still sodden, with tanks casting tracks in the glutinous mud and unable to operate effectively in the woods. It gave the British a taste of what the Hürtgen had been like for the Americans. They were not helped when they reached the ancient city of Kleve. Harris's bombers had smashed the city for once with high explosive instead of incendiaries, which made it far harder to capture because the Germans fought from the ruins. The German concentration against the British offensive did at least give Simpson's Ninth Army a better chance when it crossed the River Ruhr on the 19th of February, but the inundated floodplain on both sides made it a difficult and messy operation. German civilians could only pray that their own troops retreated before too much damage was done to their towns and villages. They also assisted the growing number of young soldiers trying to desert. On the 1st of March, Patton's Third Army took Trier. He scented blood and rapid advances and pushed his divisional commanders on with his coruscating language. Once the British Second Army had reached the Rhine at Wesel on the 10th of March, Montgomery began preparations for his great set-piece crossing, a model of Staff College planning with no fewer than 59,000 engineers involved. The assault would include the 21st Army Group, Simpson's 9th Army, and the drop of 2 airborne divisions on the east bank. The paratroopers and glider-borne infantry suffered far more casualties than the amphibious attack. Americans made caustic comments about the massive build-up and the time it took. Montgomery's thunder was stolen before he had started. On the 7th of March, south of Bonn, the 9th Armored Division had seized the bridge at Remagen, which was partly destroyed by demolition charges. Showing great dash, the division grabbed the opportunity and was across before the Germans could react. On hearing the news, Hitler ordered that the officers in command should be executed immediately. He sacked Rundstedt for the 3rd time and replaced him with Kesselring. He also ordered massive reinforcements to crush the bridgehead. This stripped other sectors, and Patton's Third Army, which had been clearing the Palatinate region on the west bank of the Rhine at speed, made several crossings south of Koblenz. A report of the coup de main at Remagen was immediately passed back to Moscow by Major General I.A. Susloparov, the Red Army liaison officer at Chief Headquarters. The next morning, Stalin ordered Zhukov to fly back to Moscow, even though he was directing his armies in Pomerania. He was driven straight to Stalin's dacha, where the Soviet leader had been recuperating from stress. The Vozhd took him out into the garden, where they walked and talked. Zhukov briefed him on Pomerania and the state of the Oder bridgeheads. Stalin then spoke of the Yalta Conference and said that Roosevelt had been most friendly. Only as Zhukov was about to leave, after tea, did Stalin reveal the reason for his summons. "Go to the Stavka," he said, "and look at the calculations on the Berlin operation with Antonov. We will meet here tomorrow at 1300. Antonov and Zhukov, who both sensed the urgency of Stalin's order, worked through most of the night. They knew they had to take into account the action of our allies, as Zhukov acknowledged later. From the moment Stalin heard that the Americans were across the Rhine, he knew that the race for Berlin was on. It was just as well that Zhukov and Antonov worked through the night, because Stalin brought forward the meeting and came into Moscow for it, although he was still weak. Stalin had 2 vital reasons for wanting to take Berlin before the Allies. The lair of the fascist beast was the key symbol of victory after all the Soviet Union had suffered, and Stalin had no intention of allowing any other flag to fly over the city. Berlin had also been the center for Nazi Germany's atomic research, mainly at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physics in Dahlem. Through his spies, Stalin was well aware of the Manhattan Project in the United States and its progress towards creating an atomic bomb. The Soviet nuclear research program, Operation Borodino, had received full priority, but the Russians were short of uranium, which they hoped to seize in Berlin. Soviet intelligence, although informed of every detail of the Manhattan Project, had no idea that the bulk of the uranium and most of the scientists they wanted had been evacuated from Berlin to Haigerloch in the Black Forest. At the meeting on the 9th of March, Stalin approved the outline plan for the Berlin operation drawn up by Zhukov and Antonov. The Stavka worked furiously on the details. The main problem was the time needed by Rokossovsky's Second Belarusian Front to complete the clearance of Pomerania. It would then have to redeploy along the lower Oder up to Stettin, so that it could attack at the same time as Zhukov's First Belarusian Front opposite Berlin, and Konyev's First Ukrainian Front to the south on the river Neisse. Stalin's main fear was that the Germans would open their western front to the British and Americans and transfer troops east to face the Red Army. His paranoia led him to suspect that the Western Allies were still capable of making a secret deal with Germany. American talks in Bern with SS Obergruppenführer Karl Wolff discussing a possible surrender in North Italy had aroused his worst fears. On the 27th of March, just before the Stavka plans were finalized, a Reuters report from 21st Army Group boasted that British and American troops were meeting hardly any German resistance. Anglo-American relations came under strain again at this time, because Montgomery assumed that he would be given the task of advancing to Berlin. But on the 30th of March, Eisenhower issued his orders. 21st Army Group would head for Hamburg and Denmark. Montgomery lost Simpson's 9th Army, which would form the northern pincer movement on the Ruhr, defended by Generalfeldmarschall Model's Army Group, while the U.S. First Army would encircle it from the south. Bradley's armies would then head for Leipzig and Dresden. The main thrust was to be for central and southern Germany. Eisenhower insisted that Berlin was not the logical nor the most desirable objective for the forces of the Western Allies. He had seized on some speculative intelligence which suggested that Hitler would fight to the end in an Alpine fortress in the south. Montgomery was not the only one who was furious. Churchill and the British Chiefs of Staff were horrified by this change of direction away from Berlin, which the Supreme Commander had not discussed with them. Churchill had been with Eisenhower less than a week before on the banks of the Rhine to watch Montgomery's great operation at Wesel, and the Supreme Commander had not even hinted at his change in thinking. To make matters worse, Eisenhower had already communicated all the details to Stalin without even warning his British deputy, Air Chief Marshal Tedder. This signal, SCAF 252, became a cause of considerable friction. Eisenhower assured Stalin that he had no intention of advancing on Berlin. His main thrust would head further south. Churchill feared that Marshall and Eisenhower were far too keen to placate Stalin when the spirit of Yalta had already turned sour. In Romania, Wyszynski had installed a puppet government at the end of February. He ignored the protests of the Allied Control Commission that his act was a blatant contravention of the Declaration on Liberated Europe agreed at Yalta, under which governments representing all democratic parties would organize free elections. More and more reports, meanwhile, indicated that the NKVD in Poland was arresting and shooting members of the Home Army, accusing them of helping the Nazis. Some 91,000 Poles were arrested and deported to the Soviet Union. On the 17th of March, Molotov angrily refused to allow any Western representatives to enter Poland to assess the situation there, in another overt contravention of the Yalta Agreement. He pretended that it was an insult to the Communist Provisional Government in Warsaw, which the Americans and British refused to recognize until elections had been held. Molotov knew the British and American position on forming a new Polish government. This information had come from Donald Maclean, the British spy in Washington, and perhaps also from Alger Hiss in the State Department. In Soviet eyes, the definition of fascist included anyone who did not follow the orders of the Communist Party. On the 28th of March, 16 representatives of the Home Army and its political wing were invited for discussions by the Soviet authorities. Although given guarantees of safe conduct, they were immediately arrested by the NKVD and taken to Moscow. They were later put on trial, and in 1946 their leader, General Leopold Okolitsky, was murdered in prison. Churchill tried to prompt Roosevelt into a showdown, but the American president, although shaken by Stalin's bad faith, wanted to minimize the general Soviet problem as much as possible. British indignation was prompted mainly by Eisenhower's obstinate refusal to accept that there were political implications in his strategy. He believed that his task was to finish the war in Europe as rapidly as possible, and he did not share British concerns about Stalin and Poland. Senior British officers referred to Eisenhower's deference to Stalin as "have a go Joe," a call used by prostitutes in London when soliciting American soldiers. Eisenhower may have been politically naive, but it was Churchill who demonstrated a more serious failure to grasp geopolitical reality at this moment. In one sense, at least, the decisions at Yalta and his own percentage agreement were irrelevant. Ever since the Tehran Conference at the end of 1943, when Stalin, supported by Roosevelt, had defined Allied strategy in the West, Europe was bound to be divided in Stalin's favor. The Western Allies were finding that they could liberate half of Europe only at the cost of re-enslaving the other half. Stalin still suspected that Eisenhower's frankness about Allied intentions was a trick. On the 31st of March he received the American ambassador Averell Harriman and Sir Archibald Clark Carr, his British counterpart, in the Kremlin. They discussed the overall plan which Eisenhower had described in his signal SCAF 252 and his intention to ignore Berlin. Stalin said that it seemed a good one, but first he must consult his staff. The very next morning, which happened to be the 1st of April, Marshal Zhukov and Konev were summoned to Stalin's office. "Are you aware how the situation is shaping up?" he asked them. They were clearly not quite sure what they were supposed to say, and replied cautiously. "Read the telegram to them," he told General S.M. Shtemienko, the Staff Chief of Operations. This message claimed that Montgomery would head for Berlin, and that Patton's Third Army would turn from its drive towards Leipzig and Dresden to attack Berlin from the south. Stalin was presumably putting pressure on the two front commanders with a faked document which bore little relation to SCAF 252. "Well then," Stalin said, staring at his two marshals, "who is going to take Berlin? Are we or are the Allies?" "It is we who shall take Berlin," Konev replied immediately, "and we will take it before the Allies." Konev was evidently keen to beat Zhukov to the prize, and Stalin, who liked to create a rivalry between his commanders, approved. He made one alteration to General Antonov's plan by eliminating part of the boundary between the two fronts to give Konev the chance of striking for Berlin from the south. The Stavka went to work with a vengeance. The operation involved 2.5 million men, 41,600 guns and heavy mortars, 6,250 tanks and self-propelled guns, and 7,500 aircraft. Everything had to be ready in just over 2 weeks, by the 16th of April. Once the conference was over, Stalin replied to Eisenhower's message. He told him that his plan completely coincided with that of the Red Army and that Berlin has lost its former strategic importance. The Soviet Union would deploy only secondary forces against it, while its main effort would be made to the south to join up with American forces, probably in the second half of May. However, this plan may undergo certain alterations depending on circumstances. It was the greatest April Fool in modern history. At the meeting with Harriman and Clark Carr, Stalin had appeared much impressed by the vast numbers of prisoners the Allies were rounding up in the West. Patton's Third Army alone had taken 300,000. But such figures, of course, fed his suspicion that the Germans were surrendering to the British and Americans while concentrating their forces against the Eastern Front. Ilya Ehrenberg reflected this in an article in Krasnaya Zvezda. "American tankists are enjoying excursions in the picturesque Harz Mountains," he wrote. The Germans were surrendering with fanatical persistence. But the phrase which angered Averell Harriman the most was his remark that the Americans were conquering with cameras, implying that they were just tourists. Even devoted followers of the Führer found their faith in final victory shaken. "In the last few days we have been rushed by events," an army officer on the staff of an SS corps in the Black Forest wrote in his diary on the 2nd of April. Düsseldorf lost, Cologne lost, the disastrous bridgehead at Remagen. In the southeast, the Bolsheviks have reached Wiener Neustadt. Blow upon blow. We are coming to the end. Do our leaders see perhaps a possibility? Does the death of our soldiers, the destruction of our cities and villages, make any sense now? Yet he still felt that they should fight on until told otherwise. The war correspondent, Godfrey Blunden, noted how Germans still made ambushes, killed some Americans, and then jumped up with their arms raised, shouting "Kamerad!" and expecting to be treated well. He was struck by the contrasts in the advance. We have gone through small towns perfectly preserved from war, and a few miles further on entered cities lying in ruins. Almost everywhere they were greeted by pillow slips and sheets hung out of windows as tokens of surrender. The destruction wrought by the combined bomber offensive shook all who observed the reality on the ground. Stephen Spender later wrote of Cologne, "One passes through street after street of houses whose windows look hollow and blackened, like the open mouths of a charred corpse. In Wuppertal, the tram lines were curled up like celery stalks. Roads are still thronged with slave workers steadily moving westward," Blunden recorded. "I saw one today with a tricolour flying from the back of his pack." He also saw released slave workers raid a brewery, then dance in the street and smash windows. It was not long before the full horrors of the Nazi regime became apparent. On the 4th of April, American troops entered Ohrdruf concentration camp, part of Buchenwald, to find apathetic, skeletal figures surrounded by unburied corpses. Eisenhower was so appalled that he ordered soldiers to visit the camp and brought in war correspondents to witness the sight. Some of the guards had tried to disguise themselves, but when they were pointed out by prisoners, Allied troops shot them on the spot. Other guards had already been killed by prisoners, but few had the strength. On the 11th of April, American soldiers came across the tunnel factory of Mittelbau-Dora. 4 days later, British troops entered Belsen. The stench and the sights made most of them feel physically sick. Some 30,000 prisoners were in a limbo between life and death, surrounded by more than 10,000 rotting corpses. Belsen's population had been grotesquely swollen by the survivors of death marches who had been dumped there. More than 9,000 had died in the previous 2 weeks, and 37,000 in the previous 6 from starvation and a typhus epidemic. Of those still just alive, another 14,000 died, despite all the efforts of the Royal Army Medical Corps. The senior officer present ordered a strong detachment of troops to march into the adjacent town of Bergen to bring back the whole population at bayonet point. As they were put to work moving corpses to mass graves, these German civilians all professed shock and protested their ignorance, to the angry disbelief of British officers. The aimless movement of tens of thousands of concentration camp prisoners from one place to another continued with murderous futility. Some 57,000 women and men from Ravensbrück and Sachsenhausen were still being herded west. Altogether, between 200,000 and 350,000 prisoners are estimated to have died on the death marches. German civilians showed them little pity. London heard of the Gardelegen massacre, where SS guards handed over several thousand prisoners from Dora Mittelbau to a mixed group of Luftwaffe personnel, Hitlerjugend and local SA members. They forced the prisoners into a barn and set fire to it, then shot down any who attempted to escape. The speed of the Allied advance in the west prompted groups of SS, often aided by Volkssturm, to carry out many other massacres of prisoners. Allied forces also had to care for their own prisoners of war, released from camps overrun in their advance. During the month of April, 250,000 needed to be fed and repatriated. Eisenhower requested RAF and US AAF bombers to be diverted to this task, now that their work of destruction was virtually over. The biggest relief operation was planned for the starving Netherlands. When Reichskommissar Arthur Seyss-Inquart threatened to drown large areas, Eisenhower's Chef headquarters announced that he and Generaloberst Blaskowitz, the commander-in-chief in Holland, would be treated as war criminals if that happened. Then, After complicated negotiations through the Dutch resistance, the German authorities agreed not to hinder attempts to drop food supplies in the worst affected areas, including Rotterdam and The Hague. In Operation Manna, 3,000 sorties by RAF bombers parachuted in more than 6,000 tons. For countless people close to death, it came only just in time. After the encirclement of Generalfeldmarschall Model's Army Group P in the Ruhr during the first week of April, divisions from Simpson's 9th Army pushed rapidly forward towards the River Elbe. Eisenhower, taken aback by the British reaction over his change of strategy, vacillated over the taking of Berlin. Simpson, in his orders, was told to exploit any opportunity for seizing a bridgehead over the Elbe, and to be prepared to continue the advance on Berlin or to the northeast. First Army on his right was heading for Leipzig and Dresden, while Patton's Third Army was already in the Harz Mountains and heading for Czechoslovakia. In southern Germany, Lieutenant General Alexander M. Patch's 7th Army and Lattre de Tassigny's 1st French Army were advancing through the Black Forest. On the 8th of April, Eisenhower visited Major General Alexander Bolling, the commander of the 84th Infantry Division, after it had taken the city of Hanover. "Alex, where are you going next?" Eisenhower asked him. "General, we're going to push on ahead. We have a clear go at Berlin and nothing can stop us." "Keep going," Eisenhower told him, and put a hand on his shoulder. "I wish you all the luck in the world, and don't let anybody stop you." Bolling understood this as confirmation that Berlin was their objective. On the 11th of April, American troops reached Magdeburg along the Autobahn from Hanover, and the following day crossed the Elbe south of Dessau. Over the next 2 days, several other bridgeheads were seized across the river. Bolling's 84th Division repulsed a counterattack by part of General Walter Wenck's lightly armed 12th Army. He had bridges across the Elbe ready to take the 2nd Armored Division, and during the night of the 14th of April, its vehicles rumbled across, ready to advance on Berlin. Both Simpson and Bolling guessed that opposition would be light. They were right. Almost all the SS formations were deployed facing the Red Army, which they knew was about to unleash its own assault on the capital. Most Army units were now only too happy to surrender to the Americans before the Soviets arrived. Eisenhower suddenly had another change of heart. He talked to Bradley, who thought that the capture of Berlin might cost 100,000 casualties, an estimate he later admitted to have been far too high. They both agreed that heavy casualties were an unacceptable price to pay for a prestige objective from which they would have to withdraw anyway when fighting finished. The European Advisory Commission had already settled the boundary of the Soviet occupation zone along the Elbe, while Berlin itself would be partitioned. Roosevelt had died of a cerebral hemorrhage on the 12th of April, and perhaps this also had an effect on Eisenhower's thinking. Early on the 15th of April, Simpson was summoned to 12th Army Group headquarters near Wiesbaden. Bradley was waiting for him at the airfield when his aircraft touched down. Without wasting any words, Bradley told him straight off that 9th Army was to halt on the Elbe. There was to be no advance on Berlin. "Where in hell did you get this?" Simpson asked. "From Mike," Bradley replied. Simpson, feeling dazed and dejected, returned to his headquarters, wondering how he was going to announce this to his officers and men, especially as it came on top of the news of Roosevelt's death. Eisenhower had made the correct decision, even if for the wrong reason. Stalin would never have allowed the Americans to take Berlin first. As soon as Red Army aviation pilots had spotted their advance, Stalin would almost certainly have ordered Soviet aircraft to attack them. Afterwards, he would probably have claimed that it had been the fault of the Allies for trying to trick him with their assurances of advancing further to the south. Eisenhower wanted to avoid clashes with the Red Army at all costs. And, strongly supported by Marshall, he rejected Churchill's argument that the Americans and British should shake hands with the Russians as far to the east as possible. They knew that Churchill wanted to put pressure on Stalin, in the hope of obtaining better treatment for Poland, but they both refused to be influenced by what they saw as the post-war politics of Europe. Goebbels, on hearing of Roosevelt's death, was overjoyed. He immediately telephoned Hitler, who was sunk in gloom in the Reichschancellery bunker. "My Führer, I congratulate you," he said. "Roosevelt is dead. It is written in the stars that the second half of April will be the turning point for us. This Friday, the 13th of April, it is the turning point." Goebbels had been trying to raise Hitler's spirits a few days before by reading to him from Carlyle's History of Friedrich II of Prussia, including the passage where Frederick, tempted by suicide at the lowest point of the 7 Years' War, suddenly received news of the death of Tsarina Elizabeth. The miracle of the House of Brandenburg had come to pass. The following night, Allied bombers reduced much of Frederick the Great's Potsdam to rubble. On the 8th of April, as their enemies closed in, Hitler and the Nazi leadership had embarked on a frenzy of killing to preempt any chance of another stab in the back. Prominent prisoners, especially those from the July plot and others suspected of treason, were murdered. They included Admiral Canaris, Dietrich Bonhoeffer, and the cabinet maker Georg Elser, who had tried to assassinate Hitler in November 1939. Flying courts-martial handed out death sentences on deserters and any who retreated without orders. Soldiers were told to shoot any officer of whatever rank who told them to pull back. On the 19th of March, Hitler, who had already made clear to close associates that he intended to take a whole world with him, had issued what was known as the Nero Order to destroy bridges, factories, and utilities. If the German people were incapable of victory, then in his view they did not deserve to survive. Albert Speer, supported by industrialists and some generals, managed to thwart some of this destruction with the argument that it was defeatist to wreck installations that might be recaptured in a counterattack. Hitler began to have doubts about the enigmatic Speer, and he began to suspect even his most loyal paladin, Heinrich Himmler, who was trying to sell Jews to the Allies or use them as bargaining counters. The Nazi Party's authority had disintegrated as word spread of Gauleiters escaping to safety with their families, having ordered everyone else to fight to the death. The braggarts and bullies were revealed for the cowardly hypocrites they really were. The greeting of Heil Hitler and the Nazi salute were now used only by die-hard fanatics or by others made nervous in their presence. Hardly anybody believed any more in Hitler's empty phrases and promises, as an SS Sicherheitsdienst report warned. People were angry that the regime refused to face the reality of defeat and avoid the senseless waste of more lives. Only the most desperate believed Hitler's fantasy that a falling out between the Allies would somehow save Germany. The Nazi Empire was now reduced to a ribbon from Norway down to northern Italy. Only isolated pockets remained outside. Guderian's demands to repatriate forces, particularly the vast garrison in Norway and the remnants of Army Group North trapped on the Courland Peninsula, had all been angrily rejected by Hitler. His defiance of military logic reduced military commanders to despair. Guderian himself had been sacked on the 28th of March after a failed attempt to relieve Küstrin. The row in the Führer bunker had shaken all those who witnessed it. Hitler became paler and paler, noted the Chief of Staff's aide, while Guderian became redder and redder. Guderian was replaced by General Hans Krebs, the officer whom Stalin had slapped on the back on the Moscow platform shortly before Operation Barbarossa. Krebs, a short, witty opportunist, had no experience of command, which suited Hitler, since he wanted nothing more than an efficient subordinate to do his bidding. General staff officers at OKH headquarters out at Zossen did not know what to think. They were already suffering from a mixture of nervous energy and trance, said one of them, because of the sensation of having to do your duty, while seeing at the same time that this duty was completely pointless. On the 9th of April, in Italy, the 15th Army Group, now under General Mark Clark, launched an offensive beyond the Gothic line, north towards the River Po. The US 5th Army and the British 8th Army had become even more of an international conglomeration, with the 1st Canadian Division, which had taken Rimini in September, the 8th Indian Division, the 2nd New Zealand Division, the 6th South African Armoured Division, 2 Polish Corps, 2 Italian formations, a Greek Mountain Brigade, Brazilian forces, and the Jewish Brigade. The US 5th Army, commanded by Lucian Truscott, finally managed to take Bologna with the help of the Polish Corps, while the 8th Army took Ferrara and also reached the Po. Churchill was hoping for a rapid advance. He was concerned that the Soviet-Yugoslav Treaty, which was signed 2 days later, would support Tito's claims to Trieste and Istria at the head of the Adriatic. Churchill turned down Tito's request for more aid. Since the Yugoslavs had entered the Soviet embrace, they could look instead to Moscow for assistance. He also feared that Soviet power in the region might encourage the Italian communists, whose partisans already represented a powerful force in northern Italy. On the 11th of April, the Red Army reached the center of Vienna. Even before the battle for Berlin, a race for position in post-war Europe was on. Churchill urged Eisenhower to allow Patton's Third Army to push on to Prague, but the Supreme Commander insisted on consulting with the Stavka. The refusal was immediate and peremptory. Churchill also became concerned about Denmark. Once across the mouth of the Oder near Stettin, Rokossovsky's Second Belarusian Front could make a dash across Mecklenburg. On the 14th of April, Hitler issued an order of the day to his troops on the Oder and Neisse front. Once again, it threatened that anyone who did not fulfill his duty would be treated as a traitor to our people. Hitler, with rambling references to the defeat of the Turks outside Vienna in 1683, claimed that this time the Bolshevik will experience the ancient fate of Asiatics. He failed to mention that the city had in fact been saved by Polish heavy cavalry. Hitler also seemed to ignore the fact that Vienna had just fallen to the Red Army. Goebbels instead coined the slogan, "Berlin remains German, and Vienna will be German again." Historical parallels and modern propaganda no longer had any effect on the majority of Germans. Berliners prepared for the onslaught with foreboding. Women were offered pistol shooting practice. Members of the Volkssturm, some of whom were wearing French helmets captured in 1940, were put to work constructing barricades across streets already littered with masonry and broken glass. Trams and railway goods wagons, filled with stone and rubble, were maneuvered into place. Pavements were ripped up, and individual foxholes dug for men and boys armed with Panzerfaust launchers. Housewives laid in what supplies they could, and they boiled water to be kept in preserving jars for drinking when the taps ran dry. Teenage members of the Reichsarbeitsdienst, a paramilitary labor service, were inducted en masse into the army. Many of them were forced to witness executions. "To accustom you to death," an officer told them. Mothers and girlfriends came to see them off. These recruits, escorted by NCOs, tried to keep up their spirits with gallows humor as they departed for the Oder front on the S-Bahn local rail network. "See you in the mass grave," was one farewell. Chapter 48. The Berlin Operation. April to May 1945. On the night of the 14th of April, German troops dug in on the Zelo Heights west of the River Oder heard tank engines. Music and sinister Soviet propaganda messages, blasted at full volume from loudspeakers, failed to camouflage the noise as the 1st Guards Tank Army crossed the river into the bridgehead. This extended across the Oderbruch floodplain below them, where a river mist covered the sodden meadows. Altogether, 9 armies of Zhukov's 1st Belarusian Front were poised to attack between the Hohenzollern Canal in the north and Frankfurt an der Oder in the south. General Chuikov's 8th Guards Army had increased the bridgehead the day before with an attack which pushed back the 20th Panzer Grenadier Division. Hitler was so angry on hearing the news that he ordered all medals to be stripped from members of the division until they won them back. Chuikov was displeased for a very different reason. He heard that on the night of the 15th of April, Marshal Zhukov would take over his command post on the Right Rhine Spur because it had the best view of the Oder floodplain and the Zelo Heights. Relations between the two commanders had deteriorated further since Chuikov's strong criticisms over the failure to push on immediately to Berlin at the beginning of February. More than 80 kilometers to the south of Zhukov's left flank, Marshal Konyev's 1st Ukrainian Front lined the Nysa with 7 armies. Its political department worked up a powerful message of revenge. There will be no pity. They have sown the wind and now they are reaping the whirlwind. News of the change in the party line in Moscow the day before had not reached the front lines. Stalin had finally understood that both the rhetoric and the reality of vengeance were simply intensifying German resistance. This was also why the bulk of the German army was so keen to surrender to the Allied armies in the West. In his view, this greatly increased the risk that the Americans would take Berlin before the Red Army. On the 14th of April, Georgy Alexandrov, the head of Soviet propaganda, published an important article in Pravda, which was almost certainly dictated by Stalin himself. This attacked Ilya Ehrenberg's calls for revenge, and his description of Germany as only a colossal gang. Alexandrov's piece, entitled "Comrade Ehrenberg Oversimplifies," said that while some German officers fight for the cannibal regime, others throw bombs at Hitler and his clique, the July plotters, or persuade Germans to put down their weapons, General von Seydlitz and the League of German Officers. The Gestapo hunt for opponents of the regime, and the appeals to Germans to denounce them proved that not all Germans were the same. He also quoted Stalin's remark, "Hitlers come and go, but Germany and the Germans remain." Ehrenberg was devastated to find himself being sacrificed in this way, yet most officers and soldiers took little notice of the change in policy. The propaganda image of Germans as ravening beasts had gone too deep. The Soviet authorities, even within sight of victory, did not trust their own troops. Officers were told to name any of their morally and politically unstable men who might desert to warn the enemy of the attack so that Smersh could arrest them. And General Serov, the NKVD chief who had supervised the repression of Eastern Poland in 1939, became alarmed about the unhealthy moods developed among the officers and soldiers of the 1st Polish Army. They had become excited about the rapid advance of the British and American armies in the West, having listened illegally to the BBC. They convinced themselves that General Anders's forces were approaching Berlin. "As soon as our troops meet up with Anders's men," an artillery commanding officer was accused of saying by a Smersh informer, "then you can say goodbye to the Soviet-controlled provisional government. The London government will take power again, and Poland will once more be what it was before 1939. England and America will help Poland get rid of the Russians." Serov's operatives arrested nearly 2,000 men just before the offensive. German officers were even more concerned about disaffection in their ranks. They were horrified when young soldiers shouted back at Soviet loudspeaker broadcasts that were telling them to give up, to ask whether they would be sent to Siberia if they laid down their arms. Officers in the 4th Panzer Army facing Konyev's troops on the Nysa confiscated white handkerchiefs to prevent them being used as a sign of surrender. Men caught hiding or attempting to desert were forced out into no man's land and ordered to dig trenches there. Many commanders resorted to desperate lies. They claimed that thousands of tanks were arriving to support them, that new medical weapons would be used against the enemy, and even that the Western Allies were joining them to fight the Bolsheviks. Junior officers were told to have no compunction about shooting any of their men who wavered, and that if all their men ran away, then they had better shoot themselves. A Luftwaffe Oberleutnant, commanding a scratch company of trainee technicians, was standing in his trench next to his senior NCO. "Tell me," he said, turning to the Kompanie Truppführer. "Are you also cold?" "We're not cold, Herr Oberleutnant," he replied. "We're afraid." On the eve of battle, Red Army soldiers shaved and wrote letters. Sappers were already at work in the dark, removing mines ahead of their advance. Zhukov had to control his temper when he saw a convoy of staff cars bringing Marshal Zhukov and his entourage as they approached his command post on the Right Vine Spur with their headlights on. At 0500 hours Moscow time, on the 16th of April, which was 2 hours earlier by Berlin time, Zhukov's God of War opened fire, with 8,983 guns, heavy mortars and Katyusha batteries. It was the most intense barrage of the whole war, with 1,236,000 rounds fired on the first day alone. The intensity was so great that even 60 kilometers away on the eastern side of Berlin, walls vibrated. Sensing that the great offensive had begun, housewives emerged from their front doors and began to talk to neighbors in subdued tones, with anxious glances towards the east. Women and girls wondered whether the Americans would reach Berlin first to save them from the Red Army. Zhukov was pleased with his idea of using 143 searchlights to dazzle the enemy, but both the bombardment and the searchlights proved unhelpful to his men. As the infantry charged forward, shouting, "Na Berlin!" the searchlights behind silhouetted them, and the ground ahead was so churned up by craters that their progress was slow. Surprisingly, the artillery had concentrated on the first line of defense, despite the Red Army's awareness of the German tactic of withdrawing all but a small covering force when a major attack was expected. Zhukov, who usually reconnoitred the ground carefully before an attack, had failed to do so this time. He had relied instead on air reconnaissance photographs, but these images did not reveal what a strong defensive feature the Zelo Heights represented. At first, Zhukov's 8th Guards Army on the left and Colonel General Nikolai Berzarin's 5th Shock Army on the right advanced quite well. The 1st Guards Tank Army would then pass through them once they had secured the crest. At dawn, Sturmovik ground attack aircraft streaked in, flying through the fountains of earth thrown up by the shelling, to strafe and bomb German defenses and vehicles. Their greatest success was to hit the German 9th Army's ammunition depot, which blew up in a massive explosion. Traumatized German survivors from the front line ran back up the slope of the Zelo Heights, shouting, "Der Ivan kommt!" Further back, local farmers and their families also started to flee. "Refugees hurry by like creatures of the underworld," wrote a young soldier. "Women, children, and old men, surprised in their sleep, some only half-dressed. In their faces is despair and deadly fear. Crying children, holding their mothers' hands, look out at the world's destruction with shocked eyes." Zhukov, in the command post on the Right Vine Spur, became increasingly nervous as the morning progressed. Through his powerful binoculars, he could see that the advance had slowed, if not halted. Knowing that Stalin would hand the Berlin objective to Konev if he failed to break through, he began cursing and swore at Zhukov, whose troops had still barely reached the edge of the floodplain. Zhukov threatened to strip commanders of their rank and send them to a Straf company. He then suddenly decided to change his whole plan of attack. In an attempt to speed up the advance, he would send Colonel General Katukov's 1st Guards Tank Army in ahead of the infantry. Zhukov was horrified. He could imagine the chaos. At 1500 hours, Zhukov put through a call to Stalin in Moscow and explained the situation. "So, you've underestimated the enemy on the Berlin axis," the Soviet leader said, "and I was thinking that you were already on the approaches to Berlin, yet you're still on the Zelo Heights. Things have started more successfully for Konev," he added pointedly. Stalin did not comment on Zhukov's proposed changes to his plan. The change of plan caused exactly the sort of confusion Zhukov had feared. There were already massive jams, with the 1st Guards tank army trapped behind the vehicles of the other two armies, waiting to advance. It became a nightmare for traffic controllers trying to unscramble the mess. And even when the tanks were extricated and began to push forward, they were picked off by 88mm guns sighted below Neuhardenberg. In the smoke, they found themselves ambushed by German infantry with Panzerfaust and a platoon of assault guns. Things did not improve when they finally began to climb the Zelo heights. The mud on the steep slopes, churned by shell fire, often proved too much both for the heavy Stalin tanks and for the T-34s. On the left, Kachukov's leading brigade was ambushed by Tiger tanks of the SS Heavy Panzer Battalion 502. Only in the center did they have any success, where the 9th Fallschirmjäger Division collapsed. By nightfall, Zhukov's armies had still failed to seize the crest of the Zelo heights. In the Führerbunker under the Reich Chancellery, telephone calls were constantly being made to OKH headquarters out at Zossen, demanding news. But Zossen itself, which lay to the south of Berlin, was vulnerable if Marshal Konyev's forces broke through. The First Ukrainian Front, as Stalin had told Zhukov, was doing rather better, despite having had no bridgeheads across the Neisse. Konyev's artillery and supporting aircraft kept the Germans deep in their trenches as the leading battalions rushed the river in assault boats. A wide smokescreen was also laid by the 2nd Air Army, aided by a gentle breeze in the right direction. It was impossible for the 4th Panzer Army to identify where the attack was concentrated. Bridgeheads were established, and soon tanks were ferried across, while sappers began constructing pontoon bridges. Konyev did not suffer from Zhukov's disastrous change of mind. He had already planned for the 3rd and 4th Guards tank armies to lead his offensive. Soon after midday, the first bridges were ready, and their tanks rumbled across. While the Germans were still shaken from the bombardment and confused by the smokescreen, Konyev sent his leading tank brigades straight through the German lines with orders not to stop. The infantry would mop up behind them. That night of the 16th of April was a humiliating one for Zhukov. He had to call Stalin again on the radio telephone to admit that his troops had not yet taken the Zelo heights. Stalin told him that it was his fault for having changed the plan of attack. He then asked Zhukov whether he was sure he would secure the heights by the next day. Zhukov assured him that he would. He argued that it was easier to destroy the German forces in the open than in Berlin itself, so time would not be lost in the long run. Stalin then warned him that he would tell Konyev to divert his two tank armies northwards towards the southern side of Berlin. He hung up abruptly. Soon afterwards he spoke to Konyev. "Zhukov is not getting on very well," he said. "Turn Rybalko, 3rd Guards Tank Army, and Lyushenko, 4th Guards Tank Army, towards Zehlendorf." Stalin's choice of Zehlendorf was significant. It was the most southwestern suburb of Berlin and the closest to the American bridgehead across the Elbe. Perhaps it was also no coincidence that it adjoined Dahlem with the nuclear research facilities of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute. 3 hours earlier, in response to an American request for information about the Soviet offensive against Berlin, General Antonov was instructed to reply that the Soviet forces were simply undertaking a large-scale reconnaissance on the central sector of the front for the purpose of finding out details of the German defenses. The April Fool continued. Never before had a reconnaissance been carried out by forces 2.5 million strong. With Stalin's support, Konyev forced on his tank brigades to satisfy his ambition to beat his rival to the glorious prize. Zhukov was becoming frantic at the lack of progress. On the Zelo heights, the chaotic battle continued under clearer skies, which helped the Sturmovik fighter bombers. The collapse of the 9th Fallschirmjäger Division, whose ranks had been filled with Luftwaffe ground personnel rather than paratroopers, eased the situation for Kutukov's tank units, but they still faced counterattacks, both by the Kurmark division with Panther tanks and by soldiers and Hitler Youth fighting with Panzerfaust at close range. Conditions in German dressing stations and field hospitals were gruesome. The surgeons were completely overwhelmed by the numbers of wounded. On the Soviet side, things were little better. Soldiers wounded on the first day had still not been collected and cared for, as reports revealed afterwards. The numbers rose all the time as the artillery of the 5th Shock Army began shelling Katukov's tank brigades by mistake. German aircraft of the Leonidas Squadron, based at Jüterbog, imitated the Japanese kamikaze pilots in mostly vain attempts to destroy the bridges over the Oder. This sort of suicide attack was termed a Selbstopfereinsatz, a self-sacrifice mission. 35 pilots died in this way. Their commander, Generalmajor Robert Fuchs, sent their names to the Führer on his imminent 56th birthday, assuming that it was the sort of present he would appreciate. But the insane scheme was soon halted by the advance of the 4th Guards Tank Army towards the squadron's airfield. Konev's tank brigades raced for the river Spree, south of Cottbus, in order to cross it before the Germans could organize any defense. General Rybalko, up with his lead brigade, did not want to waste time bringing up pontoon bridges. He simply ordered the first tank straight into the Spree, which was some 50 meters wide at that point. The water came to just above the tracks, but below the driver's hatch. He drove on through, and the rest of the brigade followed in line ahead, ignoring the machine gun bullets rattling against their armor. The Germans had no anti-tank guns in the area. The road to OKH headquarters in Zossen lay open. Staff officers in Zossen had no idea of the breakthrough to the south. Their attention was still fixed on the Seelow Heights, where Generaloberst Gotthard Heinrizi had thrown in his only reserve, Obergruppenführer Felix Steiner's 3 SS Germanischer Panzerkorps. This included the 11th SS Division Nordland, manned by Danish, Norwegian, Swedish, Finnish and Estonian volunteers. On the morning of the 18th of April, the fighting on the Seelow Heights reached a new intensity. Zhukov had heard from Stalin that Konev's tank armies were forging ahead to Berlin, and that if his first Belorussian front did not make better progress, he would tell Rokossovsky to the north to turn his second Belorussian front towards Berlin as well. This was an empty threat, since Rokossovsky's forces had been so delayed that they did not cross the Oder until the 20th of April, but Zhukov was so desperate that he ordered attack after attack. Finally, the breakthrough came later that morning. One of Katukov's tank brigades charged through along Reichsstrasse 1, the main highway from Berlin, which ran all the way to the now destroyed East Prussian capital of Königsberg. Generaloberst Theodor Busse's 9th Army was split, and disintegration soon followed. The cost had been high. The first Belarusian front had lost more than 30,000 men killed, as opposed to 12,000 German soldiers. Zhukov showed little remorse. He was interested only in the objective. That day, Konev was troubled only by an attack launched against the 52nd Army on his southern flank by Generalfeldmarschall Schöner's forces. This was a hurried, ill-prepared operation and easily rebuffed. His 2 tank armies managed to advance between 35 and 45 kilometers. He would have been even more encouraged if he had known of the chaos caused in Berlin as Nazi leaders interfered with those trying to organize the defense of the city. Goebbels, the Reich Defense Commissar for Berlin, tried to act as a military commander. He ordered that all the Volkssturm units in the city should march out to create a new defense line. The commander of the Berlin garrison was appalled and protested. He did not know that secretly this was exactly what both Albert Speer and General Heinrizi had wanted in order to avoid the destruction of the city. General Helmut Weidling, who commanded the 56th Panzer Corps, was distracted by visits from Ribbentrop and Arthur Axmann, the head of the Hitler Youth, who offered to send in more of his teenagers armed with Panzerfausts. Weidling tried to persuade him to desist from the sacrifice of children for an already doomed cause. The approach of the Red Army increased the Nazi regime's murderous instincts. Another 30 political prisoners were beheaded in Plötzensee prison that day. SS patrols in the city centre did not arrest suspected deserters, but hanged them from lampposts with placards around their necks announcing their cowardice. Such accusations from the SS were hypocritical, to say the least. While their patrols executed army deserters and even some Hitler youth, Heinrich Himmler and senior officers of the Waffen-SS were secretly planning to disengage their units and pull them back to Denmark. On the 19th of April, the 9th Army, irretrievably split in three, wheeled back. Women and girls in the area, terrified of what awaited them, begged the soldiers to take them with them. The 1st Guards Tank Army, supported by Chuikov's 8th Guards Army, reached Müncheberg in their advance along Reichsstrasse 1. While they headed for the eastern and southeastern suburbs of Berlin, Zhukov's other armies began to advance around the northern edge of the city. Stalin insisted on a full encirclement to ensure that no American attempt might be made to break through even at the 11th hour. American troops were entering Leipzig that day and took Nuremberg after heavy fighting, but Simpson's divisions on the Elbe remained where they were, as Eisenhower had ordered. The dawn of the 20th of April, Hitler's birthday, followed the tradition of Führerwetter by providing a beautiful spring day. Allied air forces marked the day with their own greeting. Goering spent the morning supervising the evacuation of his looted paintings and other treasures from his ostentatious country house at Karinhal, north of Berlin. After his possessions had been loaded onto Luftwaffe trucks, he pressed the plunger wired to the explosives planted inside. The house collapsed in a cloud of dust. He turned and walked to his car to be driven to the Reichschancellery, where, along with the other Nazi leaders, he would congratulate the Führer on what they all knew would be his last birthday. Hitler looked at least 2 decades older than his 56 years. He was stooped and grave-faced, and his left arm shook. That morning on the radio, Goebbels had called on all Germans to trust blindly in him. Yet it was clear to even his most devoted colleagues that the Führer was in no state to think rationally. Himmler, having drunk his leader's health in champagne at midnight, according to his private custom, was secretly trying to make contact with the Americans. He believed that Eisenhower would recognize that they needed him to maintain order in Germany. The leaders who gathered in the half-wrecked grandeur of the Reichschancellery included Großadmiral Dönitz, Ribbentrop, Speer, Kaltenbrunner, and Generalfeldmarschall Keitel. It soon became apparent that only Goebbels intended to stay with his Führer in Berlin. Dönitz, who was given supreme command in northern Germany, was leaving with Hitler's blessing. All the others were simply finding excuses to get out of Berlin before it was completely surrounded and its airfields seized by the Red Army. Hitler was disappointed in his supposedly loyal paladins, particularly Goering, who claimed that he would organize resistance in Bavaria. Several urged their Führer to leave for the south, but he refused. That day marked what became known as the Flight of the Golden Pheasants, as senior Nazi Party members shed their brown, red and gold uniforms to escape Berlin with their families, while routes to the south remained open. In the city, housewives queued for a last issue of crisis rations. They could clearly hear the sound of guns in the distance. That afternoon, heavy artillery from the 3rd Shock Army opened fire on the northern suburbs of Berlin. Zhukov ordered Katukov to send tank brigades into Berlin, whatever the cost. He knew that Konev's 3rd Guards Tank Army was heading for the southern edge of the city. But, unknown to Zhukov, they had run into strong forces which they had not expected. A large part of Busse's 9th Army was escaping through the Spreewald across their path. The German retreat from the Oder front into the city was greatly hampered by the thousands of civilians trying to flee in panic from the advancing enemy. Some decided to stay. The farmers stand at their garden fences at the side of the road and watch the flight with solemn faces, wrote a young soldier. Their wives tearfully dispense coffee, which we gulp down greedily. We march and run, without rest or peace. Many German soldiers indulged in looting houses on the way, and some sought oblivion in the alcohol they found. By the time they awoke, they would find themselves prisoners. The SS Nordland Division, in the pine forests east of the city, fought some costly delaying actions, but few other formations were in any condition to put up an effective resistance. Rumors spread that American aircraft had dropped leaflets urging the Germans to hang on as they were coming to their aid, but few believed it. Squads of Feldgendarmerie and SS guarded crossroads, not against the enemy, but to seize stragglers to form into improvised detachments. Any who had thrown away their weapon, pack and helmet were arrested and shot. A police battalion was sent to Strasbourg to execute those retreating without orders, but most of the policemen slipped away to hide before they got there. On the 21st of April, the last Allied air raid on Berlin ended early in the morning. An unnatural silence settled over the city, but a few hours later, a series of explosions creating a different noise emphasized that Soviet artillery was now within range of the city center. Hitler, who usually slept late, was woken. He emerged from his bedroom in the bunker to ask what was happening. The explanation clearly shook him. Zhukov's artillery commander, Colonel General Vasily Kazakov, had sent forward his heavy gun batteries of 152mm and 203mm howitzers. Housewives, still queuing for rations, were the main casualties, for few wanted to lose their place when this was clearly their last chance to stock up. The intensity of the shelling soon forced most of them back into cellars and air raid shelters. Although the circle round Berlin was almost closed, Stalin's paranoia still infected the NKVD's 7th Department interrogators. Any senior German officer captured was asked what he knew about plans for the Americans to join the Wehrmacht in an attempt to push Soviet forces back from Berlin. Stalin bullied Zhukov to complete the encirclement rapidly, using a totally invented threat. "Due to the slowness of our advance," he signaled, "the Allies are approaching Berlin and will soon take it." Zhukov was just as interested in blocking Konev's advance on the city. He pushed Katukov's 1st Guards Tank Army and Chuikov's 8th Guards Army further round towards the southwest. One of Konev's tank spearheads was sighted approaching Tossen. General Krebs was informed that his staff's defense detachment of armored cars had been destroyed in an unequal battle against T-34s. He telephoned the Reich Chancellery, but Hitler refused to allow them to leave. Krebs and his staff officers began to wonder what Soviet prison camps would be like, but they were saved from capture only because the Soviet tanks ran out of fuel a few kilometers down the road. Another call from Berlin finally gave them permission to evacuate, and they left in a convoy of trucks. As Berliners awaited the arrival of the Red Army, people prepared to meet their conquerors in different ways, either frivolous or tragic. In the Adlon Hotel, staff and customers listened to the sound of artillery shells. In the dining room, wrote a Norwegian journalist, the few guests were overwhelmed by the readiness of waiters to pour the wine in a constant stream. They did not want to leave any for the Russians. Some fathers, as they left to join their Volkssturm unit, thought only of the fate awaiting their families. "It's all over, my child," one told his daughter, handing her his pistol. "Promise me that when the Russians come, you will shoot yourself." He then kissed her and left. Others killed their wife and children, then committed suicide themselves. The city was divided into 8 sectors, with the Landwehr Canal on the south and the River Spree on the north of the central district, forming the last defense lines. Only Weidling's 56th Panzer Corps from the 9th Army would bolster the garrison, bringing it up to 80,000 men. The 101 Corps had withdrawn north of the city. The rest, including the 12 SS Panzer Corps and the 5 SS Mountain Corps, were still fighting their way through Konev's forces in the forest to the south of Berlin. Konev had pushed forward the 3rd and 4th Guards tank armies and hurried his infantry armies forward to deal with Busse's forces. Although these German troops were a disorganized mass, with many civilian refugees mingled among them, there could be no doubt about their desperation to fight through to the Elbe to escape Soviet labor camps. Ignorant of the situation and resorting to fantasy, Hitler gave orders that the 9th Army should hold its positions on the Oder front. He accused the Luftwaffe of doing nothing and threatened its Chief of Staff, General der Flieger Karl Koller, with execution. Remembering that Heinrizi had a reserve, the 3 SS Germanischer Corps, Hitler had a call put through to Obergruppenführer Steiner. He told him to launch a major counterattack against the 1st Belarusian Front's northern flank. "You will see, the Russians will suffer the greatest defeat of their history before the gates of Berlin. It is expressly forbidden to fall back towards the west. Officers who do not comply unconditionally with this order are to be arrested and shot immediately. You, Steiner, are answerable with your head for the execution of this order." Steiner was speechless with disbelief. The Germanischer Corps, which had been stripped of almost all its troops to strengthen the 9th Army, had no more than a few battalions left. After recovering from the shock, Steiner rang back to remind General Krebs of the true situation, but Krebs repeated the order and said that he could not speak to the Führer, who was busy. Hitler's refusal to face reality was even more striking, since he already knew that Model's army in the Ruhr pocket had surrendered with 325,000 men. Model went off into a wood and shot himself, as a Nazi field marshal was supposed to do. In northern Germany, the British 7th Armoured Division was approaching Hamburg, while the 11th Armoured Division advanced rapidly ahead towards Lübeck on the Baltic. This followed Churchill's secret instruction to Field Marshal Montgomery 3 days before to prevent the Red Army from seizing Denmark. The French First Army also entered Stuttgart, where many of its North African troops began to pillage and rape the local population. On the 22nd of April, Himmler had a secret meeting in Lübeck with Count Volker Bernadotte of the Swedish Red Cross. He asked him to approach the Americans and British about a surrender in the West. As a token of good faith, he promised to send 7,000 women prisoners from Ravensbrück to Sweden. But since almost all of them had been marched westwards, this was hardly convincing. As soon as Churchill heard of Himmler's approach, he informed the Kremlin to avoid another row with Stalin after the aborted negotiations over Italy with SS Oberstgruppenführer Wolf. Hitler became feverish with impatience for news of Steiner's attack. But when he finally heard that Army Detachment Steiner, as he insisted on calling it, had failed to advance, a suspicion of treason within the SS began to grow. He screamed and yelled in fury during the midday situation conference, then collapsed weeping in a chair. For the first time, he said openly that the war was lost. His entourage tried to convince him to leave for Bavaria, but he insisted that he would stay in Berlin and shoot himself. He was too weak to fight. Goebbels came over to calm him down, but did nothing to encourage him to depart. The propaganda minister had decided that he would stay with him to the end, to create a Nazi legend for the future. Thinking in cinematic terms, just like his Führer, Goebbels considered that their deaths in the fall of Berlin would be more dramatic than in the isolation of the Berghof. Hitler reappeared, braced by his talk with Goebbels. He seized on Jodel's suggestion that Wenck's 12th Army, facing the Americans on the Elbe, should be brought back to Berlin in a counterattack. This was a futile plan. The 12th Army was far too weak, and the encirclement of Berlin was now virtually complete. Oberstleutnant Ulrich de Maizière, a general staff officer who witnessed the emotional storms in the Führer bunker that day, became convinced that Hitler's mental sickness consisted of a hypertrophic self-identification with the German people. Hitler now felt that the population of Berlin should share his suicide. Magda Goebbels, who believed that a Germany without Hitler was a world not worth living in, brought her 6 children down into the bunker that night. Staff officers gazed in horror, sensing immediately the end in store for them. By that evening, Rybalko's 3rd Guards Tank Army had reached the Teltow Canal on the southern edge of Berlin. Heavy guns were brought up as it prepared to attack the next day. The NKVD's 7th Department, responsible for prisoner interrogation and propaganda, had leaflets dropped on the city addressed to the women of Berlin, urging them to persuade officers to surrender. It reflected the change of party line, but not the reality on the ground. Because the fascist clique is afraid of punishment, it stated, it is hoping to prolong the war. But you women have nothing to be afraid of. No one will touch you. Radio broadcast repeated a similar message. On the 23rd of April, Generalfeldmarschall Keitel reached Wenck's headquarters. He addressed the assembled officers as if they were a Nazi party rally, waving his field marshal's baton at them as he ordered them to advance on Berlin to save the Führer. Wenck already had a very different plan. He intended to attack eastwards, but not towards Berlin. He wanted to open a corridor to enable Busse's 9th Army to escape from the forest to the Elbe. General Weidling of the 56th Panzer Corps rang the Führer bunker that morning to report, now that his corps had pulled back into Berlin. General Krebs told him that he had been condemned to death for cowardice. Weidling, showing considerable courage, insisted on coming in immediately to face his accusers. He had not withdrawn his headquarters to the west of Berlin, as had been reported. Hitler was so impressed by Weidling's firm rebuttal of the charges against him that he promptly placed him in command of all of Berlin's garrison and defences. As one senior officer observed, it was a tragi-comedy typical of the Nazi regime. For Weidling, this appointment was a poisoned chalice. Weidling redeployed his forces, keeping just the 20th Panzer Grenadier Division as a reserve. There was little time. That afternoon, the 8th Guards Army and the 1st Guards Tank Army, working together, advanced into southeastern Berlin. They were soon involved in vicious fighting against the SS Nordland on and around Tempelhof airfield, amid the wreckage of burned-out Focke-Wulf fighters. The 5th Shock Army advanced in from the east, the 3rd Shock Army entered the northern suburbs, the 47th Army tackled Spandau in the northwest with its massive brick fortress, and Konev's 3rd Guards Tank Army and the 28th Army began their assault across the Teltow Canal. All the time, General Kazakov's massed artillery continued to bombard the city. It would fire 1.8 million shells by the end of the battle, while the supporting air armies roved overhead, strafing and bombing at will. Albert Speer returned to Berlin that evening by light aircraft to see Hitler for the last time. Hitler told Speer of his intention to commit suicide with Eva Braun. A short time later, Martin Bormann brought in a signal from Goering in Bavaria. Goering had heard a garbled version of events in Berlin and of Hitler's emotional outburst the day before. He proposed taking over total leadership of the Reich. Bormann suggested to Hitler that this was treason, and a message was sent in reply, stripping the Reichsmarschall of all his appointments and honours. Bormann sent another message to Bavaria, telling the SS to put him under house arrest. In a number of cases, SS officers appeared readier to give up than army officers. On that day, Fritz Hockenius, the army officer with the SS Corps, which was now surrounded in the Black Forest by French troops, recorded in his diary a conversation with his commanding general. "Do you really believe that fighting on still has a purpose?" the SS general asked him. "Yes, as a soldier, I believe it," Hockenius replied. "The situation also appears hopeless to me, but so long as no order comes to cease fighting, I believe that the supreme leadership still sees a way." On the morning of the 24th of April, Konev's attack on the Teltow Canal began with heavy artillery. Zhukov had been dismayed to hear from the 1st Guards Tank Army that Rybalko's tank brigades had reached Berlin. He was even less happy when he learned that his infantry had crossed the canal that morning and that his tanks were trundling over pontoon bridges soon after midday. But Konev, too, had an unpleasant moment when, after watching the crossing of the canal, he discovered that Wenck's divisions were marching east to his rear to link up with the remnants of the Ninth Army. Many Berliners, who still had batteries for their radios, were thrilled to hear an announcement by Goebbels that Wenck's 12th Army was advancing on Berlin. Others feared that this would only prolong the fighting. Hitler's spirits rose again with the prospect. He gave orders that Busse's 9th Army should join the Armee Wenck in an advance on Berlin. It never occurred to him that neither Wenck nor Busse had any intention of following such an order. Dönitz also promised to fly in sailors from the northern ports to assist the defense. They would arrive by Juncker's 52 transport planes, landing on the east-west axis, the avenue across the Tiergarten to the west of the Brandenburg Gate. The most surprising reinforcements to reach Berlin that night were 90 volunteers from the remnants of the French SS Scharnmann division, who threaded their way in trucks through Soviet forces to the north of Berlin. Crammed in their cellars, air raid shelters, and the vast concrete flak towers, Berliners just longed for the battle to end. The air became almost unbreathable, and the crush was so great that nobody could reach the lavatories or obtain water to drink. Not even a trickle emerged from taps. Water was available only from standpipe hand pumps out on the streets under shell fire. The smashed urban landscape was now called the Reichsscheiterhaufen, the Reich's funeral pyre. Yet, as Soviet troops fought their way in towards the center, cellars too became dangerous in the house-to-house fighting. Red Army soldiers sometimes threw in grenades when they encountered resistance nearby. Volkssturm, Hitler Youth, and small combat groups of the Waffen-SS fought from behind barricades, from windows and on rooftops, using their Panzerfausts against Soviet tanks. At first the tanks would advance straight down the middle of the road. Then they changed tactics to hug the sides, spraying likely positions with machine gun fire. The 3rd Shock Army in the north of the city used its anti-aircraft guns against roofs because its tanks could not elevate their main armament sufficiently. And to counter the Panzerfaust hollow charge explosive, tank crews strapped metal mattress springs to the front and sides of their vehicles to detonate the missile prematurely. Barricades were destroyed with heavy artillery guns brought up and fired horizontally over open sights. Soviet casualties from their own supporting fire, or more often that of other Soviet armies, increased as they advanced towards the center. With the smoke and clouds of dust covering the city, Sturmovik pilots found it hard to see whom they were attacking. Chuikov pushed part of his 8th Guards Army over towards the west to block the advance of the rival 3rd Guards Tank Army. This led to many losses among his men from Konev's heavy guns and Katyusha rocket launchers. That day, the Italian Committee for National Liberation called for an uprising against all German forces remaining in the north. The resistance attacked retreating German columns, and the next day they took control of Milan. On the 25th of April, American troops from the 69th Infantry Division and Soviet soldiers from the 58th Guards Rifle Division met at Torgau on the Elbe. News that the Nazi Reich had been split in two was proclaimed all round the world. Stalin urged his front commanders to push troops forward to the Elbe wherever they could, although he was now finally reassured that the Americans were not making a dash for Berlin. General Serov of the NKVD brought in 3 frontier guard regiments to prevent German officers from sneaking out of the city. Beria's picked troops prepared to follow the 3rd Guards Tank Army into Dahlem to secure the nuclear research facilities. John Rabe, the German diarist who had recorded events during the rape of Nanking, was now in Siemensstadt on the northwestern edge of Berlin. The Russian soldiers are very amiable, so far, he noted. They don't bother us, even offer some of their food, but they're crazy about any kind of alcohol and are unpredictable once they've had too much. The pattern of seizing watches, and then women, began. Rabe was soon writing about how neighbors committed suicide, having killed their children, and a 17-year-old girl was raped 5 times, then shot. The women in a bomb shelter on Kveldweg were raped while their husbands looked on. In Berlin there was less violence and sadism than during the furious revenge against East Prussia. Soviet soldiers took time selecting their victims, using torches in the cellars and shelters to examine their faces first. Mothers tried to conceal daughters in attics, despite the risk of shell fire, but neighbors would sometimes give away their hiding place to divert a soldier's attention from themselves or from their own daughters. Even Jewish women were not safe. Red Army soldiers had little idea of the Nazis' racial persecution, which had been concealed by Soviet propaganda. Their reaction was simply one of "Frau ist Frau." The Jewish women and girls still held in the Schulstrasse transit camp in Widding were raped after the SS guards vanished. The 2 main Berlin hospitals, the Charité and the Kaiserin Auguste Victoria, put the number of women raped at between 95,000 and 130,000. Most had suffered attacks many times. One doctor estimated that around 10,000 had died either as a result of gang rape or from suicide later. A number of daughters had been encouraged to kill themselves by their fathers to wipe out the dishonor. Altogether on German territory, some 2 million women and girls are thought to have been raped. East Prussia had seen by far the worst violence, as numerous reports from NKVD commanders to Beria confirm. In Berlin, even the wives and daughters of communists who volunteered to help in Red Army canteens and laundries suffered the same fate. Members of the German Communist Party, the KPD, who emerged to greet their liberators, were in many cases shaken to find themselves arrested as spies. The NKVD regarded their failure to help the Soviet motherland as a betrayal. "Why were you not with the partisans?" was the killer question formulated beforehand in Moscow. On the 27th of April, the 8th Guards and the 1st Guards Tank Army broke the defense line of the Landwehr Canal, the last major obstacle before the government district. To the south of Berlin, Busse's 80,000 men were still fighting their way across the Berlin-Dresden Autobahn, which several divisions of Konev's forces manned as a stop line. They felled trees in the forests of immensely tall pines to block the forest tracks leading to the west. But many of Busse's units, spearheaded in some cases by one of the few SS Tiger tanks which still had fuel, managed to find gaps in the Red Army cordon. All other vehicles which had not been abandoned were loaded with wounded who screamed with pain as they were thrown about by the potholes. If any fell off, they were simply crushed by the next vehicle. Hardly anybody stopped to help. Their vanguard, heading west, was spotted by a Luftwaffe aircraft, and the sighting communicated to the Führer bunker. Hitler could hardly believe that Busse would disobey his order. He sent off a series of signals telling him that his duty was to save Berlin, not his 9th Army. One of them read, "The Führer in Berlin expects that the armies will do their duty. History and the German people will despise every man who in these circumstances does not give his utmost to save the situation and the Führer." But Hitler's orders were now disregarded by all his commanders. General Heinrizi, without telling Führer headquarters, told Generaloberst Hasso von Manteuffel to withdraw in the north through Mecklenburg as Rokossovsky's second Belarusian front advanced from the lower Oder. When Keitel discovered his disobedience, he ordered Heinrizi to report to the OKW's new headquarters northwest of Berlin, but Heinrizi's staff officers persuaded him to save himself by disappearing until the end of the war. In Berlin itself, more and more houses displayed sheets or pillowcases as a sign of surrender, despite the risk from SS patrols who had been ordered to execute every man found in such buildings. On the 28th of April, American troops entered the concentration camp of Dachau, north of Munich. Around 30 of the SS guards tried to resist from watchtowers, but were soon shot down. More than 500 SS guards were killed, some by the prisoners, but most by American troops, sickened by what they saw in the camp. By the side of the camp they found cattle wagons filled with skeletal bodies. One lieutenant had 346 of the SS men machine-gunned against a wall. Of the 30,000 surviving prisoners, 2,466 were in such a bad state that they died over the following weeks despite medical help. Hitler's suspicions of treason within the SS were confirmed when Swedish radio announced from Stockholm that Heinrich Himmler had been attempting to negotiate with the Allies. The evening before, Hitler had noticed the absence of Obergruppenführer Hermann Fegelein, who was Himmler's representative at Führer headquarters, as well as being married to Eva Braun's sister. Officers were sent out in search of him. They found Fegelein drunk with his mistress in his apartment. Their bags were packed for an imminent departure. Fegelein was brought back under close arrest to the Reich Chancellery. Eva Braun refused to intercede on behalf of her unfaithful brother-in-law. Hitler was even more bitter about the defection of Der Treue Heinrich than he had been about Goering's attempt to take the leadership. And after Steiner's failure to attack, he saw betrayal all around him. He telephoned Dönitz in Flensburg on the Baltic coast. Dönitz questioned Himmler, who denied the report. But Reuters then carried the story. Hitler, white with rage, ordered Gruppenführer Müller, the head of the Gestapo, to interrogate Fegelein. After having confessed to knowing of Himmler's approach to Count Bernadotte, Fegelein, stripped of his medals and badges of rank, was taken up to a courtyard and executed by members of the Führer's escort. Hitler claimed that Himmler's treason was the final blow. According to Speer, it was Hitler's decision to punish the Waffen-SS divisions in Hungary by stripping them of their armbands that had helped push Himmler down the path of betrayal. Just a few hours after the execution of her sister's husband, Eva Braun married Adolf Hitler. Goebbels and Bormann were the witnesses. It was a daunting task for the bewildered registrar, who had been dragged back from a Volkssturm detachment. He had to ask both Hitler and Braun, according to Nazi law, whether they were of pure Aryan descent and free from hereditary diseases. In the early hours of the 29th of April, Hitler left his bride to dictate his last will and testament. Returning to his usual deluded rant, he declared that he had never wanted war. International Jewish interests had forced it upon him. He appointed Dönitz president of the Reich in his place. Goebbels was to be Reich Chancellor. Gauleiter Karl Hanke, then in Breslau managing its savage defense until he sneaked out by light aircraft, was to replace Himmler as Reichsführer SS. When Hitler's secretary, Traudl Junge, had finished her dismal task, she discovered that nobody had fed the Goebbels children. She went in search of food up into the Reich Chancellery, only to find a shocking orgy in progress between SS officers and young women they had tempted back with promises of food and alcohol. Hitler's entourage were waiting anxiously for him to commit suicide. After Fegelein's execution, they could not hope to escape until he died. The sound of fighting intensified, with remnants of the Nordland Division and the French SS defending the southern end of the Wilhelmstrasse. The ruins of the Anhalter Bahnhof and Gestapo headquarters on the Prinz Albrechtstrasse had been taken by Soviet combat troops. The French SS volunteers had proved remarkably successful at stalking Soviet tanks and knocking them out with Panzerfausts. The Tiergarten now looked like a First World War battlefield, with smashed trees and shell craters. 2 divisions from the 3rd Shock Army had crossed the Spree from Moabit to seize the Ministry of the Interior, which they called Himmler's House. At dawn on the 30th of April, they launched their attack on the Reichstag, which Stalin had chosen as the symbol for the capture of Berlin. The first soldier to raise the Soviet flag above it was promised the Order of Hero of the Soviet Union. The Reichstag was defended by a mixture of SS, Hitler Youth, and some of the sailors who had been crash-landed in the Junkers transport planes. The great danger for the attackers came from behind. The huge Zoll flak tower in the Tiergarten could fire at them as they crossed the vast expanse of the Königsplatz, where Speer had planned to build the Volkshalle, the centerpiece of the new capital, Germania. In the Führer bunker that morning, Hitler tested one of the cyanide ampules on his adored Alsatian bitch, Blondie. Satisfied that it worked, he began to make his own preparations. He had just heard of Mussolini's death and that of his mistress, Clara Petacci. Their bodies, riddled with bullets, had been strung up from the gantry of a petrol station in Milan. The details had been typed for him on one of the special typewriters with outsized script to allow him to read without glasses. The sheet is preserved in a Russian archive. At around 3 in the afternoon, the Führer made his farewells to his entourage. The solemnity of the occasion was rather undermined by the sound of partying up in the Reichschancellery, and then by Magda Goebbels becoming hysterical at the idea of losing him. Hitler finally retired to his sitting room with his bride, who had been cheerful during lunch, although she knew exactly what was about to happen. Nobody heard the sound of the shot, but just after 15 hours, Linger, his valet, entered, followed by others. Hitler had fired a bullet through his head, while Eva Hitler had taken cyanide. Their bodies were wrapped in grey Wehrmacht blankets and taken up to the Reichschancellery garden, where they were set alight with petrol according to Hitler's instructions. Goebbels, Bormann and General Krebs snapped to attention and gave the Nazi salute. That evening, while the Soviet troops fought their way into the Reichstag to hoist the flag of victory in time for the May Day celebrations in Moscow, General Weidling planned to break out to the west with as many troops as possible. But an SS officer made his way through the shell fire to summon him to the Reichschancellery. Goebbels told Weidling the news of Hitler's death and added that General Krebs would act as an emissary to negotiate terms with the Soviet commander. Krebs, although supposedly a loyal apostle of total resistance, had been brushing up his Russian in the privacy of his shaving mirror each morning. As soon as a ceasefire had been arranged on the 8th Guards Army sector, he was led to its headquarters. Chuikov rang Zhukov, who immediately sent his chief of staff, General Vasily Sokolovsky, over. Zhukov did not want his severest critic to be able to claim that he had taken the surrender of Berlin. Zhukov then rang Stalin, insisting he be woken, to tell him that Hitler was dead. "Now he's had it," said Stalin. "Pity we couldn't take him alive. Where's Hitler's corpse?" Stalin told Zhukov that no negotiations were permitted. Only unconditional surrender would be accepted. Krebs wanted a truce. He tried to argue that only the new government of Gross-Admiral Dönitz could offer unconditional surrender. Sokolovsky sent Krebs back with the message that if Goebbels and Bormann did not agree to an unconditional surrender by 10:15 hours later that morning on the 1st of May, they would blast Berlin into ruins. No word came, so a hurricane of fire was unleashed on the city centre. The most tenacious defenders of the government district were foreign detachments of the Waffen-SS, both Scandinavian and French. Sappers from the Nordland Division blew the S-Bahn tunnel under the Landwehr Canal with explosives shaped in a hollow charge. 25 kilometers of S-Bahn and U-Bahn tunnels flooded. Estimates of the numbers who drowned range from just 50 right up to 15,000, but the true figure is unlikely to be much more than 50. Many of the corpses found floating underground were already dead because the field hospitals in the tunnels had stacked their bodies down there. South of Berlin, some 25,000 men from the remnants of Busse's 9th Army emerged from the forests near Belitz, totally exhausted and weak from hunger. Several thousand civilians had escaped with them. Wenck's divisions, which had opened the corridor for them and for the Potsdam garrison to escape, had gathered every vehicle it could find to drive them to the Elbe to escape Soviet imprisonment. That afternoon, Brigade Führer Wilhelm Munke, who commanded the defense of the government district, gave orders for the last Tiger tank with the SS Nordland to pull back. Although Goebbels still refused to consider unconditional surrender, Martin Bormann and Munke had already smuggled civilian clothes into the Reichschancellery, ready to make a breakout that night. They expected the troops holding back the Soviet forces round the government district to fight on while they escaped. In the evening, those who wanted to get away from the Reich Chancellery waited impatiently for Magda Goebbels to kill her 6 children with poison and then commit suicide with her husband. At 21:30 hours, the Hamburg radio station Deutschlandsender played funereal music before Dönitz addressed the nation to announce Hitler's death, fighting at the head of his troops. Once their children were dead, Josef and Magda Goebbels finally went up to the Reich Chancellery garden. She clutched Hitler's own Nazi Party gold badge, which he had presented to her. Husband and wife crunched on cyanide capsules at the same time. One of the propaganda minister's aides then fired a bullet into each of them to make certain they were dead, sprinkled petrol on their bodies, and set them on fire. The delay meant that the escapers did not leave until 11 that night, 2 hours later than planned. In 2 groups, they followed different routes to cross the Spree on their journey north. Troops from the Nordland, with the Tiger tank and other armored vehicles, tried to smash a way through in a charge across the Weidendammer Bridge. The Red Army, which had expected a breakout and therefore reinforced the sector, killed most of them in the chaotic night battle. Several managed to get through in the confusion, including Bormann and Arthur Axmann, the Hitler Youth leader. Bormann, who became separated, appeared to have blundered into a group of Soviet soldiers and to have taken poison. With Weidling's surrender due to come into effect at midnight, another, even larger group, based on the remnants of the 18th Panzer Grenadier Division and the Panzer Division Müncheberg, tried to break out to the west. A furious battle took place around the Charlottenbrücke over the river Havel to Spandau. The armored vehicles again attempted to act as a battering ram against the troops of the Soviet 47th Army. A chaotic massacre ensued, with waves of civilians and soldiers rushing the bridge under the covering fire of self-propelled flak vehicles. It is impossible to tell how many died, but only a handful reached the Elbe. Zhukov gave orders that every body and vehicle had to be checked to see whether any of the Nazi leaders were among them, but most bodies were burned beyond recognition. An unnatural calm descended on the blackened, smoking city on the 2nd of May. Only distant shots from SS soldiers committing suicide and occasional burst of Soviet submachine gun fire broke the silence. In the Reich Chancellery, General Krebs and Hitler's chief adjutant, General Wilhelm Burgdorf, had shot themselves after consuming a large amount of brandy. Troops from the 5th Shock Army occupied the building and hung a large red banner from it as a companion piece to the flag which had finally been raised over the Reichstag. For civilians emerging cautiously from their cellars and air raid shelters, the urban battlefield of corpses in the rubble-strewn streets was a shock. Burned-out Soviet tanks lay all around, knocked out at close range with Panzerfausts by the foreign SS and Hitler Youth. German women covered the faces of the dead with newspapers or pieces of cloth. Most had been little more than boys. The older men of the Volkssturm had surrendered at the first opportunity. Soviet troops carried on rounding up their prisoners with shouts of "Davai! Davai!" Anyone in uniform, whether soldier, policeman or fireman, was pushed into columns to be marched out of the city. Many were in tears as their wives came to see them off and give them food and clothes. They feared that they would be sent to labor camps in Siberia. The Berlin operation, from the 16th of April to the 2nd of May, had cost Zhukov's, Konyev's and Rokossovsky's fronts a total of 352,425 casualties, of whom nearly a third were killed. The First Belarusian Front had suffered the worst losses because of Zhukov's desperation on the Zelo heights. Stalin, eager to hear every detail of Hitler's death and ensure that he was truly gone, had ordered a group from the Schmerz detachment of the 3rd Shock Army to investigate. The Reich Chancellery bunker was sealed off as they went about their work. Even Marshal Zhukov was refused entry, on the excuse that sappers had not finished checking the place for mines and booby traps. An interrogation team began to work on any prisoner who had witnessed events there, and the bodies of Josef and Magda Goebbels were taken away for forensic examination outside Berlin. Pressure from Moscow became intense when they could not find Hitler's corpse. Smersh operatives found it only on the 5th of May, buried in a shell hole along with that of Eva Braun. It was smuggled out in the greatest secrecy. No Red Army officer, including Zhukov, was allowed to know of its discovery. Chapter 49. Cities of the Dead. May to August 1945. I am unable to find any beautiful words, a Soviet soldier wrote home from Berlin. Everyone and everything is drunk. Flags, flags, flags. Flags on Unter den Linden, on the Reichstag. White flags. Everyone hangs out a white flag. They are living in ruins. Berlin has been crucified. The Soviet conquerors appeared to believe in the old Russian saying that victors are not judged. Many Germans tried simply to survive, rather than ponder on the events which had brought them to a far greater state of humiliation than the defeat of 1918. People were living with their fate, a Berliner remarked. The majority of Hitler loyalists persuaded themselves that the behavior of Soviet troops proved that they had been right to try to destroy the Soviet Union. Others started to have terrible doubts. Fritz Huckenjos, the army staff officer with the SS Corps in the Black Forest, reflected on responsibility for Germany's defeat in his diary. The people were not to blame for losing the war. Soldiers, workers and farmers had borne superhuman efforts and burdens, and they had believed, obeyed, labored and fought until the end. Were politicians and party functionaries guilty? Economic leaders and field marshals? Had they not told the Führer the truth and played their own game behind his back? Or was Adolf Hitler not the man he seemed to be among the people? Was it possible that perspicacity and parochialism, simplicity and ferment, loyalty and falsehood, faith and delusion lived in the same heart? Was Adolf Hitler the great inspired leader who could not be measured by ordinary standards? Or was he an impostor, a criminal, an incompetent dilettante, a madman? Was he an instrument of God or an instrument of the devil? And the men of July 44, were they ultimately not traitors? Questions, questions. I found no answers and no peace of mind. Although the announcement of Hitler's death did not bring an immediate end to the fighting, it certainly accelerated the process of final collapse. On the 2nd of May, General von Vietinghof's forces in northern Italy and southern Austria surrendered. British troops rushed to secure Trieste at the head of the Adriatic. Tito's partisans had already reached the city, but in insufficient numbers to make a difference. The citizens in Prague, believing that Patton's Third Army was about to arrive, rose in revolt against the Germans. The Czechs were assisted by more than 20,000 men of Vlasov's ROA, who turned against their German allies, but not by the Americans, as they had hoped. General Marshall had firmly rejected another of Churchill's appeals to advance to the Czech capital. With the Red Army too far away to intervene, Generalfeldmarschall Schöner's response was almost as savage as the suppression which followed the Warsaw Uprising. Changing sides did nothing to spare Vlasov and his troops from Soviet vengeance. Vlasov was denounced by one of his own officers as he attempted to escape under a blanket in the back of a car. Stalin was immediately informed of the capture of traitor of the motherland General Vlasov by Konyev's First Ukrainian Front. He was flown to Moscow, where he was later executed. On the 5th of May, after negotiations with senior officers from Simpson's Ninth Army, the wounded from Busse's forces were allowed to cross the Elbe. Simpson refused to allow civilians through because of the agreement with the Soviet Union that they should stay in their home areas. Soon, unwounded soldiers and young women camouflaged in Wehrmacht greatcoats and helmets began to cross the half-wrecked railway bridge. U.S. troops filtered the stream to stop civilians and to arrest members of the SS. Some of the foreigners in the SS, especially Dutch from the SS Nederland division, pretended either that they were German or that they were forced laborers trying to return home. Hiwis, terrified of capture by the NKVD, also tried to escape. Once the bridgehead, defended by Wenck's weak divisions, came under Soviet artillery fire, the Americans pulled back to avoid casualties, and a stampede began to get to the West Bank. Many soldiers and civilians seized boats or lashed together wood and fuel drums to improvise rafts. Some tried to grab the riderless horses and force them into the river to take them across. A large number of those who tried to swim for it drowned in the strong current. Others, who could not face the water or felt they had nothing left to live for, simply committed suicide. General Bradley met Marshal Konev to provide him with a map showing the position of every American division. He received no information on Soviet dispositions in return, only an unmistakable warning that the Americans should not attempt to meddle in Czechoslovakia. In Austria, the Soviets had set up a provisional government without any consultation. No signals of friendship were emanating from Moscow. Molotov, who was in San Francisco for the founding conference of the United Nations, shocked Edward Stettinius when he stated that the 16 Polish representatives seized by the NKVD, despite their safe conduct passes, had been charged with the murder of 200 members of the Red Army. On the afternoon of the 4th of May, Stalin had been angered to hear that General Admiral Hans-Georg von Friedeberg and General der Infanterie Eberhard Kinzel had come to Montgomery's headquarters on the Lüneburg Heath to surrender German forces in Holland, Denmark, and northwest Germany. Montgomery sent the German delegates on to Reims to make a full, unconditional surrender at Schaeff headquarters. The procedure was unbelievably complicated. Schaeff had received no clear political instructions on the terms of the surrender and on French participation. The Germans hoped to negotiate a surrender solely with the Western powers. Not wanting to antagonize Stalin, Schaeff included in the negotiations General Susloparov, the senior Soviet liaison officer in the West. Eisenhower's chief of staff, General Bedell Smith, conducted the proceedings with skill. On the 6th of May, he threatened that if General Jodl, who had arrived to lead the German delegation, did not sign a universal surrender by midnight, then Allied forces would seal the front, meaning that they would all be taken by the Red Army. The German delegation argued that they needed 48 hours after signing to distribute the order to surrender because of the breakdown in communications with subsidiary headquarters. This was in fact an excuse to obtain extra time in which to bring more troops to the west. Eisenhower agreed to the delay. The Act of Military Surrender was signed by Jodl and Friedeberg in the early hours of the 7th of May to take effect by 1 minute past midnight on the 9th of May. Stalin could not let the final ceremony take place in the West, so he insisted that the Germans sign another surrender in Berlin at 1 minute past midnight on the 9th of May, the moment the capitulation agreed at Reims came into effect. Word of the great event leaked out, both in the United States and in Britain. Churchill cabled Stalin to explain that, since crowds were already gathering in London to celebrate, Victory in Europe Day celebrations in Britain would take place on the 8th of May, as they did in the United States. Stalin retorted in displeasure that Soviet troops were still fighting. German troops were still holding out in East Prussia, the Kulan Peninsula, Czechoslovakia, and many other places. In Yugoslavia, German forces did not surrender for another week. Victory celebrations, Stalin wrote, could therefore not begin in the Soviet Union until the 9th of May. British troops stood by to be flown across the North Sea to help the Norwegians supervise the surrender of the 400,000 German troops in the country, the largest Wehrmacht force, and still completely intact. Already in the far north, a Norwegian army expedition had reoccupied Finnmark, backed by Soviet forces. Although Reich Commissar Josef Terboven had plans for turning Norway into the last bastion of the Third Reich, Dönitz recalled him to Germany and told Generaloberst Franz Böhmer to take full powers. On the evening of the 7th of May, Böhmer broadcast news of the surrender. A skeleton administration in Oslo called up some 40,000 members of the Norwegian resistance to ensure security. Terboven committed suicide soon afterwards by blowing himself up. Just before midnight on the 8th of May, the surrender ceremony in Berlin began in Zhukov's headquarters at Karlshorst. The Soviet Marshal was flanked by Air Chief Marshal Tedder, General Spatz, and General Lattre de Tassigny. Generalfeldmarschall Keitel, Admiral von Friedeberg, and Generaloberst Hans-Jürgen Stumpf of the Luftwaffe were brought in. As soon as they had signed, they were led out again. And then the party began. All over the city, gunfire broke out as Red Army officers and soldiers, who had hoarded vodka and almost any form of alcohol for the long-awaited moment, blasted off their remaining ammunition. This victory salute killed a number of people. The women of Berlin, well aware of what the drinking would provoke, trembled with apprehension. Stalin, afraid of Zhukov's immense popularity both in the Soviet Union and abroad, began to torment him in minor ways. He blamed him for not having found Hitler, when Smersh had already confirmed the identity of his corpse. They had found the assistant to Hitler's dentist and made her examine the bridgework on his jaw. Zhukov did not discover that the body had been found until 20 years later. Stalin also used the deliberate mystery to suggest that Hitler had fled to Bavaria, which was occupied by the Americans. It was part of his campaign to insinuate that the Americans had a secret pact with the Nazis. The longing for political change in the ranks of the Red Army had made the Soviet leadership very suspicious. Soldiers and officers alike had become outspoken in their criticisms of the communist system. The Soviet authorities also feared foreign influences, after their soldiers had seen far better living conditions in Germany. Smersh again referred to the threat of a Decembrist mood, a reference to the young officers who returned from Paris after the defeat of Napoleon, recognizing that Russia remained politically primitive. A merciless fight is necessary against these attitudes, the Smersh report concluded. Arrest for systematic anti-Soviet talk and terroristic intentions rose dramatically. In that year of victory, which saw little more than 4 months of fighting, 135,056 Red Army officers and soldiers and 273 senior officers were arrested for counter-revolutionary crimes. Back in the Soviet Union, informers were at work, and NKVD arrests in the early morning had become a re-established pattern. The population of the Gulag and of forced labor battalions swelled to its largest level. The new convicts included both civilians and an estimated 3 million Red Army soldiers sentenced for having collaborated as Heavies, or simply for having surrendered. Large numbers of others, including 11 generals, were executed after brutal interrogations at the screening centers run by Smersh and the NKVD. Abandoned by incompetent or terrified superiors in 1941, Soviet soldiers had starved in the indescribable horrors of German camps. Now they found themselves treated as traitors of the motherland because they had failed to kill themselves. Those who survived this second round of punishment remained branded for the rest of their lives and restricted to the most menial work. Right up until 1998, well after the fall of communism, official forms continued to demand details on any member of an applicant's family who had been a prisoner of war. The bloody revolts which took place in Gulag camps in the years after the war were almost all led by former Red Army officers and men. The chaos which the Nazis had brought upon the entire continental landmass was demonstrated by the hundreds of thousands of displaced persons. On the roads of Germany today, wrote Gottfried Blunden, there is the whole story of Europe, or the world for that matter. Millions of forced laborers, brought to the Reich from France, Italy, the Low Countries, Central Europe, the Balkans, and above all the Soviet Union, began to make their way home on foot. An old woman traveller, Vasily Grossman noted, is walking away from Berlin, wearing a shawl on her head. She looks exactly as if she were going on a pilgrimage amid the expanse of Russia. She is holding an umbrella across her shoulder. A huge aluminium casserole is hung by its ear on the umbrella's handle. London came across a group of young, half-starved American prisoners of war with xylophone ribs, sunken cheeks, thin necks, and gangling arms. They were a little hysterical from the joy of meeting fellow English speakers. Some American prisoners whom I met this morning seemed to me to be the most pitiful of all I have seen. They had arrived in Europe only last December, gone immediately into the front line, and had received the full brunt of the German counter-offensive in the Ardennes that month. Since their capture, they had been moved almost constantly from one place to another. They told stories of comrades clubbed to death by German guards, merely for breaking line to grab sugar beets from fields. They were more pitiful because they were only boys drafted from nice homes in a nice country, knowing nothing about Europe, not tough like Australians, or shrewd like the French, or irreducibly stubborn like the English. They just didn't know what it was all about. Among the displaced persons were many prisoners who had become brutalized by their treatment and longed for revenge on the Germans. Roving freely, looting and raping, they spread chaos and fear. Provost marshals gave orders that justice was to be administered on the spot. Those identified as murderers and rapists were summarily shot, a British soldier recorded. Yet German civilians who came to the occupation authorities to complain about the theft of food by forced labourers received little sympathy. Only a tiny minority had shown any compassion towards them when the Nazis had been in power. For Churchill, in this immediate post-war period, the problem of Poland loomed above almost everything else. The Prime Minister's failure to attend Roosevelt's funeral had surprised and shocked people on both sides of the Atlantic. There can be little doubt that however much he vaunted their friendship later, Roosevelt's appeasement of Stalin had gravely disappointed him. Churchill was initially encouraged that Harry Truman, the new president, seemed ready to take a much more robust line with Stalin, mainly as a result of Averell Harriman's advice. Roosevelt's abrupt announcement at Yalta that he intended to withdraw American forces from Europe as soon as possible had alarmed Churchill. Britain alone was far too weak to resist both the strength of the Red Army and the threat of local communists profiting from a devastated Europe. He was horrified by reports of Soviet revenge and repression behind what he already called the Iron Curtain, unfortunately a term already used by Goebbels. Within a week of Germany's surrender, Churchill summoned his chiefs of staff. He astonished them by asking whether it might be possible to force the Red Army back in order to secure a square deal for Poland. This offensive, he told them, should take place on the 1st of July, before the military strength of the Allies on the Western Front was reduced by demobilization or the transfer of formations to the Far East. Although the contingency planning for Operation Unthinkable was conducted in great secrecy, one of Berier's moles in Whitehall passed details to Moscow. The most explosive was an instruction to Montgomery to gather up surrendered German weaponry in case Wehrmacht units were reconstituted to take part in this mad enterprise. The Soviets, not surprisingly, felt that all their worst suspicions had been confirmed. The planners studied the scenario in great detail, although it had to be based largely on speculation. They totally misread the reaction of British troops, thinking that they would follow such an order. That was most unlikely. The vast majority of British troops were longing to get home. And after all they had heard of the colossal Soviet sacrifice, which had spared them so many casualties, they would have greeted the suggestion of turning against their ally with incredulity and anger. The planning staff also made the unlikely assumption that the Americans would be prepared to join in. Fortunately, the main conclusions of their report were quite clear. It was a very hazardous project, and even if the Red Army were forced to withdraw after initial successes, the conflict would be long and costly. The idea is, of course, fantastic, and the chances of success quite impossible, Field Marshal Brooke wrote in his diary. There is no doubt that from now onwards, Russia is all-powerful in Europe. The result of this study, he added later, made it clear that the best we could hope for was to drive the Russians back to about the same line the Germans had reached. And then what? Were we to remain mobilized indefinitely to hold them there? The Second World War in Europe had begun in Europe over Poland, and the notion of a Third World War following the same pattern represented a terrifying symmetry. On the 31st of May, Brooke, Portal and Cunningham again discussed the unthinkable war against Russia, and became more convinced than ever that it is unthinkable. They were unanimous when they reported back to Churchill. Truman proved equally unreceptive to the notion of pushing the Red Army back as a bargaining counter. He was not even prepared to keep American forces in those areas of Germany and Czechoslovakia which were due to be handed over to the Soviets as stipulated by the European Advisory Commission. Truman had suddenly swung back to a more accommodating approach to the Soviet Union as a result of listening to Joseph Davis, a former U.S. ambassador in Moscow and ardent admirer of Stalin. Davis had sat through the show trials of the 1930s and seen nothing suspicious about the grotesque confessions beaten out of the accused. The Prime Minister had to accept defeat, but he soon came back to the Chiefs of Staff and asked them to study plans for the defense of the British Isles in the event of a Soviet occupation of the Low Countries and France. By this time, he was exhausted by campaigning for the general election and became increasingly irrational. He even warned of a Gestapo under a future Labour government. Voting took place on the 5th of July, but because of the need to collect the ballot papers of the armed forces from all round the world, the results would not be known until 3 weeks later. As well as the problems of Poland, Churchill was also vexed by General de Gaulle's rash decision to send troops to Syria, where the reimposition of French colonial rule was being resisted. De Gaulle was going through a paroxysm of Anglophobia and anti-Americanism at this stage, much to the distress of Georges Bidault, his foreign minister. De Gaulle still resented the failure of the Big Three to include him at Yalta, and he knew he was about to be ignored again at the forthcoming meeting in Potsdam. Truman, on the advice of Joseph Davis, decided that only a more friendly approach to Stalin could resolve matters. Harry Hopkins, whom the Soviets trusted more than most Westerners, was dispatched to Moscow to arrange a new Yalta. Although gravely ill, Hopkins accepted, and as a result of several meetings with Stalin at the end of May and the beginning of June, the discord over the constitution of the Polish government was settled on Stalin's terms. The problem of Poland, henceforth, became the embarrassing one of quietly dropping a brave ally unavoidably sacrificed on the altar of realpolitik. In a few days, Brooke wrote in his diary on the 2nd of July, we shall be recognizing the Warsaw government officially and liquidating the London one. The Polish forces then present a serious conundrum, which the Foreign Office has done little to solve, in spite of repeated applications for a ruling ever since May. He wondered next day how the Polish forces will take it. He had recently spoken with General Anders before he returned to the Polish Corps in Italy. Anders made it clear to Brooke that he wanted to fight his way back to Poland if the opportunity arose. On the 5th of July, both the United States and Britain recognized the puppet government, which had agreed to include several non-communist Poles. The 16 arrested by the NKVD, however, were still to face trial on the trumped-up charge of killing 200 Red Army soldiers. And, in a shameful gesture of appeasement to Stalin, the next British government decided to exclude Polish forces from the victory parade. On the 16th of July, the day before the Potsdam Conference began, Truman and Churchill met for the first time. Truman was cordial but guarded after Davis had warned him that Churchill would still seek to involve him in a war with the Soviet Union. Stalin arrived in Berlin that day from Moscow in his special train. More than 19,000 NKVD troops were allocated by Beria to guard his route, and 7 NKVD regiments and 900 bodyguards to provide security in Potsdam. Special security precautions were taken on the line through Poland. Stalin drove from the station with Zhukov to his accommodation in the former house of General Ludendorff. Everything had been exactingly prepared by the newly promoted Marshal Beria. Later in the day, Truman received the signal, "Babies satisfactorily born." The test explosion of the atomic bomb in the desert near Los Alamos had been carried out at 05:30 hours. Churchill, when told, was exultant after being forced to acknowledge that unthinkable was out of the question. Field Marshal Brooke was completely shattered by the Prime Minister's outlook and the way that he was completely carried away by the discovery. In Churchill's view, it was now no longer necessary for the Russians to come into the Japanese war. The new explosive alone was sufficient to settle the matter. He did not seem to grasp the fact that, after all the American requests to Stalin to enter the war against Japan, they could not now disinvite him, having promised him such rich pickings in the Far East. Brooke then recounted what was closest to the Prime Minister's heart, paraphrasing his words. Furthermore, we now had something in our hands which would redress that balance with the Russians. The secret of this explosive and the power to use it would completely alter the diplomatic equilibrium which was adrift since the defeat of Germany. Now we had a new value which redressed our position. Pushing his chin out and scowling, now we could say, if you insist on doing this or that, well, we can just blot out Moscow, then Stalingrad, then Kiev, then Kuibyshev, Kharkov, Sebastopol, etc., etc. Churchill was certainly in a fighting mood, prompted by bitter frustration over Britain's impotence to change anything, and yet at the same time encouraged by the implications of the new invention. As the conference progressed, Stalin's desire to extend Soviet power in many directions became abundantly apparent. He showed an interest in Italian colonies in Africa, and proposed that the Allies should have Franco removed. Churchill's worst fears would have been aroused if he had overheard an exchange between Averell Harriman and Stalin during one break. "It must be very pleasant for you," Harriman said, making conversation, "to be in Berlin now, after all your country has suffered." The Soviet leader eyed him. "Tsar Alexander went all the way to Paris," he replied. This was not entirely a joke. Well before Churchill's fantasy of unthinkable, a meeting of the Politburo in 1944 had decided to order the Stavka to plan for the invasion of France and Italy, as General Stemyenko later told Beria's son. The Red Army offensive was to be combined with the seizure of power by the local communist parties. In addition, Stemyenko explained, a landing in Norway was provided for, as well as the seizure of the Straits with Denmark. A substantial budget was allocated for the realization of these plans. It was expected that the Americans would abandon a Europe fallen into chaos, while Britain and France would be paralyzed by their colonial problems. The Soviet Union possessed 400 experienced divisions, ready to bound forward like tigers. It was calculated that the whole operation would take no more than a month. All these plans were aborted when Stalin learned, from Beria, that the Americans had the atom bomb and were putting it into mass production. Stalin apparently told Beria that if Roosevelt had still been alive, we would have succeeded. This, it seems, was the main reason why Stalin suspected that Roosevelt had been secretly assassinated. Churchill received little support from Truman. The new president had been charmed and awed by the manipulative Soviet dictator, who despised him in return. The Prime Minister's greatest moment of intimacy with Truman came when they discussed how the President was to tell Stalin of the atomic bomb. But Stalin had already discussed twice with Beria how he should react when given the news. On the 17th of July, Beria had provided him with details of the successful test obtained by his spies in the Manhattan Project. So, when Truman told Stalin about the bomb in a confidential tone, Stalin barely reacted. He summoned Molotov and Beria immediately afterwards and, sniggering, related the scene. Churchill was standing by the door, his eyes fixed on me like a searchlight, while Truman, with his hypocritical air, told me what had happened in an indifferent tone. Their amusement was increased when the recordings from NKVD microphones revealed that, when Churchill had asked Truman how the Soviet leader had taken the news, Truman replied that Stalin had apparently failed to understand. On the 26th of July, the plenary session at Potsdam was suspended. The day before, Churchill had returned to London with Anthony Eden and Clement Attlee for the announcement of the general election results. Just as he departed, Churchill found himself in the strange position of being reassured by Stalin that he was bound to have beaten the Socialists. The Prime Minister had received warnings that things might not go his way, largely because of votes in the armed forces whose men wanted to do away with the past, both the harsh years of the 1930s and the war itself. At a dinner in London a few weeks before, when Churchill had talked about the election campaign, General Slim, back from Burma, had said to him, "Well, Prime Minister, I know one thing. My army won't be voting for you." For most soldiers and NCOs, the military hierarchy bore too close a resemblance to the class system. An army captain, who had asked one of his sergeants how he was going to vote, received the reply, "Socialist, sir, because I'm fed up with taking orders from ruddy officers." When the votes were counted, it became clear that the armed forces had voted overwhelmingly for the Labour Party and for change. Churchill's greatest fault was to have shown no taste for social reform during either the war or the campaign. In spite of his dislike for Churchill, Stalin was generally shaken by the result when the news of his crushing defeat reached Potsdam. He simply could not imagine how somebody of his stature could be voted out of power. Parliamentary democracy, in his view, was clearly a dangerously unstable way of running a country. He was very conscious of the fact that, under any other regime but his own, he would have been removed from office after his catastrophic handling of the German invasion. Clement Attlee, the new Prime Minister, and Ernest Bevin, who had taken over as Foreign Secretary from Eden, now occupied the British seats at the conference. But through no fault of their own, they could exert little influence on the discussions. James F. Burns, the new U.S. Secretary of State, agreed to recognize the western border of Poland along the Oder-Neisse line, and they followed suit. Stalin had achieved everything he wanted at Potsdam, even though he had been forced to cancel the invasion of Western Europe out of fear of the atom bomb. The return of prisoners of war, which had been agreed at Yalta, soon proved a terrible problem for the Allies. Both the American Counterintelligence Corps and British Field Security had trouble identifying war criminals or even the nationalities of those they interrogated, because many from Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union pretended to be German in order to stay in the West. The greatest mixture of nationalities and ethnic groups had congregated in the province of Carinthia in southeast Austria. When units from the British Five Corps reached the beautiful Drau Valley, they found tens of thousands of people camped there. There were Croats, Slovenes, Serb Chetniks, and most of the Cossack Corps. Those from Yugoslavia were fleeing Tito's victorious revenge in the savage civil war. The Cossacks, commanded by German officers, had played a major part in the murderous anti-partisan campaign. Tito appeared to match Stalin in his appetite for more territory. He was hoping to seize Istria, Trieste, and even part of Carinthia. Some of his partisans reached its capital, Klagenfurt, just before the British. They were terrorizing the countryside and threatening the mass of military refugees. British officers, lacking clear direction from above, found that they faced a chaotic situation, with the threat of more of Tito's forces crossing into Austria. They were then given the unpleasant task of returning Soviet citizens to the Red Army just across the frontier to the east. The Cossacks were notorious for the atrocities they had committed. Even Goebbels had been shaken by the reports he had received of their activities in Yugoslavia and northern Italy. But they also had women and children with them, as well as some White Russians who had been living in the West since the Bolshevik victory in 1921. The two most prominent were the Cossack ataman, General Pyotr Krasnov, an officer who was perhaps as honorable as was possible in a civil war, and General Andrei Shkuro, a cruel psychopath. Since it appeared impossible to weed out the good from the bad, staff officers at 5 Corps headquarters ordered that they should all be handed over to the Red Army. The Cossacks knew very well what Stalin's vengeance was likely to be, and they had to be forced onto the transport by British soldiers armed with pick helms, the wooden handles of pickaxes. Although they admired the Red Army, most of the troops involved in these forced repatriations were appalled by what they had to do, and there was nearly a mutiny. At the same time, British troops were clearly reluctant to confront Tito's increasingly aggressive forces. Nobody wanted to be killed after the war had finished. 5 Corps headquarters, under pressure to resolve the dangerous situation as rapidly as possible, ordered that the Yugoslavs should be forced back over their border. Again, they included a mixture of those guilty of war crimes, especially the Croat Ustashi, and the less guilty. British officers and soldiers alike were horrified to have to force Chetniks, the Allies abandoned in favor of Tito, back over the Yugoslav border. Most appear to have been killed almost immediately. The German collapse had triggered the worst round of massacres by Tito's partisans in the Civil War. In 2009, the Slovene Hidden Graves Commission identified over 600 mass graves and has estimated that they contain the bodies of more than 100,000 victims. Vengeance and ethnic cleansing were just as brutal in Northern and Central Europe. For many Germans, rumors that all the country's territory to the east of the Oder, East Prussia, Silesia, Pomerania, would be handed to Poland represented the greatest fear of all. Once the fighting ended, nearly 1 million of the refugees made their way back to their abandoned homes, only to find that they were about to be chased out again. As Stalin had intended, ethnic cleansing was pursued with a vengeance. Troops from the 1st and 2nd Polish armies forced Germans from their houses to push them across the Oder. The first to go were those on pre-1944 Polish territory. Some had lived there for generations, others were the Volksdeutsch beneficiaries of the Nazis' own ethnic cleansing in 1940. Packed into cattle wagons, they were taken westwards and robbed of their few belongings on the way. A similar fate awaited those who had stayed behind or returned to Pomerania and Silesia, which now fell within the new Polish borders. In East Prussia, only 193,000 Germans were left out of a population of 2.2 million. During the expulsions from Polish territory, around 200,000 Germans were held in labor camps, and some 30,000 are estimated to have died. Others were among the 600,000 Germans sent for forced labor in the Soviet Union. The Czechs also expelled up to 3 million Germans, most from the Sudetenland. 30,000 were killed in the process, and 5,558 committed suicide. Women with their children had to walk, some of them for hundreds of kilometers, to find shelter in Germany. It is hard to see how such an unbelievably brutal war could have ended without brutal revenge. Mass violence, as the Polish poet Czesław Miłosz pointed out, destroyed both the idea of a common humanity and any sense of natural justice. Murder became ordinary during wartime, wrote Miłosz, and was even regarded as legitimate if it was carried out on behalf of the resistance. Theft became ordinary too, as did falsehood and fabrication. People learned to sleep through sounds that would once have roused the whole neighborhood. The rattle of machine gun fire, the cries of men in agony, the cursing of the policeman dragging the neighbors away. For all of these reasons, Miłosz explained, the man of the East cannot take Americans or other Westerners seriously. Because they had not undergone such experiences, they could not seem to fathom what they meant, and could not seem to imagine how they had happened either. If we are American, wrote Anne Applebaum, we think the war was something that started with Pearl Harbor in 1941 and ended with the atomic bomb in 1945. If we are British, we remember the Blitz of 1940 and the liberation of Belsen. If we are French, we remember Vichy and the resistance. If we are Dutch, we think of Anne Frank. Even if we are German, we know only a part of the story.
You said you needed space, baby, that's alright. Took the midnight train, disappeared from sight. Now you're calling back, saying you were wrong. Well, I might just let you, but it's gotta be strong. I'll allow you to come back home, only if you've learned what you've done wrong. I'll allow you one last chance to mend, but don't you break my heart again. I found me some freedom dancing in the night. Disco ball reflections caught in the light. But now your voice is calling, pulling me back. I might just let you, gotta stay on track. I'll allow you to come back home, only if you've learned what you've done wrong. I'll allow you one last chance to mend, but don't you break my heart again. You gotta prove it to me, no more games to play. Show me something real or you can stay away. I've been hurt before, I'm not gonna lie. But if you really love me, go ahead and try. I'll allow you to come back home, only if you've learned what you've done wrong. I'll allow you one last chance to mend, but don't you break my heart again. I'll allow you to come back home, only if you've learned what you've done wrong. I'll allow you one last chance to mend, but don't you break my heart again.
Chapter 50. The Atomic Bombs and the Subjugation of Japan. May to September 1945. At the time of the German surrender in May 1945, the Japanese armies in China received orders from Tokyo to begin withdrawing to the East Coast. Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist armies were still badly battered from the Ichigo offensive, and their commanders felt a deep bitterness towards the United States for having failed to heed their warnings. Stilwell's replacement, General Albert Wiedemeyer, began a program of rearming and training 39 divisions. He forced Chiang Kai-shek to concentrate his best forces in the south, towards the border of Indochina. The American plan was to cut off the escape route for Japanese forces from Southeast Asia. Chiang, on the other hand, wanted to reoccupy the agricultural regions to the north to feed his troops and the starving population in nationalist areas, but Wiedemeyer threatened to withhold all U.S. aid if he refused. Chiang knew that the communists had already moved south to fill the vacuum left by the Japanese retreat. Wiedemeyer's intervention contributed to the nationalists' defeat in the Civil War to come, but Washington at that time assumed that Japanese resistance would carry on into 1946. Roosevelt's representative in China, the unpredictable Patrick J. Hurley, had started negotiations between the Communists and the Nationalists in November 1944. Talks broke down the following February, largely because Chiang Kai-shek was not prepared to share power and the Communists were not prepared to subordinate their army. At this time, when the Kuomintang was split between liberals and reactionaries, Chiang promised sweeping reforms in the spring, but the only changes made were those designed to satisfy the Americans. The great reformer of the past now supported the old guard, and corruption continued unabated. To complain openly risked attracting the brutal attentions of the secret police. His capital of Chongqing displayed a huge gulf between the rich minority and the impoverished majority, who suffered from spiraling inflation. American troops were conspicuous in their enjoyment of the town. A honky-tonk half a mile from U.S. Army headquarters served adulterated whiskey and unadulterated tarts, wrote Theodore White. Jeep girls took to riding in the open streets with American Army personnel in full view of the scandalized citizenry. In the countryside, the forced recruitment of soldiers with bounties paid to press gangs stirred the slow-burning resentment of the peasantry. Only those who could afford to pay large bribes were immune, and the grain tax discouraged farmers from selling their produce. The Communists, from their headquarters in Yan'an, had also imposed a grain tax, and the impression given that peasant life under their rule was idyllic could hardly have been further from the truth. The opium trade, which filled Mao's war chest, had triggered a rate of inflation almost as bad as in nationalist areas, and anyone who protested or criticized Chairman Mao was treated as an enemy of the people. Fighting between communists and nationalists had already begun in Hunan province, and also in and around Shanghai. Despite the large concentration of Japanese forces there, communists and nationalists fought an underground war in the belief that control of the great port and financial capital would be crucial when the occupiers left. Despite the imminence of their country's defeat, atrocities against the Chinese population, especially women, continued in the area still held by 1 million Japanese troops. As in other areas of occupation, such as New Guinea and the Philippines, Japanese soldiers, short of rations, regarded the local population and prisoners as a food source. The Japanese soldier Enomoto Masayo later confessed to having raped, murdered, and butchered a young Chinese woman. "I just tried to choose those places where there was a lot of meat," he confessed later. He then shared the meat with his comrades afterwards. He described it as nice and tender. I think it was tastier than pork. Not even his commanding officer remonstrated with him when he told him the origin of their meal. Other horrors were already known to the Allies. In 1938, the Biological Warfare Establishment, Unit 731, had been set up outside Harbin in Manchukuo under the auspices of the Kwantung Army. This huge complex, presided over by General Ishii Shiro, eventually employed a core staff of 3,000 scientists and doctors from universities and medical schools in Japan, and a total of 20,000 personnel in the subsidiary establishments. They prepared weapons to spread Black Plague, typhoid, anthrax, and cholera, and tested them on more than 3,000 Chinese prisoners. They also carried out anthrax, mustard gas, and frostbite experiments on their victims, whom they referred to as muruta, or logs. These human guinea pigs, around 600 a year, had been arrested by the Kempitai in Manchuria and sent to the unit. In 1939, During the Nomonhan fighting against Marshal Zhukov's forces, the unit had put typhoid pathogen into rivers nearby, but the effect was unrecorded. In 1940 and 1941, cotton and rice husks contaminated with Black Plague were dropped from aircraft over central China. In March 1942, the Imperial Japanese Army planned to use plague fleas against the American and Filipino defenders of the Bataan Peninsula, but the surrender took place before they were ready. And later that year, typhoid, plague, and cholera pathogens were spread in Zhejiang province in retaliation for the first American bombing raid on Japan. Apparently, 1,700 Japanese soldiers in the area died, as well as hundreds of Chinese. A biological warfare battalion was sent to Saipan before the American landings, but most of its members were evacuated beforehand, only to be drowned when a U.S. submarine sank their ship. There were also plans captured by Marines on Kwajalein to bomb Australia and India with biological weapons, but these attacks never materialized. The Japanese also wanted to contaminate the island of Luzon in the Philippines with cholera before the American invasion, but this too was not carried out. The Imperial Japanese Navy, at its bases of Truk and Rabaul, had experimented on Allied prisoners of war, mainly captured American pilots, by injecting them with the blood of malaria victims. Others were killed during experiments with different lethal injections. As late as April 1945, around 100 Australian prisoners of war, some sick, some healthy, were also used for experiments with unknown injections. In Manchuria, 1,485 American, Australian, British and New Zealand prisoners of war held at Mukden were used for a variety of experiments with pathogens. Perhaps the most shocking element in the whole story of Unit 731 was MacArthur's agreement, after the Japanese surrender, to provide immunity from prosecution to all involved, including General Ishii. This deal allowed the Americans to obtain all the data they had accumulated from their experiments. Even after MacArthur had learned that Allied prisoners of war had also been killed in the tests, he ordered that all criminal investigations should cease. Soviet requests to prosecute Ishii and his staff at the Tokyo War Crimes Tribunal were firmly rejected. Only a few doctors who anesthetized and then dissected captured American bomber crews were prosecuted, but they had nothing to do with Unit 731. Other Japanese military doctors performed vivisection on hundreds of conscious Chinese prisoners in numerous hospitals, but they were never charged. Doctors in the Japanese Medical Corps demonstrated little respect for human life, since they willingly followed orders to dispose of their own incapacitated soldiers with a good chance of recovery, on the grounds that they are useless to the emperor. They also taught Japanese soldiers how to commit suicide to avoid being captured. By the time Japanese resistance on Okinawa had ended, American commanders in the Pacific turned to re-examining the next phase, the invasion of the home islands. The kamikaze attacks and the refusal of the Japanese to surrender, combined with the knowledge of their biological warfare capability, made it a sobering task. The plan had been agreed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff as early as 1944. It estimated that Operation Olympic, to take the southern island of Kyushu in November, would cost 100,000 casualties, and Operation Coronet in March 1946, to invade the main island of Honshu, 250,000. Admiral King and General Arnold preferred to bomb and blockade Japan, to starve it into surrender. MacArthur and the U.S. Army complained that that would take years and cause unnecessary suffering. It would also mean the death by starvation of most Allied prisoners of war and forced laborers. And since the bombing of Germany had not achieved victory, the Army won the Navy round to the idea of an invasion. The Imperial Japanese Army was resolved to fight to the end, partly out of an imagined fear of the communist uprising, and partly out of Bushido pride. Its leaders felt that they could never consent to surrender when General Tojo's instructions for servicemen had declared, Do not survive in shame as a prisoner. Die to ensure that you do not leave ignominy behind you. Civilian politicians of the Peace Party who wanted to negotiate would have been arrested or even assassinated if it had not been for the emperor's own indecision over what to do next. The former Prime Minister, Prince Kono Fumimaro, later pointed out that the army had dug themselves caves in the mountains, and their idea of fighting on was to fight from every little hole or rock in the mountains. The Japanese army also intended that civilians should die with them. A patriotic citizens' fighting corps was being formed, many of whose members would be armed with nothing more than bamboo lances. Others were to have bombs strapped to them, which they would detonate as they threw themselves against tanks. Even young women were pressured into volunteering to sacrifice themselves. Japanese military leaders rejected the idea of unconditional surrender because they also believed that their conquerors intended to depose the emperor. Although an overwhelming majority of the American public wanted exactly that, the State Department and the Joint Chiefs of Staff had come round to the idea of retaining him as a constitutional monarch and softening the terms. The Potsdam Declaration on Japan, published on the 26th of July, made no mention of the emperor to avoid a political backlash in the United States. The Japanese government had already approached the Soviet government, hoping that it would act as mediator, unaware that Stalin was redeploying his armies to the Far East to invade Manchuria. The successful test of the first atom bomb in July appeared to offer the Americans a way of shocking the Japanese into surrender and avoiding the greater horrors of an invasion. After many studies and considerable debate, Tokyo and the ancient capital of Kyoto were rejected as targets. Hiroshima, which had not been as badly destroyed as other cities by LeMay's bombers, was chosen as the first target, and Nagasaki as a follow-up objective if the Japanese had still not indicated acceptance. On the morning of the 6th of August, 3 B-29 superfortresses appeared over Hiroshima. 2 of them carried cameras and scientific equipment to record the effect. The third, the Enola Gay, opened its bomb doors at 08:15 hours, and less than a minute later, most of the city of Hiroshima disintegrated in a blinding light. Around 100,000 people were killed instantly, and many thousands more died later from radiation poisoning, burns, and shock. President Truman's staff in Washington issued a warning to the Japanese that if they failed to surrender immediately, they may expect a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth. 2 days later, Red Army forces surged across the Manchurian frontier. Stalin did not intend to miss out on the territorial spoils he had been promised. On the 9th of August, when nothing had been heard from Tokyo, a second atomic bomb was dropped on Nagasaki, killing 35,000 people. The emperor was deeply moved by the terrible fate of those who had died, and requested as much information as possible. It is quite clear that without the atomic bombs, he would not have mustered the quiet resolve which he showed later to end the war. The firebombing of Tokyo and the decision to drop the atomic bombs were driven by the Americans' urge to get this business over with. But the threat of kamikaze resistance, perhaps even with biological weapons, threatened a far worse battle than that on Okinawa. On the basis that approximately a quarter of Okinawa's civilians had died in the fighting there, a similar scale of civilian casualties on the home islands would have exceeded many times over the numbers killed by the atomic bombs. Other considerations, most notably the temptation of demonstrating U.S. power to a Soviet Union then ruthlessly imposing its will in Central Europe, played an influential, though not decisive, part. It is true that several civilian members of the Japanese regime were keen on negotiation, but their fundamental insistence that Japan be allowed to keep Korea and Manchuria could never have been acceptable to the Allies. Even this peace faction refused to accept any notion of Japanese guilt for having started the war, or international trials for crimes committed by the Imperial Army dating back to the original invasion of Chinese territory in 1931. A few hours before the second atomic bomb fell on Nagasaki, the Supreme Council for the Direction of the War had met to consider whether it should accept the Potsdam Declaration. Representatives of Imperial General Headquarters were still firmly opposed. On the evening of the 9th of August, just after the Nagasaki bomb had fallen, the Emperor summoned the Supreme Council's members again. He said that they should accept the terms, providing that the Imperial House and its succession was preserved. This proviso was transmitted to Washington the next day. There were mixed feelings during the discussions at the White House. Some, including James Burns, argued that no qualification should be allowed. Stimson, the Secretary for War, argued more persuasively that only the Emperor's authority could persuade the Japanese armed forces to surrender. This would save the Americans countless further battles and would give the Soviet armies less time to rampage across the region. The American reply, which emphasized again that the Japanese would be allowed to choose the form of government which they desired, reached Tokyo via the Japanese embassy in Switzerland. The military leaders still refused to accept defeat. While American bombers continued their campaign, although no more atomic weapons were used on Truman's orders, the arguments continued for several days. Eventually, on the 14th of August, the Emperor stepped in and announced that he had decided that they should accept the Potsdam Declaration. Ministers and military leaders alike began to weep. He also said that he would record a broadcast to the nation, an unprecedented event. That night, army officers attempted a coup to prevent the broadcast of the Emperor's announcement. Having persuaded the 2nd Imperial Guard Regiment to join them through trickery, they entered the Imperial Palace to destroy the message recorded by the Emperor announcing the country's capitulation. The Emperor and Marquis Kido, the court chamberlain, managed to hide. The rebels found nothing, and when loyal troops arrived, Major Hatanaka Kenji, the main leader of the coup, knew that he had no alternative but suicide. Other military leaders took the same course. At noon on the 15th of August, Japanese radio stations broadcast the Emperor's recorded message, calling on all his forces to surrender because the war situation had evolved, not necessarily to Japan's advantage. Officers and soldiers listened to his words on the radio, with tears streaming down their faces. Many were on their knees, bowing towards the voice of the divine Mikado, whose voice they had never heard before. Some pilots set out on a final mission of Gyokusai, or glorious self-annihilation. Most were intercepted and shot down by American fighters. The self-image of the Yamato race bore a number of similarities to that of the Nazi Herrenvolk. In an attitude reminiscent of the German army after the First World War, many Japanese soldiers continued to persuade themselves that Japan lost the war, but we never lost a battle. On the 30th of August, U.S. forces landed at Yokohama to begin the occupation of Japan. Over the next 10 days, there were 1,336 cases of rape reported in Yokohama and the surrounding region of Kanagawa. Australian troops apparently also committed many rapes in the area of Hiroshima. This had been expected by the Japanese authorities. On the 21st of August, 9 days before the arrival of Allied troops, the Japanese government had summoned a meeting of ministers to establish a recreation and amusement association to provide comfort women for their conquerors. Local officials and police chiefs were told to organize a nationwide network of military brothels staffed by existing prostitutes, but also by geishas and other young women. The intention was to reduce the incidence of rape. The first opened in a Tokyo suburb on the 27th of August, and hundreds followed. One of the brothels was run by the mistress of General Ishishiro, the head of Unit 731. Some 20,000 young women were recruited, with varying degrees of coercion, by the end of the year to appease their conquerors. The formal surrender of Japan did not take place until the 2nd of September. General MacArthur, accompanied by Admiral Nimitz, took it at a table placed on the deck of the battleship USS Missouri, anchored in Tokyo Bay off Yokohama. They were watched by two emaciated figures just released from captivity: General Percival, who had conducted the British surrender at Singapore, and General Wainwright, the American commander on Corregidor. Although fighting had ceased throughout the Pacific and Southeast Asia on the 15th of August, the war had carried on in Manchuria until the day before the ceremony in Tokyo Bay. On the 9th of August, 3 Soviet fronts, with 1,669,500 men under the overall command of Marshal Vasilievsky, invaded North China and Manchuria. A Mongolian cavalry corps on the extreme right flank crossed the Gobi Desert and the Great Khingan Range of mountains. The timing and the speed of the Red Army's offensive took the Japanese by surprise. Although 1 million strong, their forces collapsed rapidly. Many died fighting to the end, and many committed suicide, but 674,000 were taken prisoner. Their fate in the labor camps of Siberia and Magadan was harsh. Only half of them survived. Japanese colonist families who had been abandoned by the army also suffered. Mothers, carrying small children on their backs, tried to hide in the mountains. Out of 220,000 settlers, some 80,000 died. Some were killed by the Chinese, and around 67,000 starved to death or killed themselves. Only 140,000 survivors made it back to Japan. Their experience was similar in some ways to that of German colonists settled in Poland. Red Army troops raped Japanese women at will in the former puppet kingdom of Manchukuo. A large group of women, told by Japanese officers that the war was lost, were advised to stick together. Almost 1,000 packed into the hangars at the aerodrome of Beian. From then on it was hell, recorded an orphan girl called Yoshida Reiko. Russian soldiers came and told our leaders that they had to provide women to the Russian troops as the spoils of victory. Every day Russian soldiers would come in and take about 10 girls. The women came back in the morning. Some women committed suicide. The Russian soldiers told us that if no women came out, the whole hangar would be burnt to the ground with all of us inside. So some women, mostly single women, stood up and went. At that time I didn't understand what was happening to these women, but I clearly remember that women with children offered prayers for the women who did go out, in thanks for their sacrifice. As well as civilians, Japanese military nurses in base hospitals suffered. The 75 nurses in the Sunwoo military hospital were held as a Soviet version of comfort women. Red Army troops faced a much harder task, seizing the Kuril Islands and southern Sakhalin. Woefully ill-prepared for amphibious landings, they lost many men, both on the approach and on the shore. Stalin also had plans to occupy the northern home island of Hokkaido, but Truman brusquely rejected his proposal. The Soviet invasion of Manchuria and northern China was greeted with joy by Mao Zedong's followers. Yet when a Red Army column advanced to Chahar and was welcomed by guerrillas of the 8th Route Army, the Soviet troops thought they were bandits because of their ragged clothes and primitive weapons and disarmed them. This soon changed. Although Stalin officially recognized Chiang Kai-shek's government, Soviet forces allowed the Chinese communists to remove the stockpiles of rifles and machine guns taken from the Japanese. Mao's forces, as Chiang Kai-shek had feared, soon became a formidably equipped army. General Wiedemeyer, under instructions from Washington to assist the nationalists in restoring control, provided American transport aircraft to fly some of their units to cities in central and eastern China. Chiang was especially keen to re-establish his capital in Nanking. He knew that he was in a race with the communists to seize as much territory as he could, but the nationalists were their own worst enemies when it came to winning over the mass of the population. Their commanders were not interested in the surrounding countryside. They treated cities formerly occupied by the Japanese as conquered territory, looting whatever they wanted, and the nationalist currency, which was reimposed, introduced uncontrollable inflation. The communists were far more intelligent. They knew that power lay in the countryside, for those who controlled food supplies in the coming civil war would eventually control everything. Their slightly better treatment of the peasantry enabled them to mobilize the masses in their cause, which was not difficult, since support for the nationalists had already dwindled away as the defeat of Japan approached. The young, especially students, flocked to join the Communist Party. Chinese communists, while they continued to hunt down enemies of the people, had hidden the totalitarian nature of their intended regime most skillfully from foreigners who visited their capital of Yan'an. The journalist Agnes Smedley, an admiring fellow traveller and a sometime Comintern agent, became deeply, irrevocably convinced that their principles are the principles that will guide and save China, that will give the greatest of impulses to the liberation of all subjected Asiatic nations, and bring to life a new human society. This conviction, in my own mind and heart, gives me the greatest peace that I have ever known. Smedley, Theodore White, and other influential American writers could not accept for a moment that Mao might turn out to be a far worse tyrant than Chiang Kai-shek. The personality cult, the great leap forward which killed more people than in the whole of the Second World War, the cruel madness of the Cultural Revolution, and the 70 million victims of a regime that was in many ways worse than Stalinism, proved totally beyond their imagination. Because of the U.S. Navy's supremacy at sea and in the air, large Japanese forces remained trapped in Canton, Hong Kong, Shanghai, Wuchang, Hankou, Peking, Tianjin, and smaller towns of eastern China. The British had no intention of abandoning their claims on their colony and handing it over, as they had earlier indicated, to the Chinese nationalists. The Americans had tried to put pressure on Churchill, but since they had promised Stalin southern Sakhalin, the Kuril Islands, and parts of Manchuria, which had been Chinese territory, he saw no reason to compromise. But with American troops on mainland China and the U.S. Navy controlling the South China Sea, London knew it would have to move quickly. A very unsympathetic Wiedemeyer had refused permission for any SOE operations in the area. The nationalists had infiltrated a group into Hong Kong to try to take it over when the Japanese withdrew, and the Communist East River Column was also active in the area. Without troops on the ground, the British knew that they would never get their colony back. At the beginning of August, it rapidly became clear that the only chance lay with the Royal Navy, and thus Operation Ethelred was born. Rear Admiral Cecil Harcourt's 11th Carrier Squadron, then in Sydney, was ordered to steam at full speed for Hong Kong on the 15th of August, as soon as the Japanese surrender was announced. The British Pacific Fleet was under U.S. command, so Attlee, the new Prime Minister, felt compelled to seek permission from President Truman, which he did 3 days later. The same day, the Foreign Secretary, Ernest Bevin, sent a signal to Chiang Kai-shek explaining that since the British had been forced to surrender Hong Kong to the Japanese, he would surely understand, as a soldier, that honor required them to take the Japanese capitulation themselves. Chiang was not taken in and appealed to the United States. Truman did not have the same anti-colonial fervor as Roosevelt, and he regarded Britain as a more important ally than the Chinese. General MacArthur also supported the British claim. Wiedemeyer remained firmly opposed, but he had not yet redeployed his Chinese divisions. Chiang, despite Truman's rebuff, sent 2 of his armies into Kwangtung province, yet he was still anxious not to antagonize the British and Americans, whose help he would need in the Civil War to come. The East River Column of guerrillas did move to disarm Japanese forces in Canton and the new territories of Hong Kong, but they too were not planning to fight a British force. They simply wanted to make sure that the nationalists did not take it. Harcourt's squadron entered Victoria Harbour on the 30th of August. Royal Marines and Blue Jackets marched ashore in fine style, having been told to show face to make up for all the prestige that Britain had lost 3.5 years before. An administration in waiting, with an acting governor from the officials imprisoned there, had already made tentative steps to set up a skeleton administration. This had taken place with the consent of Japanese officers, who much preferred to surrender to the British than to nationalist or communist forces. In Shanghai, the underground civil war between communists and nationalists ceased temporarily on the 19th of September when part of Admiral Kinkaid's 7th Fleet arrived. Loaded with stores which had been stockpiled for the invasion of Japan, it was welcomed by the starving population and Allied prisoners. The war and its vocabulary had passed them by. "What's a jeep?" a civilian internee from Shanghai asked. Allied prisoners of war had been the first priority for aid immediately after the Japanese surrender. In some cases, relief came quickly, while other prisoners had to wait for several weeks. A number had been massacred by guards after the surrender. In Changi jail outside Singapore, prisoners were contemptuous when the Japanese guards suddenly began to salute them and offer water. Allied aircraft dropped supplies of food on camps already identified. Where possible, medical teams were parachuted in to care for the prisoners, who greeted them with tears of relief, unable to believe that their misery was over. Most were walking skeletons, others so weakened by beriberi and other diseases that they could not even stand. Of the 132,134 Allied prisoners of war who had been in Japanese hands, 35,756 died, a death rate of 27%. Far greater numbers of slave laborers working for the Japanese had failed to survive as a result of the treatment that they had received. The comfort women of many nationalities who had been press-ganged by the Japanese suffered severe psychological harm for the rest of their lives. An unknown number committed suicide, feeling that they could never return home after all the humiliations heaped upon them. Many prisoners of the Japanese had suffered a particularly gruesome and cruel fate. General MacArthur had given Australian forces the dispiriting task of clearing New Guinea and Borneo of the remaining pockets of Japanese. It became clear from all the reports collected later by U.S. authorities and the Australian War Crimes Section that the widespread practice of cannibalism by Japanese soldiers in the Asia-Pacific War was something more than merely random incidents perpetrated by individuals or small groups subject to extreme conditions. The testimonies indicate that cannibalism was a systematic and organized military strategy. The practice of treating prisoners as human cattle had not come about from a collapse of discipline. It was usually directed by officers. Apart from local people, victims of cannibalism included Papuan soldiers, Australians, Americans, and Indian prisoners of war who had refused to join the Indian National Army. At the end of the war, their Japanese captors had kept the Indians alive so that they could butcher them to eat one at a time. Even the inhumanity of the Nazis' hunger plan in the East never descended to such levels. Because the subject was so upsetting to families of soldiers who had died in the Pacific War, the Allies suppressed all information on the subject, and cannibalism never featured as a crime at the Tokyo War Crimes Tribunal in 1946. The war in Southeast Asia and the Pacific had caused untold destruction. China was in ruins, with its agriculture destroyed, and now an exhausted population faced a civil war which would continue until 1949. More than 20 million of its citizens died. Chinese historians have recently increased that estimate towards the 50 million mark. Anything between 50 and 90 million refugees had fled the Japanese, and now had no homes or families left to return to. These numbing scales of misery almost eclipsed those of Europe, which was also riven by political tensions. From August 1945, ordinary Italian soldiers were sent back to Italy by the Soviet authorities. Communist groups, waving red flags, gathered to meet the trains bringing them home. To their outrage, they found that the released prisoners had scrawled "Abbasso il comunismo" on their wagons. Fights broke out at the station. The communist press treated as fascist all those who criticized conditions in Soviet camps or said that the Soviet Union was not a workers' paradise. Palmiro Togliatti, the leader of the PCI, the Italian Communist Party, had begged his Soviet masters to delay the return of Italian officers until after the elections and referendum of the 2nd of June, 1946. The first ones did not reach Italy until July. Soviet repression continued in Poland against non-communists. A clear indication of the NKVD's priorities was revealed by the fact that General Nikolai Selivanowski received 15 regiments of security troops for Poland, while Serov in Germany had only 10. Selivanowski was ordered by Beria to combine the duties of representing the NKVD of the USSR with that of counselor at the Polish Ministry of Public Security. Stalin's very personal definition of a free and independent Poland, which he had promised at Yalta, was not just influenced by his hatred of the Poles. Still shaken by how close the Soviet Union had come to defeat in 1941, he wanted the communist satellite states as a buffer. Only the sacrifice of 9 million soldiers, to say nothing of 18 million civilians, had saved him. In the Second World War, the peoples who had suffered the most in Europe were those caught between the totalitarian millstones and who died as a result of the interaction of the two systems. Since 1933, 14 million had died in Ukraine, Belarus, Poland, the Baltic states and the Balkans. The vast majority of the 5.4 million Jews killed by the Nazis in Hitler's ersatz victory came from those regions. The Second World War, with its global ramifications, was the greatest man-made disaster in history. The statistics of the dead, whether 60 or 70 million, are far beyond our comprehension. The sheer size of the numbers is dangerously numbing, as Vasily Grossman instinctively understood. In his view, the duty of survivors was to try to recognize the millions of ghosts from the mass graves as individuals, not as nameless people in caricatured categories, because that sort of dehumanization was precisely what the perpetrators had sought to achieve. In addition to the dead, there were countless others who had been maimed, both psychologically and physically. In the Soviet Union, the limbless samovars were banished from the streets. This was the fate, with its implicit loss of manhood, which every Red Army soldier had feared far more than death. The cripples were an embarrassing reminder that a purgatory existed between the heroic dead and the heroic survivors who parade with their medals on every anniversary. Having been given the mantle of a good war, the Second World War has loomed over succeeding generations far more than any other conflict in history. It provokes mixed feelings because it could never live up to this image, especially when one half of Europe had to be sacrificed to the Stalinist Maw to save the other half. And although it may have ended in overwhelming defeat for the Nazis and Japanese, the victory conspicuously failed to achieve world peace. First, there were the latent civil wars across Europe and Asia, which broke out in 1945. Then there was the Cold War, with Stalin's treatment of Poland and Central Europe. Mixed in with the Cold War were the anti-colonial conflicts in Southeast Asia and Africa. And we can never forget that the sequence of struggle in the Middle East began with mass Jewish immigration into Palestine following the liberation of the camps. Some people complain that the Second World War still exerts a dominating influence nearly 7 decades after its end, as the disproportionate number of books, films and plays shows, while museums continue to spawn a remembrance industry. This phenomenon should hardly be surprising, if only because the nature of evil seems to provide an endless fascination. Moral choice is the fundamental element in human drama, because it lies at the very heart of humanity itself. No other period in history offers so rich a source for the study of dilemmas, individual and mass tragedy, the corruption of power politics, ideological hypocrisy, the egomania of commanders, betrayal, perversity, self-sacrifice, unbelievable sadism, and unpredictable compassion. In short, the Second World War defies generalization, along with the categorization of humans which Grossman so passionately rejected. There is, nevertheless, a real danger of the Second World War becoming an instant reference point both for modern history and for all contemporary conflicts. In a crisis, journalists and politicians alike instinctively reach for parallels with the Second World War, either to dramatize the gravity of the situation or in an attempt to sound Rooseveltian or Churchillian. To compare 9/11 to Pearl Harbor or to liken Nasser and Saddam Hussein to Hitler is not just to make an inaccurate historical parallel. Such comparisons are gravely misleading and risk producing the wrong strategic response. Leaders of democracies can become prisoners of their own rhetoric, just like dictators. When we dwell on the enormity of the Second World War and its victims, we try to absorb all those statistics of national and ethnic tragedy. This makes us overlook the way the Second World War changed everyone's lives in ways impossible to predict. Very few may have shared the extraordinary experience of the young Korean Yang Kyung-jong, who was forced to serve in the Imperial Japanese Army, the Red Army, and the Wehrmacht. Other stories are striking in different ways and for different reasons. A short paragraph in a June 1945 report by the French security police, the DST, recorded that a German farmer's wife had been found in Paris having smuggled herself aboard a train bringing French deportees back from camps in Germany. It transpired that she had had an illicit affair with a French prisoner of war assigned to their farm in Germany while her husband was on the Eastern Front. She had fallen so much in love with this enemy of her country that she had followed him to Paris, where she was picked up by the police. That was all the detail provided.